Chapter 584. Good day, elders. At that moment, an alluring figure walked in, a jug of wine in her hands. The woman was extremely beautiful, and her eyes had a hint of quick-wittedness. Good day, elders. At that moment, an alluring figure walked in, a jug of wine in her hands. The woman was extremely beautiful, and her eyes had a hint of quick-wittedness. This young lady is? Emperor Yi asked Hua Fenglu. This girl is the famous witch clan's witch Gu Biyue. She was sent to the college to cultivate, but she's been running to my place very conscientiously. I don't know what she's after. Hua Fenglu replied, smiling. Elder, you've misunderstood Biyue. The college chief knows that all of you are here, so he specifically gave the order for a jug of fine wine to be sent here. This wine is rumored to be able to improve one's constitution and is beneficial to cultivation. Gu Biyue claimed, smiling. Thank the college chief for me. Nandawanine said, smiling. Little Biyue, come over and sit with us too. These few years, the Sword Saint had taken very good care of them and would often send over precious materials to improve their cultivation and potential. If it was not for the Sword Saint, Emperor Yi would not be able to come so often to the Book Mountain to cultivate. Okay. Gu Biyue smiled, taking a seat at the table. She asked. I've heard that all of you here today are Futian's elders. Do you all have any stories to share? Trying to get news about my disciple again? Hua Fenglu looked at Gu Biyue and continued. I've already told you, you don't stand a chance. I'm just curious. Gu Biyue looked back at Hua Fenglu and said, Moreover, if I had met Futian earlier, maybe your daughter wouldn't have had a chance either. You sure are thick-skinned. Qingxian smiled faintly and said with a joking tone. Gu Biyue consistently came over, so they were all familiar with her. If you have the talent, you can learn it too, Gu Biyue replied, grinning. Speaking of that fellow, I wonder how his cultivation level is after leaving for so long. Yi Xiang also missed Yi Futian and Yu Xing. He had not seen the two of them for an even longer time. They should have reached the upper arcana plane, Hua Fenglu predicted. That's only around my level, Gu Biyue said. I've stepped into the upper arcana plane a few days ago. Probably, I wonder if Futian has gone to find Jiyu. Nandawanine sighed and continued. Her second sister is supposed to be from an elite faction in the barren state. Futian's going to suffer. Why don't you feel sorry for my disciple? Yi Xiang asked Nandawanine. You're not sorry for Futian? Nandawanine smiled, asking back. Why would I care about that fellow? Yi Xiang was reluctant to admit it. That's right, that fellow is so sly, he's probably being free and easy. Tang Lan also chipped in. Auntie Tang, you're speaking badly about me again. At that moment, a voice sounded in the distance. The people at the table were all stunned, then they all stood up and raised their heads. They saw a group of people flying in the air, and the people at the front were Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. Dad, Mom! Hua Jieyu shouted. Hua Fenglu had not come around from the surprise. It was only until Hua Jieyu landed in front of him that he broke into a brilliant smile. Master, Masteress, Old Man Yi, Emperor Yi, why are you all here? Yi Futian said, smiling. The group landed and Yi Xiang saw Yi Futian's complacent smile and said, Looks like Tang Feng guessed correctly, you are indeed free and easy. Master, Qingxian. Yu Sheng walked forward, saying. Yi Qingshuan's eyes were moist, but she was still smiling. She only felt like crying. That fellow actually managed to find you. Hua Fenglu looked at Hua Jieyu and said. The Hua Jieyu now had an even more eminent aura, but she had gotten skinnier. Yes. Hua Jieyu nodded her head lightly and said. Dad, your disciple is really splendid. Hua Fenglu did a double take. It was like they said daughters would always side with their husbands. Look at her, praising her man in front of her father. Wuchen. At that moment, Emperor Yi looked towards Yi Wuchen. Uncle. Yi Wuchen also addressed him. Your father often talks about you. These few years, Qinyu has gone back to see them a few times. Do go back home to visit since you're back, Emperor Yi said. Okay. Yi Wuchen was miserable upon Emperor Ye's words and said, I'll go find Qinyu. Go ahead. Emperor Yi smiled and Yi Wuqian shot off like a sword from its sheath towards the top of the mountain. Noble plain. Emperor Ye's gaze focused and he said, amazed. A noble plain cultivator could be an emperor of a country in the 100 Lands. Now, Yi Wuqian had entered the noble plain at such a young age. Wuqian has entered the noble plain? Hua Fenglu looked in his direction and asked. Yes. Yi Futian nodded and said, Master, Yu Xing and I have entered the noble plain. Do you want to spar with us? Hua Fenglu saw Yi Futian's cheeky smile and ignored him. He looked at Hua Jieyu and said, Jieyu, as your father, I need to seriously consider your relationship between you and Yi Futian. Father-in-law, I was wrong. Yi Futian quickly walked behind Hua Fenglu and massaged his back for him, saying, Master, don't stoop to my level. You're already a noble plain cultivator, and you still don't care about your image. How preposterous, Hua Fenglu said. In Hua Fenglu's mind, a noble plain cultivator was already able to hold his own in any region. I don't need any image in front of Master, Yi Futian said. I was painstakingly brought up by you. Those words are pleasing to my ear. Hua Fenglu nodded his head with no reservations. I can't stand this master-disciple pair. Nandu Wanyin smiled and shook her head. Haven't you gotten used to it yet? Nandu Washan stood beside her, laughing. He had heard from Hua Fenglu that when he was first disabled, it was Yi Futian who had carried him into Donghai City. At that time, they were given the cold shoulder by many people and were taken in by Tang Feng. Thinking back, it was really a desolate period, but thankfully that was all in the past. The relationship between the two of them was probably like father and son. Uncle, you're here too? Yi Futian addressed him. After all, he was a sweet talker. Yes, the Sword Saint allowed us to come to the Book Mountain whenever we like, Nandu Washan replied. Big brother is really meticulous. Yi Futian nodded his head, then his gaze turned towards Yi Danch and Yi Lingxi. The witch Gubiyue was also here. This made him curious. What are you looking at? Gubiyue saw Yi Futian's confused look and asked. Are you surprised? Why are you here? Yi Futian asked curiously. This little girl is now cultivating on the Book Mountain, and she often comes here to ask about your past stories. Hua Fenglu did not evade the topic just because of Hua Jieyu but directly replied instead. You can't have fallen for me? Yi Futian's expression got even more perplexed. The people around were all speechless, and the witch also did a double take, but she still smiled charmingly and said, That's right, do you want to take me in as a concubine? I have to discuss this with my wife, Yi Futian said with a deadpan expression. I'm fine with it. Hua Jieyu grinned and walked up, saying, I don't have any issues with a concubine. The witch stared at the pair in front of her and wanted to go on a rampage. The two of them actually dared to accept her offer. She had lost. I have an issue with it. A young girl stood in front of Yi Futian and said, If my brother wants to marry a concubine, she has to pass me first. Big brother Futian's sister Jieyu, isn't that right? Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu looked at Long Linger in bewilderment. What logic was that? You're right. Yi Futian saw Long Linger's expression and nodded. Did you hear that? Long Linger looked smugly at the witch. That woman had an aura of foxy wiles and did not look as pretty as Sister Jieyu. She would need to be on guard against her. You're good. The witch Gubiyue was floored and left dejectedly. Futian, who is this young lady? Nandu Wanyin looked at Long Linger and asked. She's a younger sister that I got to know outside. This lass is really mischievous, she even kidnapped me initially. Yi Futian shook his head with a bitter smile. Big brother Futian, why are you bringing up that insignificant matter? It was because I was young and immature back then, Long Linger said timidly, then turned to Nandu Wanyin and said, Linger pays her respects to uncle and auntie. Sister Jieyu looks like a goddess. Sure enough, her parents also look like gods. You two are so good-looking. What an obedient little girl you are, Nandu Wanyin replied. Yi Futian was flabbergasted. Obedient. This was a little devil. Master, Masteress, this is Chief Qin, an elder of mine. Yi Futian also introduced Qin Yuan to them. Qingyuan had been observing silently, and he was surprised by how heartwarming the scene between Futian and his loved ones was. There was no trace of the peerlessness at the foot of the Holy Ji Palace. The Futian now was like a teenager that had not grown up. The scene actually made him a little envious. At that moment, Qingyuan's gaze turned towards the top of the mountain, and he said silently, "Sage Plain." Futian looked in that direction too and replied, "It should be my big brother. Come on, let's go visit my big brother." "Okay." Hua Fenglu and the rest nodded. The group of them started to make their way to the top of the mountain. While traveling, Hua Fenglu and Yixiang looked at Qingyuan and could instantly feel his sage aura. This elderly person was potentially an extraordinary expert. They wondered what Futian had been through in the few years outside the Eastern Barren Territory. At that moment, many disciples from the college appeared. When Futian entered the Book Mountain, he had been seen by some people. Now many of the disciples knew that he was coming, and it caused a commotion in the college. To the college and even the Eastern Barren Territory, Futian was a legendary figure. On the main peak of the Book Mountain, there were many people walking, forming a huge formation. There were people from all peaks appearing, and the scene was spectacular. The Sword Saint and Goddess Wang Yu sat there quietly. As they saw Futian's group walking over, the two of them had gentle smiles on their faces. "Big brother Goddess," Futian called out to them. He saw the two of them standing together and thought, what a perfect match. "Big brother clan leader," Hua Jiu also called out. She had once cultivated in the Moon clan. "You're back." The Sword Saint smiled, nodding his head. He then saw Yi Shaoshi and asked, "Why didn't Shui Yi and Luo Fan come back with you? They should have met up with your second sister and Xinger." Since Futian had brought Hua Jiu back, he should have found the Zhuge clan. "Heh." Yi Shaoshi nodded and replied, "Second sister had a mission for fourth and fifth brother, so we did not come back together." "Did you see your third brother?" the Sword Saint asked again. "I saw him once. Third brother is a sage plain cultivator now, big brother can rest easy," Futian replied. "I'm naturally not worried about Don Liu's cultivation. However, with his personality, he could easily offend others outside," the Sword Saint replied. He then turned his gaze towards Qingyuan, who was standing at the side, and said, "Elder." The college's disciples were all stunned. The Sword Saint had addressed that elderly person as elder. How high was that person's cultivation level? "No need to be courteous," Qingyuan said. "I'm only accompanying Futian back this time. It looks like my presence is making all of you uneasy. I wanted to tour around the Eastern Barren Territory as well, you can go ahead." As he said that, Qingyuan moved in a flash and left the area. How fast? Many people were astounded. The Sword Saint asked curiously, "Who is that elder?" "The college chief of the Divine Sky City Starry School, in the eastern region of the Barren State. I stayed there for a while after I went to the Barren State, and the college chief treated me very well," Futian replied. "Will you be cultivating there in the future?" the Sword Saint asked. "No. I will be going with Jieyu, Yu Xing and the rest to the core of the Barren State, Shongzhou City's Holy Ji Palace, to cultivate. If Big Brother wants to look for me, you can go there directly," Futian replied and changed the topic. "Let's not talk about this for now. When will I be able to attend Big Brother's wedding?" "When the members of the cottage gather once again, probably." The Sword Saint sighed. He had not forgotten his teacher, who had been taken away. "Big Brother, I want to visit the cottage," Futian said. "All right, I'll accompany you there. Now, the cottage is used by the disciples who used to be from the Moon clan," the Sword Saint said, and the two of them made their way to the cottage. Many people looked at their figures and started discussing. What kind of place was the Holy Ji Palace? Futian was actually accompanied by an extremely strong sage plain cultivator on the way back. What did he do outside? They could hardly imagine it. Some of the younger disciples had only entered the Book Mountain for less than 2 years. Their expressions were filled with admiration. Was that the legendary Futian who had killed off multiple experts in the Sky Mountain fight? He looked so young. What a pity that they were unable to meet the cottage's second and third disciple. They wondered what cultivation level Futian was at now. Among the disciples, there was an extremely appealing girl standing there quietly. She had ravishing looks and a graceful demeanor. She was one of the top 3 beauties of the Eastern Barren State, Chu Yao Yao. She had seen him again. He was still the same as before, but he appeared to be more magnificent now. Futian and the Sword Saint strolled in the cottage, looking at the familiar buildings that had changed. They walked all the way to the back mountain, discussing certain matters. Futian briefly told the Sword Sage about his experiences in the Barren State, and about his second sister and third brother. The cool wind swept past, and the two of them walked to the cliff. The Sword Saint looked at the clouds and said, "With Domlio's personality, he likely will not step into the Zhuge clan without defeating Bailuli. However, if it's really like you said, Bailuli is the 10th on the Barren Sky ranking, how would he be defeated so easily? Donglu can only depend on himself. Big brother, have you ever thought of venturing out?" Futian asked. The Eastern Barren Territory carries teachers' dreams. He had always wanted to use peaceful methods to achieve it. Unfortunately, things often go contrary to one's wishes. Now that I have the chance, I will naturally help teacher to achieve it. Until then, I will not think about the future. The Sword Saint smiled and said, "The law of power emphasizes following one's heart. One's cultivation and mindset is the same." Futian nodded. With Big Brother's current mindset, it was an alternative form of cultivation. He could feel that Big Brother was different from before. "Little brother, do you know why your brothers and sisters have such high hopes for you?" the Sword Saint asked. Futian shook his head, but he knew that his brothers and sisters doted on him the most. "That's because you are the person that teacher was truly looking for." The Sword Saint looked in the distance and said, "I trust teacher. Little brother, maybe nobody knows how your future will be like now, but if there's one person who can find teacher, it will definitely be you. I will work hard." Futian nodded his head sincerely. "Me too," the Sword Saint said. "The college will forever be your home. If you run into trouble outside, tell me. Your big brother's cultivation level may not be high, but I will do my best to strive for the day where I can personally witness the expectations that teacher had for you come to fruition. I also want to see that sight." Futian smiled radiantly and said, "Big brother, it's a promise." "It's a promise." The Sword Saint nodded. Chapter 585. Futian stayed for a few days in the cottage, accompanying his master and mistress. He did not know when he could return again after he left this time, but seeing the two of them enjoying their time here, Futian felt relieved. Futian stayed for a few days in the cottage, accompanying his master and mistress. He did not know when he could return again after he left this time, but seeing the two of them enjoying their time here, Futian felt relieved. Wuchen had returned to the Kangi kingdom with Luchinyu, then came back to the Book Mountain, preparing to bring Luchinyu with him to the Holy Ji Palace. Wuchen had entered the Sword Demon's department, and was considered a true disciple, so he could bring his family along. He naturally did not plan to continue leaving Luchinyu alone here. After settling these matters, the group of them gathered on the Book Mountain, preparing to leave. Many people from the Book Mountain had come to send them all, including the lords of every peak and many college disciples. Although the cottage was no longer around, the cottage's disciples would forever be immortalized in the Eastern Barren State as the memories of a generation. Just as Futian was preparing to leave, there were two figures who appeared in the distance, flying among the clouds towards Futian. The college's disciples did not stop them. Evidently, they knew who it was. The two of them looked weird. One of them was a high monk and the other was a stunning beauty. She was dressed in plain robes and there was not a speck of dust to be found on her. Her complexion was radiant, like a flawless piece of jade, and her aura was pure, like she had never been troubled by worldly matters. The girl had a faint smile on her face as she looked towards Futian's group. "How beautiful!" Beside Futian, Long Linga mumbled. The lady who had arrived was gorgeous, and her innocent and pure aura made her exceedingly pretty, enough to rival Hua Jiu. "Master!" The Sword Saint saw the high monk and addressed him, nodding. It turned out that the high monk was the abbot of the Qianqiu temple. Benefactor Sword Saint. The abbot put his hands together and bowed, then his gaze turned towards Yi Futian and he said, I've heard that Benefactor Yi has returned from the barren state, so I've specifically come to ask a favor from Benefactor Yi. Do tell me, abbot. Yi Futian's gaze turned away from the lady. Back then, the Donghua clan had been eradicated and Hua Qingqing had suffered a huge tragedy, causing her to enter the Qianqiu temple to cultivate. Now, her aura and looks were even more outstanding than before. The Qianqiu temple must have paid a lot of attention to her. Qingqing has a connection with Buddhism. Previously, when I saw her on the Book Mountain, I took her to the Qianqiu temple to cultivate. Qingqing needed little guidance to understand the Buddhist teachings and her comprehension is the highest of anyone I've met in my life. Now that she has had her first glimpse into Buddhism and entered the noble plane, my Qiuqian temple no longer has any deeper Buddhist teachings to offer her. Benefactor Yi has come from the barren state. Do you know if there are any places that are suitable for her to cultivate? The abbot asked. Yi Futian was slightly taken aback. Yi Qingqing's cultivation level was similar to his back then. He had only just broken through to the noble plane by obtaining multiple opportunities in the Holy Road. Yi Qingqing had also entered the noble plane. Could it be that cultivating in Buddhist teachings would cause a person's cultivation speed to increase? That was probably not the only reason. It should be that Hua Qingqing was indeed destined to pursue Buddhism. When he first saw her, he had already felt that this girl was not affected by mortal desires, like she was not supposed to appear in the world. Perhaps she was already different from birth and was enlightened after the huge incident. The barren state is vast and boundless, so I am not very familiar with cultivation places in the barren state, Yi Futian replied. He then turned towards Qingyuan and asked, Does Chief Qin know any? Qingyuan looked at Hua Qingqing. He could feel that Hua Qingqing was indeed extraordinary. He had never seen such a pure person before. Her unblemished eyes were crystal clear, like a pool of clear water. The barren state indeed has a Buddhist ground, but they emphasize that Buddhism will only be taught to those who are destined for it and rarely take in disciples, Qingyuan replied. If they see her, they will definitely take her in. The Qianqiu temple abbot saluted and said, This benefactor must be an elder from the barren state. Could we have a word in private? Qingyuan looked at Yi Futian and saw him nodding, so he replied, Sure. Qingqing, follow me, the Qianqiu temple abbot said, and the three of them left together, making Yi Futian's group curious. Not long after, they came back, but Qingyuan's expression was peculiar, and he kept looking at Hua Qingqing. Chief Qin. Yi Futian looked towards Qingyuan and called out, If Hua Qingqing heads there, there will be no problem. Qingyuan declared certainly this time. Yi Futian did not know what the abbot and Chief Qin had discussed to make him this certain. I am not well versed enough in the Buddhist teachings, thus my cultivation level is low. I might not have much of a say in this. Could I trouble Benefactor Chen to help me make the referral? The abbot asked Qingyuan. Qingyuan's gaze landed on Yi Futian again, as though asking for Yi Futian's opinion. Chief Qin, Hua Qingqing is my good friend, Yi Futian said. Okay. Qingyuan agreed to the matter. Thank you very much. Since that is so, I will not be following the group. The Qianqiu temple abbot looked at Hua Qingqing and said, Qingqing, this is where we part ways. Take care of yourself, abbot. Hua Qingqing nodded, smiling. Fate would come and go in circles. Although she was reluctant, she accepted it nonetheless. Benefactor Yi, I'll be troubling you then. The abbot bowed to Yi Futian. Master, there is no need to do that. Yi Futian returned the bow and said, Since the master trusts me, I will naturally do my best. How could I not trust the character of a cottage disciple? The abbot smiled and said his goodbyes. After doing that, he turned around and left as quickly as he had come. Hua Qingqing bowed in the direction that the monk had left in. The 2 years that she had spent in the Qingqiu temple had healed the scars from back then, and she had found that the way of the Buddha appeared to be the most suitable for her. Duao is dead. Yi Futian looked to Hua Qingqing beside him and said. Hua Qingqing was shocked and stared at Yi Futian. A teardrop appeared in her eyes and she said silently, Thank you. Although she cultivated in Buddhism, how could she be void of emotion? Dueo had destroyed the Donghua clan and killed her mother in front of her back then, how could she not hate him? It's all over now. Yi Futian smiled tenderly. Yes. Hua Qingqing nodded. That year, after they had separated in the snowstorm on the Sky Mountain, she had not expected that they would meet again. She was very thankful for the reunion. Let's go, Yi Futian said. He turned around, looking at all the familiar figures. His big brother, master and masteress, Yi Xiang, Emperor Yi and the rest, then waved to them and said coolly, I'm leaving. Lad, take good care of Jiyu. Hua Fenglu laughed as he reminded him. With this fellow's luck with women, he could not help but worry. Yu Xing, I leave Qin Xian with you. Yi Xiang also told him. All right, rest assured, master. Yu Xing nodded solemnly. Yi Qingxuan's eyes were puffy. She would follow Yi Futian and Yu Xing this time to the distant barren state, and probably not see her father for a long time. Qin Yuan took out his flight ritual implement, and flew into the clouds. The wind blowing on his body, Yi Futian looked at the people around him and broke into a radiant smile. This time, Qin Xian, Qin Yu and Lu Feiyang were too. Lu Qinyu would follow Yi Wuqian to the Holy Ji Palace while Lu Feiyang would follow Qin Yuan to the Starry School to cultivate. In the following period of time, he was prepared to cultivate seriously in the Holy Ji Palace, and do his best to raise his cultivation level. Now that he was in the noble plane, his next target was to become a sage. If he entered the sage plane, he would be considered an influential figure even in the barren state, capable of setting up his own sect or clan. Even alone, he would be able to make a name for himself in the barren state. After Yi Futian's group had left, a group of people continued to stay on the Book Mountain, reluctant to leave. Let's go back, the Sword Saint said to the crowd, and the college's disciples started to leave. However, there were still people who continued to stare at the disappearing figures. The witch Gubiua sighed softly. How heartless! Chu Yao Yao also looked dejected. Hua Qingqing, who had often been mentioned in conjunction with her in the past, had also followed him to the barren state. The Sword Saint left and walked to the peak of the Book Mountain. He walked at the edge, looking at the scenery below the mountain and beyond. In the silence, he started to miss his teacher. Behind the Sword Saint, there was a pavilion. At that moment, beside the pavilion, a figure appeared there abruptly. The figure was dressed in grey robes and had no aura, as though he did not even exist. The Sword Saint appeared to feel something, causing him to turn around. When he saw the figure, he bowed slightly and called out, Elder, how is your cultivation in the techniques that I taught you? The grey-robed figure asked. I have had some progress, but the technique is too profound, I still need more time. The Sword Saint replied calmly. The grey-robed figure nodded briskly and continued. Although your potential is ordinary, your mindset is outstanding and your will is firm. Those two will be able to make up for the lacking in your potential. The techniques that I have made you cultivate are also the most suitable for your mindset. Decipher it comprehensively, and you will reach a high level of attainment. The Sword Saint nodded. Naturally, he could feel that too. Elder, who are you? Why are you doing this? The Sword Saint asked. With your mindset, you should not be asking this. Don't bother asking in the future. Just treat this as a surprise opportunity and that I did not exist. Otherwise, I will make you disappear along with the college. The grey-robed figure looked apathetically at the Sword Saint. That one look made the Sword Saint feel as though he had been seen through. He was already in the sage plane, but he still had such a feeling. It showed how high the other party's cultivation level was. This mysterious character was likely to be the strongest person he had ever met in his life, even stronger than his teacher. A gust of wind blew past and the grey-robed figure had disappeared without a trace, like he had never been there. However, in the air, a sound entered the Sword Saint's ear. Throughout the ages, countless heroes, however prodigious they were, have faded to dust, but you will be history's witness. The voice was faint and disappeared with the wind. The Sword Saint stared at the disappearing figure with a serious expression, emotions surging from his heart. Throughout the ages, how many heroes had there been? He naturally could not be considered the genius of a generation. How was he going to witness history? Turning around, the sword saint looked in the distance, his expression composed. Nobody knew what he was thinking. Only time would tell. Chapter 586. The magnificent and enormous Zhongzhou city lay in the barren state. Nobody knew how many powerful forces there were in this ancient city. In the central region of Zhongzhou city was the endless holy river where the 1,000 holy islands could be found. The magnificent and enormous Zhongzhou city lay in the barren state. Nobody knew how many powerful forces there were in this ancient city. In the central region of Zhongzhou city was the endless holy river where the 1,000 holy islands could be found. Suddenly, a group of cultivators flew by in the sky and landed at the center of the 1,000 holy islands. A towering city was standing at the heart of the 1,000 holy islands, which looked just like a castle in the sky. The group of cultivators was precisely Yi Futian and the others who had just returned from the eastern barren territory. At the moment they were in front of the sky stairwell, standing in a ritual implement which was floating in the sky. Staring into the distance, Qingyuan said, "We're here." Yi Futian looked at Qingyuan and smiled. "Chief Qin, thank you for helping us in the journey." "Don't mention it. I didn't waste too much time either," Qingyuan said, unconcerned. "After you enter the Holy Ji Palace, focus on cultivation. The palace gathers the geniuses from various places of the barren state, many of whom are successors of top forces. Be careful in what you do." "Yes, I will." Yi Futian nodded. "I'll leave Qingqing to you. Don't worry about it. I'll send her to the place." Qingyuan nodded. Yi Futian then looked at Hua Qingqing and said, "Take care." "Okay." Hua Qingqing nodded, smiling brightly. Her journey was filled with uncertainty, but she was very calm and did not think too much about it. Everything would only depend on her destiny. "Young ones, work hard!" Qingyuan scanned everyone, after which he controlled the ritual implement and left with Hua Qingqing. Yi Futian stared at Qingyuan as he flew off into the distance. Hua Jieyu smiled gently and asked, "You feel sad that she's leaving?" Yi Futian blinked his eyes. Smiling, he looked at Hua Jieyu and asked back, "Are you jealous? Hua Qingqing is such a pitiful girl. Moreover, she's pure and flawless. Even women would be attracted to her. It'd be such a pity for her to become a nun. If you like her, I can pretend that I can't see anything." Hua Jieyu smiled warmly. "Really?" Yi Futian muttered to himself as he stared at Hua Jieyu doubtfully. This fox. When does she speak the truth? Looking at her smile, Yi Futian was determined not to fall for her trap. He held her hand and said, "You're the only one in my heart. Let's go into the palace." Hua Jieyu covered her mouth and giggled, while Yu Xing and the rest all looked at Yi Futian in contempt. How could she believe him? Nevertheless, at the moment, Yu Xing and Yi Wuchen were also accompanied by beautiful ladies. Yi Futian, Hua Jieyu, Yu Xing, Yi Wuchen, Yuan Zhan, Yi Xiaoshi, Yi Qin Xian, Lu Qingyu, Lulan Shui, and the Black-winged condor were all present. The group was in its prime. Stepping onto the sky stairwell, they saw a grand gate before them. A group of cultivators was standing there like statues, guarding the palace. When Yi Futian and his friends reached the gatekeepers stared at them and one of them asked, "Who are you?" Yi Futian and his friends took out their palace decrees, after which they said their names and identities. "So you're going to Battle Sage Palace, Daozhong Palace, and Sword Pavilion. They're all at different places. Those who are going to Battle Sage Palace, follow me. Those going to Daozhong Palace, follow me. Those going to Sword Pavilion, come here." 3 statue-like cultivators walked out. Yi Futian and his friends walked behind their respective cultivators. "Jieyu, Wuchen, Qingyu, I'll go look for you later," Yi Futian said. Hua Jieyu was going to Daozhong Palace, Yi Wuchen to Sword Pavilion, while Yi Futian and a few others were going to Battle Sage Palace. Hua Jieyu and Yi Wuchen nodded. Then, they followed their respective gatekeepers and flew into the sky. "Senior, which pavilion do you belong to?" Yi Futian asked the cultivator who was leading the way. "The gatekeepers belong to Tianqing Pavilion," the cultivator replied. Apart from the things within the 6 pavilions, all the rules and other stuff are controlled by Tianqing Pavilion. I got it. Futian nodded. Where are the 6 pavilions located? From here, if you go straight forward, you'll see the tallest range of palaces. That's Holy Sage Pavilion. The pavilion closest to it is Wanxiang Pavilion, which is located on the left, while Battle Sage Palace is on the right. Daozong Palace is next to Wanxiang Pavilion, while Sword Pavilion is close to Battle Sage Palace. Tianqing Pavilion is at the center of the island. You'll find out soon enough, the gatekeeper replied. Futian listened to him attentively as they advanced forward. Below them, they could see many tall buildings and some other cultivators. Futian saw gigantic towers, mountains and cultivating caves, many lively streets, and numerous relic-like places. This island city, located on top of a mountain, was indeed extremely vast. The Holy Ji Palace was different from any place he had visited in the past. After a while, Futian saw a chain of magnificent golden palaces appear before him. It sat on the ground like a golden ancient city and seemed to reflect off a sharp aura. The golden, ancient palaces were located on high grounds, as though they were right beside a cliff. Standing on its corner, one could see the scenery below and also in the distance. We've arrived. You should go there now, the gatekeeper said, after which he left alone. Futian shouted, Senior, thank you. Then, they stepped forward, walking along the golden, ancient path. Before them, a clean-looking young monk was cleaning the ground. Seeing Futian and his friends, the monk stopped what he was doing. He put one hand vertically in front of his chest and bowed slightly. Are you the newcomers Futian, Yu Sheng, and the others? Yes. Futian greeted back. Senior, it's nice to meet you. My name is Qijie. Uncle has asked me to wait for you here. You've finally arrived, the monk said, smiling. Follow me. I'll show you your rooms. Sure. Futian and his friends followed him. On their way, Futian asked curiously, Senior Qijie, you look so young. When did you enter the palace? Last year, the monk replied. Wait. Doesn't the Holy Ji Palace admit disciples once every 3 years? How did you enter last year? Futian asked. That's only for the entire barren state. If someone recommends you, you can enter directly after passing the assessment set by the 6 pavilions. Qijie smiled. The assessment that is held once every 3 years is a grand occasion in the barren state. Most people want to try the holy roads and compete with various geniuses. However, there are also some people like me who are lazier. I see. Futian nodded. He recalled Mu Jiqiu had also told him that people like Bai Zhe could actually enter the Holy Ji Palace directly. It seemed like apart from the people who had shown during the assessment, the Holy Ji Palace also had many other outstanding geniuses. Oh yeah? I don't think you know the rules here yet. There aren't too many restrictions in terms of cultivation. I believe you have seen for yourselves how the palace looks like in general on your way here. Qijie said. Yes. Futian nodded. The Holy Ji Palace is said to be the holy place for cultivation in the barren state. Here, there are many places suitable for cultivation. You're free to go anywhere or attempt any of the mysterious places or relics. However, be careful about your own safety. Furthermore, during cultivation, conflicts will often break out between the disciples of the 6 pavilions. The palace does not restrict any fights, but there's one solid rule: you cannot kill or permanently disable anyone else within the palace. As for friendly fights, there are no rules, and you also don't need any reasons. Of course, when you step into any of the 6 pavilions themselves, you won't be allowed to fight. Qijie gave Futian and his friends a smile that seemed to contain many hidden meanings, causing Futian to blink his eyes. The Holy Ji Palace really encouraged its disciples to fight against and learn from each other. Only with competitions would they grow. Also, your relatives can cultivate in the palace, but you cannot give them methods taught by your seniors in the palace. Similarly, you cannot teach them to someone outside. This is prohibited and you must follow it. Otherwise, the consequences will be extremely severe. Qijie warned. Yi Futian nodded. The Holy Ji Palace had many disciples, including many descendants of the top forces in the barren state. If they could bring the things they learned here outside, the arts and methods unique to the Holy Ji Palace would be known to everyone in no time. The group chatted as they walked. On their way, they also met many other people, and Yi Futian would always nod to greet them. Soon, they arrived at a place filled with many attics and courtyards. Battle Sage Palace was very huge, so everyone would get an individual attic. All right. From today on, you'll be official disciples of the Holy Ji Palace. Do you have any other questions? Qijie asked, smiling. Senior, how many disciples does the Holy Ji Palace have? Why do I feel there are not many people in Battle Sage Palace? Yi Futian asked. If you include the 1,000 holy islands, the Holy Ji Palace will be way too big. If you only count the core island, then apart from the disciples recruited outside, the descendants of various seniors in the palace, and the geniuses who are promoted to the core island from the 1,000 holy islands, there are about 3,000 disciples in the 6 pavilions. Many people have finished learning and left the palace, or are cultivating outside, so there are only over 2,000 disciples left. Even fewer people are direct disciples of the lords of the 6 pavilions themselves. Among the 6 pavilions, Daozheng Palace and Tianqing Pavilion have the most number of disciples, followed by Sword Pavilion, and then Battle Sage Palace and Holy Sage Pavilion. Wanxiang Pavilion has the least number of people. Qijie answered patiently. As for why you didn't see many people around, most people are usually not inside the pavilion. Instead, they normally cultivate somewhere else in this island city. Why are there so few people in Wanxiang Pavilion? Yi Futian asked curiously. Do you know what class does the Lord of Wanxiang Pavilion belongs to? Qijie asked. Nope. Yi Futian shook his head. Sage Wenxiang is an astrologer. Qijie smiled. So he can calculate the potentials and talents of his disciples? Yi Futian's eyes sparkled. Astrologer was not an unfamiliar name to Yi Futian. Ministers was an astrologer as well. However, astrologers often had short lives as they would reveal secrets they were not supposed to. Yi Futian did not expect there to be such a powerful astrologer in the Holy Ji Palace. Yes, but not everyone wants to get tested. Astrologers are not all powerful, and their measures are also estimates, not definite. Moreover, the Lord of Wanxiang Pavilion rarely calculates the destiny of anyone. I heard that after he does that last time, he has been secluding until now. Qijie said. Thinking about ministers, Yi Futian could also understand this. Astrologers would always carefully conceal their abilities. Junior, do you know whose destiny he calculated last time? Qijie asked, smiling. No. Yi Futian shook his head. Make a guess? Qijie gave a meaningful smile. Qijie, go back. Someone suddenly said in the distance. Qijie immediately put his hands together, and his face turned extremely solemn. Turning around, he bowed at the incoming person and said, Yes, uncle. I'm only explaining to them the rules of the palace. I'll leave now. Then, he left the group, leaving Yi Futian speechless. Qijie's change was really quick. Bai Luli. Qijie secretly transmitted his voice to Yi Futian as he walked into the distance. Yi Futian's eyes sparkled. The Lord of Wanxiang Pavilion had calculated the destiny of Bai Luli before, so what was the result? So you're here. King Kong Sage walked to Yi Futian. Senior. Yi Futian greeted. You and Yu Xing are disciples of my brother. So just call me uncle. King Kong Sage said. Uncle. Good. Although you have your own masters, anyone who teaches you can also be called your master. When you see the Lord next time, you may call him master. Of course, if you're really unwilling, he will not force you. King Kong Sage looked at Yi Shaoshi and Yuan Zhan. As for you two, in the future, I'll be teaching you. Of course, in the Holy Ji Palace, most of the time you'll be relying on yourselves. There are plenty of resources around here. I understand. Everyone nodded. Qijie has told you the necessary things, right? King Kong Sage asked. Yes, Senior Qijie has told us that. Yi Futian replied. Great. In this case, I'll not say anything extra. From now on, you'll be disciples of Battle Sage Palace. Usually, you can do whatever you want and nobody will place any restrictions on you. Now you can go and familiarize yourselves with the place. King Kong's sage said. If you need anything, come and find me. Of course, if you're bullied in the Holy Ji Palace, don't come and look for me. That's the same for all the 6 pavilions. The people who can enter the Holy Ji Palace are all top geniuses, and you can fight as much as you please. It'll be too embarrassing to have you if you complain about being bullied. Then King Kong's sage also left the place. What a brief introduction! A strange expression appeared on Yi Futian's face. From Qijie and King Kong's sage's words, he could imagine how interesting his life in the palace would be in the future. Uncle, bye, Yi Futian said, smiling. He was already looking forward to his life here. Oh yeah? Just now Qijie was talking about destiny. The person who got tested was destined to go beyond the sage plane, King Kong's sage suddenly said, after which he disappeared into the distance. Nobody knew if he said so to give Yi Futian more stress. Above the sage plane was the saint plane. Bai Luli had the potential to become a saint. Chapter 587. Yi Futian had heard from his second sister that because of Bai Luli's presence, many powerful people in the Holy Ji Palace had come to a certain consensus. Now he knew that the Lord of Wenxiang Pavilion had calculated Bai Luli's destiny, so he could roughly guess some things. Yi Futian had heard from his second sister that because of Bai Luli's presence, many powerful people in the Holy Ji Palace had come to a certain consensus. Now he knew that the Lord of Wenxiang Pavilion had calculated Bai Luli's destiny, so he could roughly guess some things. It was no wonder that Holy Sage Pavilion had chosen Bai Zhe and Zhuge Xing instead of him, the top performer for the entrance assessment. It was clearly not because of Bai Zhe. After all, everyone saw how Bai Zhe had lost to Yi Futian, and the people in the Holy Ji Palace were not blind. It was only because Bai Luli meant something extraordinary to the palace. Nevertheless, Yi Futian was somewhat puzzled. Apart from people like Bai Luli, who had displayed an unbelievable potential, everyone in the Barren Sky ranking was only strong in terms of their combat powers. Yi Futian had never heard of the existence of an actual saint. However, the top 3 schools all had divine teachings as their founder was a saint. As the best place to cultivate in the whole of the Barren State, the Holy Ji Palace certainly had divine teachings as well. There must have been saints from the palace in the past. Could it be that saints could not stay in the Barren State so they had to go to a superior region? Or perhaps was there another reason? Luan, stay here with the condor and tidy the place up. We'll go and familiarize ourselves with the palace, Yi Futian said. Cultivators usually did not have a high demand for good accommodation. Qijie had also told them that most people of the 6 pavilions had gone to cultivate, and only a handful would stay in the pavilions. Yi Futian clearly wanted to see what kind of place this holy land of the Barren State looked like. All right. Lulan Shui nodded gently. I'll stay behind to help, Yi Qinxian said, smiling. Sure. Yi Futian nodded. Let's go. Then, the 4 people left. They went outside Battle Sage Palace and gazed at the island city they were on. It was endless and even they could not see the edge of the island. The entire island city was a place for cultivation. The palace is so big. I don't think we can know the place well anytime soon. Where do we start? Yi Shaoshi asked. Yi Futian also felt the same way. When we came just now, didn't we see an area filled with activities? We'll go there first. When we meet other people, we can also ask about the situation of the palace, Yi Futian said. Nobody had any objections. Therefore, the 4 people stepped into the air and walked towards a certain place. After a while, Yi Futian and his friends arrived in a region filled with streets. Indeed, there were many people around. Somewhere in the place, there was a stone wall with some writings on it. Many people were standing there, looking at the wall. Hua Fan actually got a place in Sage Palace. Another top genius of the Holy Ji Palace managed to enter Sage Palace. A new person will definitely appear on the Barren Sky ranking in the future. I wonder who'll be kicked out of the ranking. many people were discussing among themselves. Hua Fan was a disciple of Holy Sage Pavilion. It was written on the stone wall that he had obtained the approval of Holy Sage Pavilion to enter Sage Palace, causing many to feel emotional. Although they already knew about Hua Fan's talents long ago, he had actually gotten himself a place in Sage Palace in merely 6 years. It was still somewhat astonishing. The disciples of the Holy Ji Palace all knew what that meant. All the cultivators who had entered Sage Palace in the past had also appeared on the Barren Sky ranking. Many famous people could be used as examples, including the Lord of White Cloud City, the leader of the Zhuge family, Bai Luli, and of course, many powerful people of the Holy Ji Palace. When he goes to Sage Palace this time, Hua Fan will probably try to break through into the Sage Plain, someone said. Indeed. 6 years ago, Hua Fan elegantly got first place in the entrance assessment. He was honored as the most talented person in the palace after Bai Luli. After that, he started his rapid climb in the Holy Ji Palace. I didn't expect him to be able to enter Sage Palace in such a short time. I suppose Shimin Hanjiang should feel some pressure now, someone said. Shimin Hanjiang was the top performer in the assessment 3 years ago. He was honored as the rarest genius of Shimin clan in Zhongzhou City, and had taken Bai Luli as his goal. Now, Hua Fan, who had entered before him, had already obtained a chance to enter Sage Palace. Shimin Hanjiang would clearly have some thoughts on this. Shimin Hanjiang is talented, but it'll not be easy for him to enter Sage Palace. Within the cohort 3 years ago, there are people who are no weaker than him, someone commented, smiling. There were countless geniuses in the Holy Ji Palace. However, only a handful could enter Sage Palace. I just received news that the top performer in this cohort had already entered the palace not long ago, someone said. The top performers of the entrance assessments would always receive much attention. The disciples in this cohort will come here one after another. It seems like the place will get more lively for quite a while. I heard that there was a major conflict between Futian and Bai Zhe. In the arena, he almost disabled Bai Zhe and humiliated him badly. The Holy Ji Palace will surely be busy in the future. I heard of that as well. It's said that when Bai Zhe was chatting, he publicly invited Hua Jiayu to enter the palace with him, ignoring Yi Futian's presence. He did not expect himself to meet a tough opponent this time and cause Yi Futian's rage. However, it's indeed embarrassing for Bai Zhe this time. His brother is so unparalleled and outstanding, but he was humiliated openly in the assessment. I'm sure he really wants to kill Yi Futian now. This time, a few people did not manage to enter the Holy Ji Palace, but I heard that there are also quite a few good ones. Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, Su Kei, Divine Spiritual Sorcerer Hua Jiayu, and many others are all not bad. Although Bai Zhe lost, his talents are not that weak either. Is it? Suddenly, a young man with white-colored skin walked over. He looked delicate, and his face was filled with a gentle smile. From his smile, one could tell that he was an extremely confident person. I think that assessment this time is only SOSO, the young man said, smiling. Everyone turned their heads and looked at the young man, interested. Someone smiled and said, Yun Feng, you entered Daozang Palace last year, becoming a disciple of Sage Daozang directly. So you did not participate in the assessment not long ago. I'm sure you looked down on the newcomers? A gentle smile appeared on Yun Feng's face. Every 3 years, the top few people of the assessment in the Holy Ji Palace would attract the attention of everyone and be in the spotlight. However, he did not take part because of his confidence in himself. Whether he attended the assessment or not, the outcome would be the same. His goal was Sage Palace of the Holy Ji Palace. 2 grade 9 nobles managed to enter the top 10. How powerful do you think the newcomers this time are? Yun Feng said casually. Then, he stopped talking about this and looked on the stone wall before him instead. Hua Fan had obtained the rights to enter Sage Palace. Only this was his target. Everyone looked at Yun Feng, smiling. They were not surprised by his words. Yun Feng was the descendant of craftsmen. He had started his cultivation from drawing and his skills were fascinating. Craftsmen and Sage Daozang were good friends. Therefore, Yun Feng was sent to the Holy Ji Palace to cultivate under Sage Daozong. Craftsmen had once said in the future Yun Feng's skills would surpass his. After entering the Holy Ji Palace, Yun Feng had indeed also displayed his talents. Although he was young, he was already famous in Daozong Palace. It was, therefore, no surprise that he would say so. Indeed, I agree with you, someone suddenly said. Everyone turned around and saw a few people walking towards them. The person who just spoke was handsome and young. Is it? Yun Feng glanced at the people around him and smiled. 2 grade 9 nobles could enter the top 10. Indeed, the people in the assessment this time are too weak. The 2 people must have been lucky. The young man replied, smiling. Yun Feng smiled gently and did not say anything else. Many people looked at the young man and one of them asked curiously, "You all look unfamiliar. Are you the newcomers this time?" Someone also had a strange expression on his face as he looked at the few people who had just arrived. He had watched the assessment this time. Yes. The young man nodded. Who are you? Let's see if we've heard of you. Someone asked, smiling. Futian. The young man replied. Hearing his words, everyone was stunned, causing the place to fall into a deafening silence. Then, many people started laughing and looked at Futian keenly. It was really interesting. Yun Feng was also startled and looked at Futian just beside him. This time, he did not divert his stare immediately. Then, he said, "I'm Yun Feng." Futian looked at the stone wall before him. Clearly, he also saw that Hua Fan was allowed to enter Sage Palace, and this confirmed his guess. The Holy Ji Palace indeed had divine teachings. In another place on the stone wall, there was a list of names carved from the top down. The first name was Hua Fan, who had obtained a place in Sage Palace. In the last place, Futian saw his own name. "Seniors, what's this?" Futian asked, smiling. Many people looked at Futian curiously. One of them replied, "The law rank. We also call it the small barren sky ranking. Junior Yi, your name was already on the ranking when you joined us. Although it's last place, you have still exceeded most people. The law rank of the Holy Ji Palace only contained 100 people, all of which must be noble plain disciples of the Holy Ji Palace. Just like the actual barren sky ranking, it ranked disciples according to their talents and potential. It was thus also known as the small barren sky ranking. The targets of the sages in the Holy Ji Palace would be the barren sky ranking. Futian had just entered the palace and not displayed anything. However, he was already on the ranking. It was obviously because he was the top performer for the assessment this time, although he was only in the last place. Futian also saw Yun Feng's name. He was ranked 96th on the law rank. It was no wonder that Yun Feng was unhappy. I was indeed lucky. Do ignore me, Futian said, smiling as if he was very humble. This was everyone to be curious. Was he really the top performer, the person who was said to defeat Bai Zhe and Huang Zhouge? Oh yeah? I'm completely unfamiliar with the palace. What place is this? Futian asked. This is the place where the law rank is. It's called the Law Battle Area. If disciples of the Holy Ji Palace want to have a law battle, they can do it on the law battle platform not far from here. Doesn't the Holy Ji Palace prohibit fighting? Why is there a place meant for battles? Futian asked curiously. It's good to have something formal. The person replied, smiling. Moreover, if someone on the law rank initiates a law battle, it'll affect the ranking. I got it. Apart from this law battle area, what other places are there? Futian asked further. The region around the law battle area is known as the Law Power Zone. There are 7 intriguing secret zones which are suitable for all kinds of sorcerers to cultivate. If you go further forward, you will find the Sky-Reaching Tower. That acts as a dividing line. The Sky-Reaching Tower is a treasure of Battle Sage Palace and can train the physical strength of martial arts cultivators. Beyond the Sky-Reaching Tower are various places meant for cultivation. You will find blessed caves, mountains and relics, and secret zones left by seniors. That region is the most extensive one and occupies half of the island city. You'll need to see that for yourself. Apart from those, the 6 pavilions here all have their own places for cultivation. Lastly, there is the relic of Sage Palace, the restricted area of the Holy Ji Palace. The person very patiently introduced these places briefly to Yi Futian. Yi Futian nodded. Thank you, Senior. Don't mention it. You will get the same answer by asking anyone else. That person smiled warmly. Yi Futian believed that the vast island city was sufficient for him to grow to the level he needed. If he had the chance, he would definitely want to enter the Sage Palace. Suddenly, a loud sound erupted from the distance. Everyone raised their heads and looked at that direction, where a battle seemed to be in action. Many loud collisions could be heard. It's the law battle platform. Junior Yi, let's go and take a look? Someone asked Yi Futian, looking at him. Sure. Yi Futian nodded. Then, the group left the place and walked towards the location of the battle. Soon, they arrived at the law battle platform. 2 cultivators were fighting against each other on the platform at the moment, and many people were standing around them, watching. Zhongli? Yi Futian's eyes sparkled. In the arena, one of the cultivators was releasing his life spirit, which was a tripod. It was precisely Zhongli who had entered the Holy Ji Palace with him. He was from the Separation Road and lost to Yuan Zhan's 9 heavenly attacks. Nevertheless, he was very strong. However, at the moment, Zhongli was losing the fight. His opponent was a grade 6 noble, which was higher than him. Zhongli tenaciously defended himself for a while. In the end, he was still smashed onto the ground and spat up a lot of blood. The person who had defeated Zhongli stood arrogantly in the sky. Looking at Zhongli from above, he said, Only geniuses can enter the Holy Ji Palace, and the same goes to you as well. However, when you're here, you need to understand that you should keep a low profile as a newcomer. Zhongli's face darkened. He did not expect himself to be humiliated like this in the first battle here. A strange expression appeared on Yi Futian's face. Newcomer? Low profile? In any case, he had always been keeping a low profile. Yi Futian. Suddenly, a person who had watched the assessment battles looked at Yi Futian. And Yu Xing Yuan Zhan. They're all in the top 10 in the assessment this year. Many people turned around and stared at Yi Futian and his friends. Top performer of the assessment. A grade 9 noble in the law rank. Many people smiled. One person even asked, Top performer, did you come to the law battle platform to have a fight? Passing by only. Yi Futian replied, smiling. Since you're here, why don't you try? I want to see how strong the top performer this time is. The person who had just defeated Zhongli said. His name was Wang Yu. 3 years ago, he was only selected by the 1,000 Holy Island due to his low level. However, he managed to enter the core island with his talents. No. I was only lucky to be the top performer. Clearly, I'm no match for you. Yi Futian said, smiling. Let's go. Then, the group started walking away from the place. Yi Futian had come to the Holy Ji Palace to cultivate and become strong quickly. It would be best to avoid any battle. Since you're in the law rank, you don't have to be so humble. Wang Yu released his aura which enveloped Yi Futian. He was still unwilling to give up. No, Yi Futian said softly. Then, he suddenly turned around. Enveloped with the wind, the 4 people charged towards Wang Yu directly, causing everyone around to be stunned. In the next instant, vines grew out from Yi Xiaoshu's body wildly. Yuan Zhan slapped out, while Yu Xing struck his god-slaying halberd forward directly. On the other hand, the polearm of divine destruction appeared in Yi Futian's hands and he attacked Wang Yu from midair with an astonishing force. This sudden change caused everyone to be flabbergasted, including Wang Yu. He used all his powers to defend, but many attacks landed onto his body at the same time. Bang, bang, bang. Many loud bangs were heard. Then, everyone saw Wang Yu's body collapse on the ground directly as he spat out blood. Let's go. Before anyone could react, Yi Futian and his friends had already left and gone up into the sky. Air. Many people were bewildered. Yi Futian was humbled just a second ago, but he suddenly attacked Wang Yu with his strongest move. That's despicable, someone said emotionlessly. Was this the top performance in this batch? Zhongli got up from the ground and said coldly. A grade 6 noble just challenged a grade 9 noble, and you're saying that he's despicable? Indeed, he was still too simple-minded. He should have been quick and ruthless just like Futian. It's still so boring in the end. Yunfeng smiled and shook his head. He thought that Futian, a genius who had just entered the law rank, would agree to the fight. Little did he expect something like this to happen. Therefore, he was somewhat disappointed. Then, he also left the place. On the other, Futian, who was flying in the air, cursed in his mind, "Idiot." Chapter 588. The region around the law battle area was known as the Law Power Zone. Futian spent one day walking around in the Law Power Zone, and he was somewhat shocked. The Holy Ji Palace was indeed a holy land for cultivators. On the left side of the Law Power Zone, there were the Ice Zone and the Flame Zone, while on the right were the Earth Zone and the Lightning Zone. In the region at the back, one could find an extraordinary storm, as well as countless ancient woods. Among the 7 powers, only the element of metal seemed to be missing. However, the sky-reaching tower at the front, which was honored as the best place for martial arts cultivators, was glittering in golden radiance and contained metal elemental powers. The region around the law battle area was known as the Law Power Zone. Futian spent one day walking around in the Law Power Zone, and he was somewhat shocked. The Holy Ji Palace was indeed a holy land for cultivators. On the left side of the Law Power Zone, there were the Ice Zone and the Flame Zone, while on the right were the Earth Zone and the Lightning Zone. In the region at the back, one could find an extraordinary storm, as well as countless ancient woods. Among the 7 powers, only the element of metal seemed to be missing. However, the sky-reaching tower at the front, which was honored as the best place for martial arts cultivators, was glittering in golden radiance and contained metal elemental powers. That was the most crowded place. Of course, Futian only visited the exterior of each zone to look at the situation inside. In the end, Yuxing, Yuanzhan, and Yi Shaoshi went to the sky-reaching tower, while Futian went to the left side of the Law Power Zone alone. Such a wonderful place was very useful for him as a noble plane cultivator. He would definitely not miss out on the opportunity. Futian went into the Ice Zone on the left side of the Law Power Zone. The entire place was white. Covered completely in ice, it looked desolate and freezing cold. Futian strolled on the ice and stared at the frozen ancient tree ahead, which looked like an ice statue. Even with Futian's level, he could still feel an intense wave of coldness. However, he did not stop and continued walking deeper. This was clearly a place for cultivators with ice elemental powers. The coldness grew rapidly in intensity. The frozen world, along with the silver, crystal-like tree, presented a different kind of beauty. From the icy ground, many traces of white, chilly gas were being released. The cold gas could actually seep into Futian's body, and it seemed to turn into a strange kind of ice elemental spiritual qi. They spread across his body bit by bit, causing his blood to flow slowly. Gradually, Futian's pace, and even his breathing, slowed down. Unknowingly, Futian felt that his thoughts and breathing were becoming slower as the coldness intruded into his body. Futian closed his eyes. Sensing the world around him with his spiritual energy, he discovered that even the flow of spiritual qi was diminishing. The entire world had slowed down. This was an effect caused by ice will. Apart from being slower, Futian's body was also covered with frost. If this was to continue, he would be frozen here forever. In this barren, icy world, Futian would very occasionally see other cultivators. They would normally sit down at a certain place, feeling the artistic conception and silence. After a cultivator reached the noble plane, absorbing spiritual qi and meditating would only allow his spiritual energy to grow by a limited amount. In this way, his rate of cultivation would be extremely slowly. To hasten it, he would need to focus on understanding noble will. Noble will of any element would do the job. Noble will was something that only noble plane cultivators could fully understand. It involved both spiritual energy and spiritual qi. Therefore, The deeper one's understanding was, the faster one's spiritual energy would grow. This was the reason why some noble plane cultivators were very likely to stagnate at a certain grade, unable to move forward. If both a cultivator's talents and resources were limited, he might encounter a bottleneck. The disciples of major forces were talented and had various resources, so they could obviously grow faster. For example, in the Holy Ji Palace, all the disciples were geniuses in the first place. In addition, they had natural resources to help their understanding and cultivation. Why would they not become strong? This was also the reason why cultivators would seek better colleges and forces. This place is really suitable for Luan. In the future, I'll find a way to let her cultivate here, Futian thought. Then, he walked some distance forward again. He realized that the deeper he went, the stronger the artistic conception became, and the more he could learn. In his body, a flame aura was flowing, resisting the corrosion from the coldness and preventing his body from being totally frozen. Sometimes, when he could not persist any longer, he would stop and cultivate. In this place, even time seemed to have slowed down. As Futian alternated between walking and stopping, 7 days passed. His understanding towards the element of ice had also grown deeper. However, he did not give up and continued walking into the deeper part. The cold gas being released from the ground was increasing. Futian activated freedom meditation and discovered that a mysterious current was flowing towards him from a place ahead and beneath the ground. It was as though the endless icy chi was coming from there. He wanted to see what exactly was causing this. Slowly, Futian felt that he was very close to his destination. In front of him, there was a frozen valley. He activated the fire elemental powers in his body to the maximum, and only then did he manage to reach the top of the valley. Looking down, he actually saw an icy lake, the Lake of Coldness, inside the valley. Icy currents were precisely being released from the Lake of Coldness and spreading outside, causing the entire place to be frozen. Futian activated the freedom meditation. He could feel a mysterious yet potent power from the Lake of Coldness, but he did not go down impulsively. Instead, he sat down at the top of the valley and closed his eyes, feeling the power around him. Days passed one after the other. Futian could feel the icy currents that had completely filled his surroundings slowly seep into his skin, blood, and bones. Suddenly, a beam of divine light appeared which looked like a crescent moon. As the divine light flew on his body, Futian also released one of his life spirits, a lonely moon. At the same time, an emerald green color glittered on his body and an ancient tree could be vaguely seen. Then, the three started to greedily devour the ice elemental chi around him. The icy chi flew into Futian's body and eventually into his life palace. Even the world tree was covered in frost as it rustled, producing a desolate and cold sight. At the moment, Futian was somewhat shocked. He actually managed to do it. After he entered the noble plane and understood more about noble will, the world tree could actually absorb the will of various elements. Of course, this was because the coldness was seeping into his body slowly. If someone attacked him by casting a powerful ice elemental spell, he would be frozen to death before being able to absorb anything. In the blink of an eye, 3 more days passed. Futian's body was already covered in white frost. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and even his pupils seemed to have been turned silver. Shaking his body, the frost on his body dropped to the ground. Then, he stood up and walked slowly towards the Lake of Coldness in the valley. Accompanied by many rustlings, emerald green stems and leaves extended from his body, absorbing the icy currents flowing past him. Finally, he reached the edge of the Lake of Coldness. His body was covered by frost which was then absorbed by his life spirit, and the whole process kept repeating itself. He knew well that without the world tree, he would not have made it this far, and would have not dared to try it in the first place. It's not water. It's an icy lake condensed from the icy currents. What's down there? Futian muttered to himself. The stems of the world tree continued to extend from his body and entered the Lake of Coldness, going deeper. Futian also walked out and submerged into the lake slowly. His world tree spirit enveloped his body, and he did not dare to be even slightly careless. In the lake of coldness, Futian continued his way down with his entire body covered in his life spirit. As he went deeper, he finally saw what was on the bed of the lake of coldness. It was a crystalline, silvery snow lotus which was so clean that not even the slightest amount of dirt could be found on it. The petals of the lotus were also silver in color. As it swayed in the lake slowly, icy currents were released from it. This place is frozen and contains an endless amount of coldness. Is this only because of the lotus below? Futian was astonished. What lotus was this? Although he knew that there were many rare things in the world, this was the first time he saw such a powerful snow lotus. The lotus had given birth to an entire world, one that was covered by intense coldness. Futian's body was covered by his life spirit, but he could still feel how terrifying the icy currents trying to invade his body were. He did not want to stay any longer. What's that? Suddenly, Futian actually saw an ice statue beside the lotus. Someone was frozen inside. Was this someone from the Holy Ji Palace who had died by entering the relic with brute force? The vines of the world tree swept out and grabbed the ice statue. Then, Futian ascended from the bed of the lake. He did not want the frozen body to remain there forever. Very soon, Futian was out of the lake of coldness again. He brought the ice statue and left the valley, returning to the top. Then, he put the statue down. Futian looked at the ice statue as his glance turned into a long stare. The person inside the transparent ice statue was actually an extremely charming lady. Moreover, she was wearing only simple undergarments. She looked sexy and exquisite, and her skin was white and flawless, as if it had merged with the ice. That's so unfortunate, Futian muttered to himself. With such an outstanding appearance, she must have been a genius from a top family or force. She actually died cultivating in the Holy Ji Palace. Futian put his hand on the ice and his fire elemental power slowly melted it away. Very quickly, a flawless body was lying on the ground. Her skin was as pure as snow, as if she had merged with the ground. Perhaps because she had been frozen, no injuries could be observed on her body and her skin looked extremely delicate. Even if you want to cultivate, why did you have to dress like this and enter the lake? Futian muttered to himself, not knowing what to do. If he just carried the corpse of the beauty outside, there would certainly be a huge misunderstanding. However, it was also bad to just leave her here. Please forgive me. After withdrawing his life spirit, Futian took out a piece of cloth and put it around the lady's body. He could not care if there would be a misunderstanding. Who asked him to be so kind? Then, he picked the body up off the ground. He could feel that the lady's skin was still soft and smooth, just like that of an ordinary person's. Lifting his foot, Futian walked towards the outside. In the silvery world, Futian carried the body towards the entrance. Suddenly, someone asked, "Is it comfortable?" "Yup." Futian nodded subconsciously. "Wait." Futian staggered and immediately looked at the person he was carrying. He saw a pair of clear and pretty eyes staring at him, as cold as the freezing world. Then, he felt her breath and heartbeat. A corpse coming to life! Futian immediately withdrew his hands. Accompanied by a soft thud, the lady fell to the ground. However, she did not seem to have felt anything and was still staring coldly at Futian. Then, she got up from the ground. With her back facing Futian, she took out her clothes from her storage ring and covered her wonderful body up with a silver-colored windbreaker. When she turned around, Futian raised both of his hands up and said in a shaking voice, "It's just a misunderstanding." He really wanted to curse. Was this lady mad? She ran to the lake of coldness to be frozen, and also had not worn enough clothing. The lady was still staring at him. Then, she reached out her hand. Immediately, Futian was slowly frozen as an extremely intense coldness seeped into his body. Futian shivered. The lady was at the peak of the noble plane. Air. Futian wanted to curse, but he still smiled and explained. It's really a misunderstanding. The coldness continued to invade his body. Stomping on the ground, Futian jumped into the air immediately, his speed as fast as lightning. However, an enormous ice wall suddenly appeared on the path before him. At the same time, his body was almost frozen, and he could hardly move. "Listen to my explanation!" Futian shouted. How unlucky did he have to be? Chapter 589. Yun Xuexing studied in the Daozong Palace, and was a student of sage Daozong. Her ice elemental powers were intriguing. She had been to the world of ice many times and was often seen training there. As her plane grew, she was able to step into the lake of coldness to experience the true will of ice in order to further her training. She immersed herself within the lake of coldness, having her skin touch the cold currents directly to become one with the true will of ice. It was as if she had always been a part of the ice. Yun Xuexing studied in the Daozong Palace and was a student of sage Daozong. Her ice elemental powers were intriguing. She had been to the world of ice many times and was often seen training there. As her plane grew, she was able to step into the lake of coldness to experience the true will of ice in order to further her training. She immersed herself within the lake of coldness, having her skin touch the cold currents directly to become one with the true will of ice. It was as if she had always been a part of the ice. As she was at the pinnacle of her noble plane, she needed to break into the sage plane. However, she did not expect when she awakened that not only was she unable to make a breakthrough, and had not developed any further comprehension of anything, but she found herself in someone else's embrace, someone male. Yun Xuexing extended her hand, forcing streaks of cold currents into Futian's body. He felt the flow of his blood and the flow of spiritual qi around him slow. That very state was the state of the place they were in. The woman's comprehension was deep, and she had already developed the ability to conjure something that resembled what the space they were in was like, using her cold will alone. Futian lifted his head and saw very pointy icicles hanging right over his head in the air. If any one of them was to fall, he would lose his head. This woman is really serious, he thought. Don't you want to know what I've done to you? Futian asked loudly. Yun Xuexing halted whatever she was doing and her eyes froze. Her eyes turned ice cold as her chest heaved. He actually did something to me? Seeing her stop, Futian explained quickly. I saw you being sealed inside the lake of coldness and thought you might have accidentally fallen into it. I fished you out of mercy, and is this how you would return my kind act? I was training. Yun Xuexing was so cold that it sent shivers down Futian's spine. You get naked when you train? Futian asked. Go to hell. The icicles hanging over Futian's head fell, and his body felt as if it was paralyzed by the power of cold, making movement nearly impossible. The palace forbids the killing of one's own, and you are about to violate that rule, Futian shouted. Indeed, one should really never judge a book by its cover. I wouldn't have thought that someone this beautiful could get this vicious. I wouldn't have saved her otherwise. No one else is here to see anything, Yun Xuexing replied coldly. Dazzling lights glimmered about Futian's body. The encroaching cold was absorbed bit by bit as they talked. A shimmering light blasted, and the polearm of divine destruction appeared. The implement blasted the icicles above him like a bolt of lightning, and a flying boat appeared beneath his legs at an incredible speed. The icicles were all destroyed by the polearm, and rumbling noises reverberated. Futian vanished from where he was. Yun Xuexing was stunned, and her expression turned even colder. That slimy asshole. She burst forward and chased after Futian. Futian took to the sky, attempting to leave the ice zone and make for the law battle area. There will be more people outside, and that wretch wouldn't dare do anything then. Just what did I do to her to have her come for my neck? Women are vicious creatures indeed. It was fortunate that Headmaster Qingyuan had given the flying boat to him, a device of unparalleled speed. However, Yun Xuexing's level was far higher than his. Against someone at the pinnacle of the noble plane, he was unable to shake her off, even running away using a ritual implement. If she were to get any closer, he would fall under the influence of her cold spells. The chase took place at a neck-breaking speed as they gradually reached the edge of the icy cold world. Futian continued running as they went outside the area, and he found the woman continuing the chase, but she was unable to close in on him. I was just trying to be nice. Do you have to go this far? Futian shouted at the silhouette behind him. cold spears zipped at him. Futian was startled enough that he turned around and continued steering the flying boat forward in an arc. He was irritated. He was able to understand the annoyance that the woman behind him was going through. While it was all just a misunderstanding, awakening to see herself in the embrace of a stranger, who was a man, was still something no woman would want to experience. He explained what happened, and she continued to come for his neck, and that was too much for him. Both zipped past in the air and finally made it into the law battle area. Futian sighed in relief. That woman won't dare do anything now that we're here. Two people below were puzzled. Is that Yun Xuexing of Daozang Palace? Yun Xuexing was known for her diligence in training, and she was hardly seen anywhere. She had immense talent and was a stunning beauty. Her high rank in the law rank made her a famous figure in the Holiji Palace, and many knew her. Who is she going after? Someone looked in the direction of the chase. That's Futian. The one who ranked first in the battle to enter the Holiji Palace. Someone else answered, and many flocked to see what was going on. Just how did that newbie manage to get on Yun Xuexing's bad side? Futian continued forward. The golden sky-reaching tower was seen right before him, and there were many disciples of the palace about. Many saw the two silhouettes in a chase in the air, and some came before Futian, trying to block his way. Futian frowned and stopped at a certain distance between him and the woman chasing him. He had never seemed to have offended anyone, so he was puzzled as to why there were people blocking his way. Don't you think you've gone too far, girl? Futian stopped, turning around to address Yun Xuexing coming at him. The air around them turned incredibly cold in an instant. The current seemed to slow down, and the cold encroached yet again, making Futian feel as if he was still within the ice zone. Yun Xuexing scanned the ones around him without saying a word. What did he do to offend Sister Yun? One of the people who went to block Futian off asked Yun Xuexing. Futian had only realized then that it was not that he had done anything to offend the other guy, but that the other guy wanted to somehow show off to the woman chasing him. Yun Xuexing did not answer, as she was simply unable to. She looked at Futian with cold eyes and said, "Come with me." "Go with you?" Futian eyed Yun Xuexing, not knowing what she was up to. "Are you trying to make me take responsibility for you or something?" Futian asked with a smirk. Everyone within earshot froze at the question. Taking responsibility for Yun Xuexing? Yun Xuexing was stunned herself. Her expression was incredibly cold, and many murmured below them. It was only when Futian's name was spoken that they knew that the young man was the number one newbie, and the one who ranked last on the law rank. It was also said that the young man was incredibly shameless. He went about ambushing Wan Yu despite being new to the place, having no consideration for status or face whatsoever. Just what did this guy do, Yun Xuexing? Silence. Yun Xuexing said coldly. Come with you and I will not kill you. Kill? Many got even more intrigued, specifically about what Futian did. Sister Yun, what has he done to you? A girl asked again. She looked incredibly stunning and carried herself with an air of elegance. She also studied in Daozang Palace, and shared an amicable bond with Yun Xuexing. Suspecting that Futian had actually done something to her friend, she looked at Futian with a tinge of hostility. Nothing, Yun Xuexing answered lightly while keeping her eyes on Futian. Just go. I'll just pretend it never happened, and you and I never meet each other, Futian said, looking at Yun Xuexing. Yun Xuexing responded by taking a step forward, her cold aura increasingly intense, and her spells went on to encompass Futian. Many saw that he was about to be thoroughly frozen in mere seconds. The freezing power was extremely intense, so much so that not even flames would have been able to do anything to withstand it. He felt his body being encroached and his blood about to freeze. If you won't stop what you're doing, I'll tell everyone what happened between us, Futian said loudly, and everything seemed to freeze instantly. Everyone lifted their heads to look at Futian. What happened between the two of them? What did he do to Yun Xuexing? As expected, Yun Xuexing stopped what she was doing. Despite her temperance, it was not hard to see that she was still infuriated, and her eyes were still fixed on Futian. Nothing happened between us, Yun Xuexing said coldly. If that is actually true, tell what happened and let everyone judge for themselves. Yi Futian added. Yi Futian. Yun Xuexing uttered his name coldly. She came to know his name from the chatter taking place below her. I'll remember you. Yun Xuexing glared at Yi Futian before turning around and leaving. The cold aura dispersed, and Yi Futian sighed. However, the relief did nothing to ease his frustration. His kindness was viciously returned. He had become a big, glowing target. Worse still, he had been threatened. I sure as hell don't think anyone would be alright with something like that happening to them, he thought. Nice body you have there. Yi Futian quipped as he saw Yun Xuexing walking away. Yun Xuexing halted briefly and shuddered before leaving the scene. She did not get herself entangled further, as she knew he would actually make good on his words. Many present were infuriated by Yi Futian's words. What do you mean, nice body? Why had Sister Yun chased him all over the place like that yet did not end up daring to lift a finger against him? Their conversation piqued the interests of many. Just what did that bastard do to Yun Xuexing? Many disciples of Daozong Palace revered and idolized the cool beauty who ranked high on the law rank, and they were immensely irked at Yi Futian making a pass at her. Has this guy no shame? Someone asked coldly. What a vile creature! No one expected the one who ranked first in the law battles would be so despicable. It was only natural that Yi Futian heard everything and felt everyone's hostility towards him. However, he was never one to bother himself much with the opinions of others. He saw no need to explain himself. He glanced at the sky-reaching tower and made his way there. He figured it would do him good to train for a bit since he was already there. You think you can just walk away like this? A dashing youth crossed his arms and looked at Yi Futian, blocking his way. Yi Futian frowned and asked, Do I know you? The youth gave a sarcastic smirk. It was obvious that they did not know each other. Teach him how we do things here in the Holy Ji Palace, someone quipped. It was the girl who seemed to be a friend of Yun Xuexing. Her cold eyes continued to glare at Yi Futian. And who would you be? Yi Futian could not help but ask the girl as several people walked in his direction. You don't need to know. How dare you behave so insolently when you have just arrived here? Insulting Sister Yun and all. She might have let you off the hook, but we are not done. The girl took to the air. Her hair billowed and her expression remained cold. She felt compelled to teach him a lesson, even if he was the champion of the law battle. Chapter 590. Yi Futian looked at the girl before him. Yun Xuexing might have gone looking for trouble for some solid reason, but the girl before him was simply sticking her nose in places she should not have. Yi Futian looked at the girl before him. Yun Xuexing might have gone looking for trouble for some solid reason, but the girl before him was simply sticking her nose in places she should not have. Brother Qijie was right. There were hardly any rules in the palace. He knew one cold hard fact about the palace: might makes right. He recalled the words of his senior, and found that it was all the same no matter where he ended up. Most of the time, one's fist was more compelling than one's words. It was a pity that he was a newbie to the place, and everyone else was a part of the Holy Ji Palace before he was. Most of them advanced from the 1,000 Holy Islands. There were also people who were selected from examinations 3 years and 6 years ago. It was only natural that most people had more training than he did, especially those who were there years before him. The levels of those people were way above his, one of them being Yun Xuexing, who was at the top of the noble plane. As such, the so-called righteous indignation that they seemed to be going through then was simply a mask for something far simpler: bullying the new guy. It was especially so given that the new guy was the one who ranked first in the entrance examination held earlier, who got ranked on the law rank as soon as he got in. It was only natural that one such figure would attract attention. Yi Futian smiled and said, I'm new to the palace, and in terms of planes and levels, everyone present would be my senior. Your so-called teaching me how you do things here is exactly what I see before me. He cast his glance onto everyone present as he said. Everyone knew what his seemingly polite words actually meant. He was criticizing them for bullying. However, there was hardly anyone moved by his words. Someone replied with a smirk. Well, are you telling me that you have forgotten what you did, ambushing others and all back at the law battle tablet? It's only natural that we be wary. So that is to say, that you seniors find it imperative to gang up on the new guy, which would be me, then? Futian asked with a smile. Gang up? The cross-armed youth looked at Futian and answered. We know what you are trying to pull here, but you think too highly of yourself. Pick any one of us here and fight. If you manage to win, we'll let you off. How about that? Many looked on with interest. While they saw Futian to be some vile creature, they were none the less curious of what he was capable of, and this proved to be a good chance to see what he was made of. The fight would also have the added benefit of teaching him a lesson and having him know his place. And you would be speaking for? Futian asked as he looked about. The youth was dumbfounded. He was indeed incapable of speaking for anyone present, yet the fact remained that many shared his thoughts at the moment. The girl who talked about teaching Futian a lesson opened her mouth as Futian kept his gaze on the students around him. Your pick. And what is your plane? Futian nodded and asked the girl. Grade 5 noble. The girl answered coldly. I make it a point of not bullying women, Futian said crisply, rendering everyone around stunned. This guy really has no shame indeed. Not bullying women? Then what was he doing with Yin Shaixing? It was unexpected for many that he was able to find such a grand excuse to mask his cowardice. There were probably no predecessors who entered the palace as a champion, and were as shameless as Futian. He was indeed a trailblazer in certain ways. Hua Fan of the Holy Sage Pavilion was a genius like no other, and even Shimin Hanjiang from 3 years ago was just as dashing. The one before their eyes, however, despite having incredibly good looks, was a despicable one like no other. It was a pity that someone so vile was so handsome. And you, senior, what is your plane? Futian looked at the cross-armed youth before him. Grade 6 noble. The youth smirked as he answered. I will fight you then. Futian added. As my plane was still low, may I be allowed to use a ritual implement? Beware of traps. The girl beside the youth reminded. That is one vile creature, and you can't just fall into his trap. Furthermore, despite being despicable and shameless, his might as the champion to enter the palace was not just for show, and he is definitely powerful to a certain extent. He needs prowess equal to a grade 7 noble plane to be a champion. If he is allowed the use of sage ritual implements, he will be difficult to deal with when he gets serious. They had already given Futian a chance to challenge who he fancied, and they were not about to say yes to such a request. Of course, you should be allowed to use a ritual implement yourself, Futian said plainly after sparing a glance at the girl. All right then. The youth smiled. No member of the Holy Ji Palace was someone common who could be found just anywhere. It was a given that the youth packed something tremendous himself, and Futian had no way of getting an edge using such tricks. I thank you for your generosity. May I know your name? If I were to lose, I'd at least like to know to whom I lost, Futian added. The name's Yen Xian, the youth said. Aren't you talking a little too much? I look forward to learn from you, senior, Futian said as he cupped his hands. He took out the polearm of divine destruction without saying another word, and he became clad in starlight. That is a pretentious one. Many looked at Futian, who behaved politely despite obviously feeling very irritated inside. He had smiled broadly and addressed the other party as senior. They were rather impressed at the thickness of his hide. Make your move, Yen Xian said plainly. Terrifying thunderous power blazed in a mere instant. Their surroundings trembled instantaneously as Yen Xian seemed to have become another person. A shadow of a tremendously huge thunder god appeared behind him. The shadow carried a thunder hammer that seemed to be able to crush the earth beneath them with one swing. Yen Xian, the proud son of the top force of Zhongzhou City, the Lightning Court. He had only broken through noble plane about 3 years ago and had earned the favor of the elders in the Daozhong Palace of the Holy Ji Palace shortly after. He was offered a place in the palace. Now 3 years had passed, and his training progressed to grade 6 noble plane. He had acquired impeccable control of the power of lightning will. While Yen Xian was eager to teach the newbie who was the champion of the law battle, he did not allow himself to underestimate his opponent. The guy who was all smiles before him, Futian, knew no restraint when he got serious, and Wan Yu served as a shining example. The sky was shrouded by lightning, and everyone backed away. The battle between the proud nobles in the Holy Ji Palace would have easily affected large areas. The sky was soon turned into a space of lightning. Starlight shimmered around Futian, yet his starry world seemed to be overwhelmed. The god of thunder was about 100 meters tall and looked like a true god. The eyes of the thunder god flashed. It shot a fearsome bolt of lightning, lashing out at Futian. Vroom! The wings of the rock flapped behind Futian as he evaded one attack after another. The lightning above his head kept aiming for him. Futian flew about in dazzling arcs as he evaded the incoming attacks. Lights shimmered within his life palace. The spiritual chi within and about him all turned into power of stars as rustling noises were heard, circling about him and flowing to his polearm of divine destruction. He activated the divine light of the stars, allowing the light of the stars flowing into his weapon to shine increasingly brightly. At that moment, the god of thunder's shadow extended a large palm from behind Yen Xian. It was a strike packed with immeasurable might of lightning, with the swirl of lightning in the palm looking like some terrifying vortex out to kill everything it touched. The palm struck at Futian. The sky seemed to be blocked out as streaks of lightning rained down on him, sealing off the space around him. Out of everyone he could have picked to fight, he had to pick Yen Xian. Many looked on with sarcastic looks. The champion of the battle to enter the Holy Ji Palace was about to learn his first lesson within the palace. Yen Xian entered the Holy Ji Palace as someone who had just broken into noble plane back in his day. His talents were incredibly extraordinary, despite being nowhere near as eye-catching as Futian's. The battle between the two was heavily in Yen Xian's favor, so much so that it was impossible for Futian to come out on top, for no other reason than Yen Xian was on a way higher plane than Futian. Futian's spiraling body seemed to be trying to escape, yet the palm continued to smack at him, and Futian seemed to be smacked soon enough. However, Futian flew in an arc, turning around to ride the lightning as he blitzed across the air, heading in Yen Xian's direction. The lightning bolts that were raining down hit Futian squarely, yet the glittering screen of starlight protected him. Cracks appeared and the screen gradually shattered, but Futian was about to escape the attack range of the palm and get close to Yen Xian. Humph! Yen Xian smirked. The tall god of thunder lifted the thunder hammer high, and brought it down on Futian. The strike seemed to be one out to kill everything in its path. At that very second, the polearm of divine destruction in Futian's hand lashed out. The ritual implement turned into a 100-meter-long staff, breathing starlight. The starry world around him turned even brighter, circling around the polearm of divine destruction. A force capable of cleaving heaven and earth seemed to be born. Even spectators who were watching from afar were able to feel the formless pressure bearing on them. That is one horrifying ritual implement. He was hiding it all along. The color of some people's faces changed. Be careful, the girl reminded. Futian hid the true might of the polearm of divine destruction before, making everyone think that it was a usual sage ritual implement. Its true might burst suddenly as stars glittered in the air. The implement brought the full brunt of the starry world upon its surrounding environment. It exuded an extremely unbearable pressure. It was as if the stars had all come down on one's shoulders. The weapon clashed with the thunder hammer. Rumbling noises were heard and storms whipped up in the air. Stars fell one by one in the starry world, turning into forces of immeasurable magnitude as they crashed down. Many saw the thunder hammer being thrown back, while the polearm continued its course downward. Yen Xian's expression finally changed. He shouted and the god of thunder took one step forward, blocking his body. When the polearm struck, it landed squarely within the shadow of the god of thunder, cracking its gigantic body. Puh! Yen Xian spat up blood and the shadow disappeared altogether. Futian turned into a bolt of lightning as he lashed out. Yen Xian felt a staff land on his body before he was able to recover. While the force of the incoming staff was nothing like before, it was nonetheless enough to send him flying, dropping him to the ground spewing blood. Yen Xian's face turned incredibly pale. He had intended to teach that so-called champion newbie a lesson in front of everyone, yet he ended up being the one getting beaten and injured. Just what was that thing packing so much power? Are you all right, senior? A figure came beside Yen Xian, and it was none other than Futian. Sincere concern was seen from his clear eyes. Was I going too far? Futian added as Yen Xian continued his silent. I'm sorry, senior. Had I known it would turn out like this, I wouldn't have used my full power. I'll go easier on you next time. PFFTT. Yen Xian spit up blood again, and his face turned even paler. Everyone around looked at Futian dumbfounded. Do you really have to add insult to injury? Just how shameless can you be? What will you have Yen Xian do from here on out? Get out of my sight, Yen Xian said coldly. Thank you, senior, Futian said with his hands cupped before walking past him and adding in a low voice. How were you unable to take even one hit? Were you going easy on me? He walked in the direction of the sky-reaching tower as he finished, leaving everyone standing dumbfounded where they were. Everyone was speechless. Yen Xian was so enraged that he shook all over. Many looked at him with eyes full of sympathy. While it was a common occurrence for one to lose a battle, the humiliating loss coupled with Futian's words made it unbearable for Yen Xian. You have great strength, so why be so despicable? Chapter 591. The sky-reaching tower glittered golden lights. Its golden dazzling sheen flowed from top to bottom and spread out to all corners. Futian was able to feel the immense pressure bearing down on him by simply standing at the edge of its vicinity. It was especially so when the golden sheen passed by his body. It felt as if magnificent energies were wandering about him. The sky-reaching tower glittered golden lights. Its golden dazzling sheen flowed from top to bottom and spread out to all corners. Futian was able to feel the immense pressure bearing down on him by simply standing at the edge of its vicinity. It was especially so when the golden sheen passed by his body. It felt as if magnificent energies were wandering about him. The law power zone consisted of ruins bearing powers of 6 elements, except for metal element. It was thought that metal element worked in synchronization with the tower, allowing one to develop comprehension of metal elemental will and temper one's body just by being around it. The base of the tower was open all day long. Every single door felt as if it were a cavern. A figure was seen standing right before Futian, who smiled as Futian walked in the tower's direction. Brother Qijia, Futian called. You are quite something yourself, little brother. You'll be famous here soon enough, Qijia said with a smile, thinking that Futian was indeed the champion of the law battles, bullying his seniors as soon as he made himself comfortable with the place and all. He used to hear that newbies were the ones being bullied. I'm afraid the correct word would be notorious instead. Futian shrugged, not caring whether he was famous or notorious. He was new to the palace, and his plane was low. He joked around and used tricks to save himself from trouble. While many were dissatisfied as to how he behaved in his first ever battle inside the palace, there was hardly anyone who bothered trying to understand what he was going through. Having a noble at the top of her plane out for his head, and then being surrounded by a group of middle-grade nobles was no pleasant experience. He did not find it feasible to just protest the indignation he suffered and fight his way out to show how noble he was as a person. If he had lost that very first battle, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Despite having won his battle in the palace, he was humiliated all the same. His title as the champion was thought to be a joke of some kind. If whacking each and every one of those who bullied him had been a doable solution, he would not have bothered saying much to them. What mattered most to him at the moment was that he train and improve his powers. Reputation was hardly a concern in comparison. During his travels on the Holy Road and the battles for entry into the Holy Ji Palace, he had endured all sorts of humiliation. However, no one was able to say or do anything once he came out on top. If there were to be a day where he ranked first on the law rank and gained entry to the Sage Palace, there would be no place for anyone to doubt his abilities. Your reputation will improve when you are able to beat all of them. Qijie smiled and added, "Oh right, that girl back then was Xiang Jiqin, a student of Sage Daozong. She has a high status, a princess of the Xiang kingdom who emerged from State Road. Isn't she pretty?" Futian frowned at Qijie. "Is this guy really a monk? Poison coated with sugar, I'd say. I have no care for external beauty anyway," Futian said plainly. While Xiang Jiqin was indeed a beauty, he found her domineering personality repulsive. "You will be good friends with the Buddha, little brother," Qijie said with a smile. "So what are you doing here, senior?" Futian stepped into the tower. Intense and terrifying pressure was felt welling up from below. Futian lifted his head to look at the top side of the tower while he was inside. There were 18 floors, and alcoves were found at the edge of every single floor. Many were seen sitting inside to train. The ones who are here most often are the people from the Battle Sage Palace, as this tower allows them to temper their physical bodies to further their martial arts, while at the same time train to develop their spiritual energies. There are 18 floors to the tower. How about you try and see how many floors you can go up? Qijie elaborated. Will do. Futian nodded. Yu Xing, Yi Shaoshi, and Yan Zhan were all training on the floors above. Is the pressure at the top floor the strongest? He asked. Indeed. You'll understand once you've experienced it yourself. Students of the Battle Sage Palace are all required to make it to the 18th floor before their teachers impart arts of the highest level for tempering their bodies, Qijie explained. Understood, brother Qijie. I'll go train now. Futian went straight for the first floor and found an empty spot. He sat down and within mere moments, golden sheens slithered about his body. He came to feel as if he was shouldering a tower and felt overwhelmed. The golden sheen seemed to pack fearsome penetration powers, hitting his body and making him feel as if he was being beaten up. The tremendous pressure permeated every inch of his body, making him feel as if he was being squeezed all over. I didn't expect the pressure of the very first floor to be this strong, Futian murmured to himself. After experiencing the pressure for some time, he went to the second floor, then the third, fourth, and so on. When he reached the 7th floor, he was able to feel terrifying forces bearing not just on his body, but also his mind. That feeling was indescribable. It was as if his very soul was being pressed down upon. Endless lights poured down, tearing away at both his body and soul. Within brief moments, Futian felt as if he was riddled in holes, his muscles torn all over, and his bones shattered completely. He was able to endure the pain for 1 hour before he had to leave the 7th floor. His body felt as if it no longer belonged to him, as if his will was forcefully torn away from his body. I can't believe Yu Xing actually made it to the 9th floor. Futian looked up and saw both Yi Shaoshi and Yan Zhan at the 8th floor, but they had been training there for some time which Futian had been spending in that world of ice. After taking some rest, Futian felt that his body was ready again. He then went up to the 7th floor, acclimatizing himself to the pressure. He felt as if something was calling out to him from within, yet at other times, shimmering lights permeating his body from top to bottom. It was like he was shouldering a tower. If one's body was weak, one could not withstand such pressure, and the same could be said if one's will was weak as well. After some time, a figure approached Futian and said plainly, Are you that champion who beat Yan Xian with one whack with the staff? Just luck, and mostly thanks to the power of the ritual implement. Hardly worth mentioning. Futian opened his eyes. The one before him was dumbfounded. It was rumored that Futian was a vile creature, yet he behaved completely otherwise instead. Before the figure was able to say anything further, Futian added, I admit defeat. The figure stared at him stunned, before shaking their head and leaving with a smile. This is boring indeed. Throughout the days Futian spent training in the tower, there were several people who came looking for him. He replied to them the same way he did the first person he spoke to in the tower. Futian was no longer seen in the tower after a while, as he went to the Law of Power zone. It was as he expected. The reputation of the champion was not good within the palace. Contrary to his reputation, however, his rank on the law rank rose instead. He was then ranked 97th, right behind Yunfeng. Daozong Palace, the Holy Ji Palace. Many students came before the majestic ancient temple. The proud students of the Daozong Palace all stopped training and returned to the palace itself. Sage Daozong personally lecturing that day to answer questions of the ones studying in the Daozong Palace, and to impart ways to train. It was a rare opportunity, something that only happens several times a year. It was only natural for the students of Daozong Palace to cherish such rare events. Furthermore, Sage Daozong was the one to give the most number of lectures out of all the lords from the 6 palaces and pavilions, and the students of Daozong Palace were also the most numerous. Hundreds flocked to the majestic ancient temple, and things looked marvelous. There were also students from other pavilions and palaces to join the lecture. Daozong Palace did not mind their presence, as all members of the Holy Ji Palace were welcomed. There were 2 figures seated on their cushions silently. The 2 came earlier and as such, were able to sit at the fore. Most looked at them with eyes of adoration. Those 2 were none other than the new students of the Daozong Palace, Hua Jieyu and Phoenix. Both figures shared 2 things in common. Both were hard-working in their training and both looked stunning. While Daozong Palace had always been known for their number of beauties, there were not many. There were 4 top-class beauties among the ones personally taught by the palace lord. Other than the 2 newbies, there were also Yun Xuexing and Xiang Jiqing. Of the 4, Hua Jiyu was most deemed the most perfect, for behaving like a fairy and seeming to embody all that was beautiful about the world. Phoenix exuded extraordinary elegance as if she was not of this world, clean and free from all that was unsightly about the world. Yun Xuexing was the cool beauty of the palace, and also one deemed to be worshipped. Xiang Jiqing was beautiful and elegant, with looks on par with the other 3. Most deemed the 4 to be the most beautiful sight the Daozong Palace had to offer. As such, it was a tremendously beautiful thing for all 4 of them to be present at one place. There was also one spot flocked to by many. A figure was seen sitting there and painting earnestly, a figure named Yunfeng. He drew very slowly and spared glances at the 2 figures in front of him occasionally. Many surrounded him, and watched the 2 he was drawing come to life on paper. He was only drawing their faces from the side, but it proved more than enough to tug the heartstrings of many. The painting seems to be imbued with the natural prowess of the gods, and it looks like a dream. Yun Feng's mastery of the arts is indeed impeccable, and he will become yet another famous painter one day. Yun Xing, rumor has it that you already have Sister Yun and Sister Xiang in your paintings. Are you adding the painting of Hua Jieyu and Phoenix to your collection as well? Someone asked with a smile from the side. They are both angels in the mortal world. If I would have them both in painting, they would become even more perfect, free from all forms of dirt from the mortal world. Yun Feng answered with a smile. He put his brush down and looked at his work, finding it satisfactory. Is that dirt you mentioned referring to Yi Futian? Someone else asked. Yun Feng stayed silent but seemed to have admitted to it nonetheless. Someone cast their gaze to the side. Yun Xuexing was seen there as well, looking pure and stunning. They found it hard to believe that such a woman had been defiled by Yi Futian. They came to know what Hua Jieyu looked like, and that she was indeed one of the top beauties in Daozong Palace. They were unable to believe Yi Futian would defile Sister Yun despite having one such girlfriend himself. It was only natural that students of Daozong Palace had a very low opinion of him. That guy is simply lower than trash. How can he do such a thing to Sister Yun? How could he when he has a girlfriend like Hua Jieyu? Hua Jieyu was seen standing up slowly at that very moment, before turning around and walking in Yun Feng's direction. Her eyes fell onto the painting, and she asked, "Do you mind destroying it?" "How could I possibly destroy such a masterpiece?" Yun Feng answered. Hua Jieyu spared a glance at him and added, "Allow me, then." She fixed her gaze on the painting. Flames jumped on the paper in mere moments, burning it to nothing. Many turned to look at Hua Jieyu. She really gives respect to no one, indeed. Yun Feng was still considered famous in Daozong Palace, and his seniors were good friends with Sage Daozong himself. "Do you really have to go this far? Even if you destroy it, what makes you think I wouldn't just paint another one?" Yun Feng asked Hua Jieyu with a smile. I'll destroy however many you paint. Hua Jieyu looked at Yun Feng, yet her smiling eyes carried a tinge of coldness. It was obvious that she minded his actions a lot, and it displeased her immensely. Yun Feng looked at Hua Jieyu and recalled a young man he saw on the law rank. Is it because of Yi Futian? Do you really have to, little sister? Xiang Jiqin walked in their direction and turned her eyes to Hua Jieyu. While that person has immense talent, he has little to offer in the way of propriety. He is little more than a despicable mongrel, and definitely not one to be bothered with. That has nothing to do with you. Hua Jieyu turned to look at Xiang Jiqin, and her expression turned fierce and unwavering. Throughout the days she spent training in Daozhong Palace in solace, she heard many bad things about Yi Futian. While gossip was indeed a fearful thing, one had no control over what others talked about. However, she was not about to tolerate others doing the same right in front of her, whoever they may have been. Sparks flew between the two as they locked their eyes at each other in such a sacred place. Chapter 592. Everyone at the Daozhong Palace wore tense expressions on their faces. Two beauties of the Daozhong Palace were actually at odds with each other over what Yi Futian had said. Everyone at the Daozhong Palace wore tense expressions on their faces. Two beauties of the Daozhong Palace were actually at odds with each other over what Yi Futian had said. Many were actually a little envious of Yi Futian, who had ranked first in the law battle and had garnered a bad reputation for himself. It made people somewhat jealous to see how protective Hua Jieyu was over him. But Yi Futian had also been that beast who had insulted older sister Yun. Younger sister, Jiqin only meant you well. Why act this way? Yun Feng piped up from the side, breaking the tension between the two. Xiang Jiqin smiled snidely. Since Hua Jieyu liked Yi Futian, there was nothing she could do about it anyway. I just feel sorry for you, younger sister. Xiang Jiqin spoke calmly. Insulting older sister Yun, launching a sneak attack during someone else's challenge. With such behavior, it's better that you take note of it in future, younger sister. Hua Jieyu looked at Xiang Jiqin. There had been much discussion over Yi Futian in the Daozhong Palace. Having paid attention to what was being said about him, Hua Jieyu was not surprised by what Xiang Jiqin had just said. Hua Jieyu walked over to Yun Xuexing. Looking down at her, she spoke. Older sister Yun, I don't know what caused the misunderstanding between the two of you, but I hope you can understand how he might feel being hunted down by a senior of your cultivations and plane. If he has done anything to offend you, I apologize on his behalf and ask for your forgiveness. But I assure you, he is definitely not what you think he is, older sister. Yun Xuexing looked up at the startlingly beautiful face. She had been training in seclusion at the cold pond all this while and had no idea what was happening in the outside world. It was only after returning to the Daozhong Palace that she learned that the man who had belittled her was actually the top disciple amongst those who had just entered the palace. Furthermore, she was shocked upon hearing that Hua Jieyu was his girlfriend, and it hit her that the events of that day might have indeed been a misunderstanding. But even if it was a misunderstanding, it was insulting to have been embraced by a man like that. That was why she had persistently pursued Yi Futian the other day. Thinking about that incident made feelings of indignation rise in her. But as Yi Futian was a disciple of the Holy Ji Palace, after all, there was nothing she could really do to him anyway. Besides, Hua Jieyu was a junior of hers, too. As such, Yun Xuexing replied, if he can make a public apology to clear the air, I'll let this incident go. Thank you, older sister. Hua Jieyu smiled at Yun Xuexing before her gaze turned once again to Xiang Jiqin. As for those supposed challenges, the disciples of the Holy Ji Palace are all amazing characters in their own right. If a group of people of a high plane was to surround a grade 9 noble who had just entered the palace, demand that he entertains their challenges and smear doubt over the integrity of his conduct, then I think those people should reflect on their own behavior first. That's enough. A calm voice rang out. The owner of the voice sat quietly on a praying mat before them. He was clothed in white robes that billowed onto the floor, with a guqin in front of him. Just the outline of his figure alone belied an incredible aura that was like none other. You're new to the palace, younger sister, so perhaps you're not too aware of the culture here, the man said. he turned to the side and said, "Just as you've said, the disciples of the Holy Ji Palace are all amazing in their own right. That's why it isn't that much of a humiliation to lose in a normal challenge due to being of a lower plane. One can always train and participate in a rematch. In a way, this is how disciples of the palace motivate each other to train harder. Everyone who has entered the palace, even those at the top of the ranks, have all been met with similar setbacks before. Yi Futian's actions are understandable, but as the top disciple amongst the newcomers and as one whose name entered the law rank upon entering the palace, he's seen as someone special. As such, people will naturally be more critical towards whatever he does." Jiqin was speaking out of good intentions. The man's voice was gentle, and there seemed to be a mystical quality to it that made his words especially convincing. As for Jiqin, he continued, some of the things she said were indeed out of line. Let's not pursue this matter any further. Many of the Daozong Palace disciples were gazing at the figure. His face was turned to the side as he continued staring ahead. Since Senior has spoken, I will speak no further. Xiang Jiqin responded. Hua Jieyu threw a glance. She was still somewhat unhappy, but she did not put up any further resistance and returned to her own seat. There was nothing she could do to change the thoughts of others, but time would reveal all. Older brother Lian really is outstanding. People commented as they looked over at the man who had spoken. That man was Lian Yuqing, a musical sorcerer who was the successor that would inherit the Guqing techniques. He was the strongest among the nobles in the Daozong Palace, and was ranked 5th in the law rank. Both Lian Yuqing and Yun Shuixing were two of the strongest nobles in the Daozong Palace. Many people knew that Lian Yuqing's goal was to catch up with Bai Luli, who was 10th in the Baron Sky ranking. As much as the law rank was nicknamed the Mini Baron Sky ranking, in reality, there was still a huge gap in the abilities of those in the different rankings. Suddenly, several people could be seen walking towards everyone from afar. Instantly, the disciples got up in a flurry and bowed. The man at the head of the party was Sage Daozong himself. He was the sole reason why hundreds of disciples had gathered here. They were all here to learn from him. Sage Daozong's knowledge was vast, and of the 6 palace lords, he was the most well-rounded. As such, many cultivators of different professions were willing to learn from him. These included people like musical sorcerers and painters, among many others. Under the guidance of Sage Daozong, they could ask him questions they had during the cultivation process and seek clarity through his answers. Completely unaware of the conflict happening within the Daozong Palace, Yi Futian was still intent on training in the law power zone of the Holy Ji Palace. A canyon lay along the southern area of the law power zone. The canyon brimmed with a frightening dark gray energy, which turned out to be a hurricane that tore apart everything within range. This area was an incredibly barren one, and it seemed as if the vast raging hurricane was in the canyon. At this very moment, a person sat cross-legged in the midst of the hurricane, allowing the roaring winds to slice across his body, tearing his top and slashing through his flesh like unforgivingly sharp blades. His body was riddled with thread-thin, bloody cuts left by the winds, and traces of wounds that had been healed over could be seen as well. Yi Futian had truly experienced the savage violence of the hurricane within this area. Wind intent at its mightiest manifested in a powerful attacking force that was like a blade, stabbing at every part of Yi Futian it could reach and harboring an intense energy that tore apart everything in its way. After a long while, Yi Futian stood up and began walking deeper into the canyon. A month later, Yi Futian appeared within the Earth area that was located in the eastern part of the Law Power Zone. 3 months after that, he set foot into the destructive lightning area, which was also in the same eastern part of the zone. Time flew by in a haze. Spring changed into summer, then into autumn, and in the blink of an eye, it was the end of autumn already. The fire area was a world consumed by flames, emanating frightening destructive energy. Waves of fire currents surged towards Yi Futian and seeped into his body. The flames of this area were incredibly powerful, and the fire currents that had entered Yi Futian's body felt as though they were about to consume everything in their path. Where Yi Futian stood, all was barren and lifeless, having been destroyed by the flames. But one occasionally saw a few cultivators who had come here to train as well. This place looks like a mountain range that has been burned to ashes, Futian thought to himself as he walked towards the center of the fire area. Fire currents that were even more powerful than before came rushing towards him, invading his body and even warming into Futian's mind in an attempt to burn away his will. A rustling sound came from within Futian's life palace. Jade-green light flowed along the surface of his body, swallowing up the fire currents that passed through his body bit by bit. Within his life palace, these flame currents shot straight for the World Tree Life Spirit and attached themselves to it in an aggressive attempt to incinerate the life spirit. Come! Just then, a mystical voice rang out inside Futian's head. There seemed to be a special magical quality to the voice as it summoned him. What's that sound? Futian's expression changed. He continued walking, stepping through the sea of flames. A mountain lay ahead, and it seemed like the voice was coming from there. Come over here! That same mystical voice rang out again, guiding him forward. Futian gradually neared the mountain, and the power of the flames grew stronger as well. Don't go any further if you value your life. Someone warned from afar, opening their eyes to shoot Futian a calm glance. Futian stopped and turned to look at them, but at that moment a loud bang was heard, and the mountain seemed to have been blown apart. Futian turned his gaze back to see a gigantic divine fire bird before him. That divine fire bird had 3 feet and was as dazzling as the sun itself. It was a divine bird of the sun, the 3-legged golden raven. A streak of fire current energy shot viciously towards Futian. He retreated in a flash, only to feel several 3-legged golden raven shadows rush into his mind in a bid to incinerate him. Using the holy will, Futian kept his will intact and retreated far away before he looked forward again. The mountain was actually a massive matrix, and it was glowing blindingly bright now. The 3-legged golden raven charged again with a roar, but it was sealed by the matrix and could not go any further. It's no wonder that these flames are so wild, given that they were generated because of this 3-legged golden raven. It would be good if I could consume a demonic beast of this level in future, Futian thought to himself. It seemed like he had gotten into some sort of bad habit at the cottage. Futian then thanked the person who had spoken for the reminder. The person did not reply, closing his eyes to continue training. Futian was not bothered by this, and he trained here for a period of time before leaving the place. When Futian returned to the sky-reaching tower once more, Xing had already entered the 10th level of the tower already. Futian directly entered the 9th level and endured the incredibly mighty pressure present there. As of now, he had already broken through to a higher plane in terms of sorcery, and was nearing the threshold of the next plane in terms of martial arts. After 7 days in the 9th level of the sky-reaching tower, a cracking sound came from Futian's body. A roar emanated from within his body and something seemed to shift about him. Around Futian, an even more powerful streak of martial will glowed. At this moment, Futian had progressed into the 8th grade of the noble plane in terms of martial arts and sorcery. He took in a deep breath before he walked down the tower and exited. Now that Futian had made a breakthrough in his cultivation and had become a grade 8 noble, he could afford to take a 2-day break. He was going to head to the Daozang Palace to see how Jiyu was doing with her own training. Cultivation really is time-consuming. So much time has actually passed. Futian smiled wryly. As one transcended into the higher planes, it took longer to grow one's abilities and break into the next plane. On the way there, many people recognized Futian and looked at him with some interest. This was the newbie who entered the Holy Ji Palace after emerging as the top disciple from the Law Battle and had immediately raised a furor, attracting a terrible reputation for himself. He had disappeared for months after that, though it was unknown whether or not that was an intentional move to escape the rumors. And now Futian was back. According to rumors, his girlfriend Hua Jieyu had gotten into a conflict with many people at the Daozang Palace, and it was all because of him. Chapter 593. Hundreds of disciples gathered at the sacred ancient temple within the Daozang Palace. Sitting on praying mats, they listened quietly to Sage Daozang as he explained the ways of cultivation. Occasionally, someone would raise a question they had. Hundreds of disciples gathered at the sacred ancient temple within the Daozang Palace. Sitting on praying mats, they listened quietly to Sage Daozang as he explained the ways of cultivation. Occasionally, someone would raise a question they had. Today was coincidentally the day that Sage Daozang gave a lecture. This was the second time this year he was doing it. By now, it was the end of autumn, and there was only one season left before the year ended. As such, it was imperative that one made good use of the remaining time to train as much as they could. At the Holy Ji Palace, it was possible that someone could make a sudden debut at the end of the year and bring about great changes to the law rank. However, it seemed unlikely that anyone within this most recent batch of disciples would stir up that sort of excitement. Futian was the only new disciple whose name had been entered into the law rank, and he was only 97th place within the rankings. After that, he had disappeared completely, gone off somewhere unknown to train his abilities. Futian climbed the stairs to get to the temple, keeping his footsteps light so as to not disrupt the sage's lecture. He threw the crowd a glance, and scanning through the hundreds of disciples present, his gaze landed on Hua Jiu, who sat at the front. It seemed that she had been one of the earliest to come to the temple, in order to snag a front-row seat. She was training hard indeed. The speakers who lectured at the Holy Ji Palace were not too bothered about disciples from other palaces coming to listen. They were generous in that they did not restrict access to the knowledge they were imparting. Futian sat quietly at the back, preparing to listen quietly for a while. Though Futian had been a disciple of the Holy Ji Palace for quite some time by now, he had been busy with training all this while. He was a disciple of the Battle Sage Palace, but other than the time he set foot there on his first day at the Holy Ji Palace, he had not gone back since then. Futian felt a little guilty. He hadn't even gone to see that teacher of his yet, but it was good that he had come to listen to Sage Daozang give a lecture now. When cultivating, most people seek out high-level techniques and powerful spells, but they often neglect the most basic training. Sage Daozang's voice rang across the room as Futian sat there, listening intently. Sage Daozang continued speaking, his voice calm. Many of the Holy Ji Palace's disciples are incredible characters in their own right. Most are ambitious, and thus intend to learn such techniques and spells. I surmise that there are some who resent me for not imparting powerful techniques and spells. And yet, he continued, the question cultivators usually neglect is, how do two cultivators of the same plane differ so much in ability? For example, disciples of the Holy Ji Palace will always be stronger than ordinary people in the outside world, but those in the law rank completely outshine ordinary disciples of the palace. Is this really a matter of how powerful the techniques and spells one knows is? Many disciples of the palace are incredible in their own right. They definitely have no problems in technique training. The sage carried on. When we started training in our youth, perhaps our seniors had us focus more on basics, like the ability to perceive spiritual chi and our elemental spiritual chi abilities. As time passes, we forget about these things. Yet even at the noble plane, what is required from us is no different from when we were at the start. Even at the same plane, different people can use the same spell to different effect. Why is this so? Someone answered him. Some people have stronger spiritual will than others, so there will naturally be a difference in the power of the spell cast. That's right. The sage nodded slightly. It's the same even at the noble plane. What decides the strength of the spell is ultimately still your basics, like how much worldly spiritual chi you can activate to resonate with you and combine into a spell. And all this originates from your own mastery over spiritual energy still. A mark of being at the noble plane is possessing noble will. Spells are but spiritual will. For martial arts cultivators, it's martial will. This all sounds a little abstract. I prefer to imagine them as domains. The cultivations of a sorcerer lie within the domain of spiritual energy. The form in which your spiritual energy manifests to negotiate the worldly spiritual chi of this domain determines the strength and speed of your spell. The effects of even the simplest spell can be maximized in the hands of someone powerful enough to exercise it effectively within the domain of spiritual energy. Sage Daozang declared, and at his words, frightening energy manifested in the room. In the next moment, everyone was transported into an illusion. The world was now consumed by flames. Currents of air flowed through the space, and terrifying fireballs appeared in the sky, descending towards the earth like suns. Many people looked to the sky in shock. They felt as though their bodies were about to be burned up. Then, the suns disappeared in midair, and everything returned to normal. "Was that a fireball spell?" someone asked weakly. "Yes. It was a beginner fire elemental spell, the lowest level fireball spell there is," Sage Daozong replied, nodding. "Even when it comes to the same fire element, everyone has a different perception of fire intent, which determines the power of their spell. So, when it comes to training, before you stubbornly focus your attention on powerful techniques and spells, find a way to build up your spiritual energy domain to the best it can be. Then you'll be able to activate stronger worldly spiritual chi for your own use during battle. That's all there is to martial arts." Many people were listening intently to Sage Daozong's words and taking them to heart. Yi Futian nodded at his words. Though the sage was talking about very simple concepts, but normally, not everyone took these concepts seriously. Now that Sage Daozong had pointed these concepts out again, these people would begin to pay them more attention in the future. Back then at the cottage, his teacher had made him learn various kinds of spells and know them by heart. In a way, it was to achieve the same purpose. "After you've passed this level, move on to the next one," the sage advised. "Use your own perception in the different domains of spiritual will to transcend into yet another domain and attain the power generated from a new spiritual energy domain. Then use that power to modify spells and even create stronger spells." Some top-notch spells and martial arts techniques are created from the combination of various elemental abilities, and the results are powerful. Of course, this would require cultivators of a high caliber to achieve, and this is what separates the prodigies from mere geniuses. However, there are more people out there who like things ready-made, like you all. It would be nice to just take something as it is to learn, right? Many people laughed at Sage Daozong's words. Indeed, this was what the majority of the crowd was thinking, even the geniuses and the prodigies themselves. "Alright, we'll stop here for today," Sage Daozong concluded and stood up, looking at the audience before him. Without question, he saw Yi Futian. With the sage's plane, he had been alerted to Yi Futian's presence when he arrived. With a soft chuckle, Sage Daozong turned to leave. The many disciples in the audience stood up as well. Some were discussing the lecture, internalizing what they had just learned. Every time Sage Daozong gave a lecture, it was always a fruitful learning experience, with many things to become aware of. "Jiayu," Yi Futian called out to her mentally. Hua Jiayu was taken aback, before she stood up to look behind her. Upon seeing Yi Futian, a brilliant smile appeared on her face, dazzling those around her. They then saw Hua Jiayu walking quickly and lightly in that direction, pretty as a young fairy. Many eyes followed her as she walked forward, before they realized that Yi Futian was there. Some people recognized Yi Futian, and their expressions darkened. How dare Yi Futian step into the Daozong Palace? Yun Xuexing was here, and even though Hua Jiayu had spoken up for Yi Futian the other day, he hadn't actually apologized to Yun Xuexing yet. "Why are you here at the Daozong Palace?" Hua Jiayu walked up to him and stretched out her hand. Yi Futian took her dainty hand in his and whispered, "I missed you." "Me too," Hua Jiayu whispered back just as quietly. However, those who were intentionally eavesdropping heard their exchange. They thought about the rumors that surrounded Yi Futian, and their hearts ached even further. Yi Futian had behaved inappropriately towards older sister Yun, and now he even had the cheek to enter the Holy Ji Palace and hold Hua Jiayu's hand, acting all intimate. "Oh yeah, about what you did to older sister Yun back then, do you want to apologize to her?" She said she wouldn't pursue this matter any further. Hua Jiayu asked Yi Futian, remembering the previous incident. Yun Xuexing, who was in the crowd, turned to look at Yi Futian as well. The people in between them then quickly dispersed, allowing Yun Xuexing and Yi Futian to look directly at each other. "She should be the one apologizing to me," Yi Futian said grumpily, recalling the memory of that incident. Looking at how intimate Yi Futian and Hua Jiayu were, Yun Xuexing understood that everything that had happened that day had been a misunderstanding. As such, if Yi Futian was willing to personally clarify his side of the story and apologize to her, then she would have been ready to just let it go. But witnessing Yi Futian's remorseless expression and words made her eyes darken again at how much of an asshole he was. Yi Futian had interrupted Yun Shuixing training and forcibly taken her away, and now she was to apologize to him? What an arrogant guy, many people thought to themselves. A chill settled upon the space, and Hua Jieyu moved to block Yi Futian from Yun Shuixing. Older sister Yun, let me persuade him. Hua Jieyu's pretty gaze flicked over to Yi Futian, wondering just what he was doing. She was annoyed that he couldn't just give in for once. Older sister Yun was a pretty girl, after all, it couldn't hurt to give in to her. Don't you like pretty girls? Why can't you just give in this time? Hua Jieyu asked Yi Futian mentally, staring at him. Yi Futian was surprised. Upon seeing the angst in Hua Jieyu's eyes, he understood that Hua Jieyu was only acting in his best interests. Fine, he thought, but only because you asked? I warned you in the past, and yet I got insulted by you. Now you can see it for yourself. Whatever happens between the two of you is none of my business indeed. But the Daozang Palace cannot just ignore what happened to older sister Yun. A voice rang out from beside them. It was Xiang Zhiqin, who was staring coldly at Yi Futian as she spoke. We let you off the last time for insulting older sister Yun. Now that you've entered the Daozang Palace, you should apologize to her. And I've said this before as well, what does this have to do with you? Hua Jieyu shot Xiang Zhiqin a cold stare. Xiang Zhiqin looked at Hua Jieyu once again. It was also after one of Sage Daozang's lectures that she had spoken out of good intentions, only to be insulted by Hua Jieyu. Even older brother Lian Yuqing had stepped in personally, which prompted her to leave things be and not say anything more. Now, it had happened again. On the account of you having just entered the palace and being my junior, I didn't argue further with you last time. Now, I'm pointing out how he has insulted older sister Yun. Who are you to say anything about this? Xiang Zhiqin stared at Hua Jieyu. Months had passed since the last incident, but now, two beautiful women stood before the sacred ancient temple once again, facing each other in a standoff. Yi Futian's eyebrows creased, and his eyes were cold. Hua Jieyu apparently had to endure bullying within the Daozang Palace. Chapter 594. Xiang Zhiqin mentioned having let Jieyu off the previous time. Evidently, this was not the first time this sort of thing had happened. Xiang Zhiqin was a grade 5 noble. Against her, Jieyu was at an obvious disadvantage. Xiang Zhiqin mentioned having let Jieyu off the previous time. Evidently, this was not the first time this sort of thing had happened. Xiang Zhiqin was a grade 5 noble. Against her, Jieyu was at an obvious disadvantage. It looked like there really was a tradition of newcomers being hazed at the Holy Ji Palace. May I ask what your relation to Yun Shuixing is? Walking to Hua Jieyu's side and taking her hand, Yi Futian looked over to Xiang Zhiqin and asked. Xiang Zhiqin shot Yi Futian a glance. She's my senior. Oh? Yi Futian nodded. Jieyu is my girlfriend. If you, a mere junior, can meddle with what happened between me and Yun Shuixing, then why can't Jieyu speak up for me? Are you an idiot? Yi Futian shot at Xiang Zhiqin. Everyone's stares hardened. Yi Futian's words seemed to make some sense. However, in the world of cultivation, it was only one thing to make sense. If Hua Jieyu's plane was higher than Xiang Zhiqin's, then she could have said anything she wanted to, and Xiang Zhiqin would not have dared to do anything about it. However, the situation was that Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu were the weaker ones in this equation. Of course she can. Xiang Zhiqin sneered. If she even wants to battle on your behalf today, that's fine too. So, in the end, you're just lording your seniority over us. Yi Futian chuckled. Well then, let's settle things one by one. As he spoke, he walked towards Yun Shuixing. The people who had gathered close by dispersed, watching Yi Futian. They were wondering what he was going to do. News of how he had insulted Yun Shuixing had spread through the Holy Ji Palace. Yi Futian approached Yun Shuixing, and her cool gaze flickered towards him before he said, Let me resolve what happened between the two of us. The misunderstanding from before was my fault from the start. I take responsibility for it. But it was a genuine mistake on my part as well. If you think I did it intentionally, then there isn't much point to an apology. You can do as you like then. Yun Xuexing looked into Yi Futian's eyes. His gaze was clear and devoid of any frivolity. His expression made it easy for one to believe his words. I believe you, Yun Xuexing replied. That would make things easier, Yi Futian said. When you woke up, I told you it was a misunderstanding and tried to explain. If you had let me do so then, there would have been no problem. Instead, you attacked me immediately without even hearing me out, and even said you were going to kill me. Who would have been able to stand that? Furthermore, you chased me all the way to the sky-reaching tower, and even wanted to take me away. Many people tried to make me stay then, but how could I be blamed for acting in self-defense? How would I dare to leave with you under that sort of situation? Yun Xuexing did not say anything in response. I understand where you are coming from, Yi Futian continued, but I hope you can do the same for me, too. Whether or not what happened at the cold lake was a misunderstanding, it was my fault. I apologize for what I said at the sky-reaching tower as well, it was uncalled for. It isn't that I am scared of you, I just don't see the need to continuously harp on such a trivial matter, to the point where it even implicates my significant other. You are free to do whatever you want when it comes to me in the future. I'll accept it. But this is purely between the two of us, it has nothing to do with Jieyu, nor does it have anything to do with the Daozong Palace. After speaking his mind, Yi Futian then turned to leave. Watching him walk away, Yun Xuexing spoke up as well. Let's put this matter to rest then. Yi Futian stopped at her words and smiled. Then he continued walking forward and approached Xiang Jiqin. Now that things between me and Yun Xuexing have been cleared up, it's time to settle things between us. You've meddled in our affairs twice by this point, once at the sky-reaching tower, and right now at the Daozong Palace. You're even going as far as to bully my girlfriend. Tell me, how should we settle this? Older sister Yun may have forgiven you, but you're still a despicable man. Sneaking up on Wan Yu, insulting older sister Yun. You're in the law rank, yet you choose to lose by default in order to avoid battles. You seem to not know what shame is. Xiang Jiqin glared at Yi Futian. She had been taken aback by his question. How did he intend to settle this then? I entered the Holy Ji Palace to train, not to play these silly games with all of you and participate in meaningless challenges. Furthermore, you do things like issuing challenges to those of a lower plane than you and then forcing them to accept it, or imposing your own views on other people. Then you even crow about it like it's something to be proud of. Maybe it's because you've been spoilt rotten as the princess of the Xiang kingdom. That's why you like to force your self-centered beliefs onto others and believe this is something that is natural and acceptable. Yi Futian shot Xiang Jiqin a cold glance and said, Didn't anyone ever tell you that you were being a bitch? Upon Yi Futian's words, everyone froze and stared at them. If what Yi Futian had said to Yun Xuexing earlier had carried hints of an insult, then this was full-out humiliation. Yi Futian had entered the Daozong Palace and humiliated Xiang Jiqin in front of everyone. Xiang Jiqin's expression changed in an instant. She was at a loss at what had just happened. This was the first time anyone had dared to describe her in such insulting terms. The immense pressure of a grade 5 noble began to spread across the space. Xiang Jiqin's long hair fluttered in the wind, and the elegance of her demeanor was undercut by a cold rage. Everyone present could sense that Xiang Jiqin had been genuinely angered by Yi Futian's words. At this moment, a man in white robes strode into view. People gave way to him and stared at the figure walking towards Yi Futian and Xiang Jiqin. It was Lian Yuqing, a disciple of the Daozong Palace, and fifth in the law rank. Lian Yuqing had a guqin in his hands and was charming in his long white robes that went all the way to the floor. Looking at Yi Futian, he spoke. They say you shouldn't believe everything that you hear. I've heard rumors in the Daozong Palace that the disciple who placed first in the law battle this year was a despicable and shameless person. I always thought that might be an exaggeration, and seeing you come here to the Daozong Palace to apologize to Yun Xuexing and put this matter to rest made me believe in my own judgment even more. Since you placed first in the law battle, perhaps you might have some flaws, but not to the extent that it is unacceptable. But now I've realized that I may have been wrong in my judgment this time. Using such a term to insult a peer, and a lady at that, I'm extremely disappointed in you," Lian Yuqing continued. He had entered the Holy Ji Palace 6 years ago. In his year, he had placed third in the law battle, and the 2 people above him were now first and second in the law rank. They were all top-notch individuals. Those who had come on top in the law battle 3 years back were now incredibly well known in the Holy Ji Palace as well, and Yi Futian was the top disciple in this year's law battle. According to precedents, Yi Futian was set to have illustrious achievements and enter the law rank sooner or later. However, his behavior really was quite unacceptable. Yi Futian looked over at Lian Yuqing. With a guqin in his hands, he really was a charming-looking man. Judging by the other disciples' attitude towards Lian Yuqing, though Yi Futian had no idea who he was, he surmised that he probably was held in high regard at the Daozong Palace. However, what did all that have anything to do with him? Am I supposed to care whether or not you're disappointed? Yi Futian shot Lian Yuqing a cold glance. Anyone could stand at a distance and take the moral high ground over something that wasn't their business. Ever since Yi Futian entered the Holy Ji Palace, he had never spoken kindly to anyone. The disciples of the palace were all talents hailed by the people, and all of them were exceedingly arrogant as well. He had wanted to train in peace, but all sorts of troublesome things kept happening to him. Outside the sky-reaching tower, Xiang Zhiqin had ordered people to surround Yi Futian and forced him to choose one of them to challenge. If he lost the battle, then he would not be allowed to leave easily. If Yi Futian had not defeated his opponent that day, who knew what sort of humiliation he would have been forced to face? Today at the Daozong Palace, Yi Futian had only planned to come see Jieyu, quietly listen to Sage Daozong's lecture for a while, then leave with Jieyu. And yet Xiang Zhiqin had jumped on him again. Furthermore, it seemed like he wasn't her only target. Hua Jieyu seemed to have been bullied by her as well, and that Yi Futian could not tolerate. The atmosphere became tense again. No one could believe that Yi Futian had actually dared to talk back to older brother Lian, who was 5th in the law rank. Older brother Lian, in the Daozong Palace, Xiang Zhiqin throws around insults like shameless and despicable on a regular basis when it comes to describing Futian. Even today, in front of everyone, she's talking about him in the exact same way. If she can insult him, why is he not allowed to respond? Hua Jieyu stared at Lian Yuqing, her tone frosty. As a man and the top disciple to emerge from the law battle, it is only right that he is gracious to others. Lian Yuqing replied, looking at Hua Jieyu. You may be 5th in the law rank, but it appears that there isn't much difference between the character of you and Xiang Zhiqin. Hua Jieyu spoke coldly. Lian Yuqing's gaze flicked back to Hua Jieyu, only to see Yi Futian holding Hua Jieyu's hand. There really was no point in trying to reason with these people. Since you all like to force people to accept these supposed challenges so much and expect graciousness from them, then let me see just how gracious all of you people at the Daozong Palace are. Yi Futian looked around at the crowd. I'm Yi Futian, a grade 8 noble. If anyone wants a challenge, I'll gladly accept. Since everyone was quibbling over graciousness, Yi Futian announced his plane to everyone up front. He was going to see if those of a higher plane would be so shameless as to attack him still. Xiang Zhiqin took a step forward before a voice rang out. Zhiqin. Everyone's gaze snapped over to the person who had spoken. It was Yun Feng, who walked out and said, I don't agree with this person's behavior as well. Since I'm closer to him in terms of ranking, let me take this battle instead. In the law rank, Yun Feng was in the 96th place, while Yi Futian was in the 97th. Previously, Yun Feng had claimed before the law rank that this year's entry battle could be a flop. Evidently, he believed that if he had not entered the palace directly last year and entered the law battle instead, he would have been the most dazzling individual. Younger sister, Lian Yuqing said. Yun Feng is a grade 6 noble, he's perfect for this. Yi Futian has defeated challengers 2 planes above him to become the champion of the law battle, and furthermore, your rankings in the law rank are close to each other. A challenge like this will not be seen as bullying. Xiang Jiqi nodded slightly in agreement. Her expression was still cold as she turned to glare at Yi Futian. She had never been insulted like that before. Yun Feng walked forward, and the people around him scrambled to make way for him. Yi Futian nodded at Hua Jieyu, and she retreated as well. The two were to battle on this sacred learning ground. Yun Feng was very young, and he was fair and handsome. Smiling at Yi Futian, he announced, "I'm Yun Feng, a grade 6 noble. I am a painter." Upon finishing his words, a dazzling light shone from behind him, and instantly, paintings flew out all around him. It was as if millions of paintings were suspended in the air, with each painting containing immense power within. Yi Futian looked at Yun Feng. Yun Feng's life spirit was similar to that of Yi Futian's fourth older brother's million treasure books. It was very interesting. Looking at the various paintings, Yi Futian's expression suddenly changed. One of the scrolls had an image carved into it. It was a painting of Hua Jieyu. Yun Feng. Hua Jieyu's expression changed as well. Currents of energy rolled off her body, and her eyes were cold. "Please don't take offense, younger sister. You burnt my scrolls previously when I was painting, after all. But this has always been the way of my training. I will incorporate everything that is beautiful and good in this world into my paintings. It is not to target you. I hope you can understand," Yun Feng explained. There were all sorts of painting scrolls behind him, containing images of people, demonic monsters, ritual implements, and many more. Hua Jieyu's face was pale, and she looked at Yi Futian. Yi Futian's expression was equally cold. Suddenly, he rose up into the sky, moving out of the Daozhong Palace. Everyone was stunned. Yun Feng followed after him, asking, "What is the meaning of this?" "We'll settle this at the law battle platform," Yi Futian replied coldly. After seeing that painting, he had decided to not battle at the Daozhong Palace. Chapter 595, Yi Futian soared through the air above the Daozhong Pavilion. Yun Feng chased after him. Yi Futian soared through the air above the Daozhong Pavilion. Yun Feng chased after him. Everyone looked at the two figures, something odd flashing past their eyes. Then they shot into the sky too and went over towards the battle area. Even Yun Xuexing went forward after a moment of hesitation. He wanted to see too. The big group soared through the sky. Many people cultivating in the Holy Ji Palace were shocked when seeing the sight in the air. Was something big happening? Some unrelated people also joined them, making the camp bigger and bigger. Right now, many people were already gathered at the battle area. Just then, many looked up. They saw a group in the air, charging towards the battle platform. "Someone will engage in battle." Everyone's eyes flashed. They stepped toward the battle platform. They wondered who would be fighting that would cause such a commotion. "That's Yun Feng. He's 96th on the law rank. He's the descendant of the craftsman. The craftsman is good friends with Sage Daozhong. Last year, he sent Yun Feng to cultivate under Sage Daozhong. His cultivation isn't exactly high in the Holy Ji Palace, but he's very talented. He has the potential to reach the top of the rank." "Who's in front of him?" someone asked while walking. "Yi Futian, 97th of the law rank. He was number 1 in the entrance battle at the start of the year." Some people's eyes glinted. They looked at the two figures with interest. It would be interesting if two strong cultivators from the rank would fight a law battle. "I heard that Yi Futian had a bad reputation after entering the Holy Ji Palace. There are many rumors about him in the Daozhong Pavilion. Yun Feng had once drawn a picture of Hua Jieyu, but she burned it. Maybe this angered Yi Futian, so he wants to challenge Yun Feng directly." Everyone discussed this. Soon, many strong cultivators gathered around the battle podium. Yi Futian descended from the air, landing on the podium. Afterward, Yun Feng came down in a beautiful arc. Countless scrolls danced around him. He was extremely brilliant. He floated down and landed on the platform. Various figures flew over and landed around the platform. Just as they'd guessed, the ones who would fight this time were Yun Feng and Yi Futian, 96th and 97th on the law rank respectively. However, Yun Feng should be a grade 6 noble now. Futian had been a grade 9 noble when he'd first entered the pavilion. The people didn't know if he'd improved, but even if he was grade 8, it was still foolish to challenge Yunfeng. Strong cultivators of the Daozang pavilion arrived gradually. They appeared around the platform and gazed at the two figures there. The platform was very big. It was enough, even for a noble-level battle. People could fight at any time anywhere in the Holy Ji Palace, other than the 6 pavilions, but people still liked to solve their conflicts on the platforms. It was a tradition. Plus, once people stepped onto the platforms, no one from the Holy Ji Palace could interfere. This meant that they could fight however they wished without hurting or disabling anyone. No one could do anything about it. Stepping onto the battle podium was a voluntary thing. One had to pay for the consequences of their choices. When we first met, you said that you were first in the pavilion battle by luck. Now, it seems that it's not the truth, Yunfeng said coolly while looking at Futian. But it doesn't matter if it's the truth. This battle will prove it. You're 97th on the law rank after entering the pavilion. I'd like to see just how strong you are. Futian scanned Yunfeng and said, I'm not interested in people's positions on the law rank. I just know that you'll regret meeting me after this battle. As soon as he finished, a beautiful golden rock appeared. Behind the dazzling wings, rough sounds came from his life palace. Noble will envelop the entire space as spiritual qi rushed towards him. At the same time, powerful spiritual qi gathered into a golden staff. He grasped it, and his wings pumped. Futian rose slowly into the air. A starry world appeared around him. Yunfeng stared at Futian. The Futian who'd been known to be lowly and surrender no matter who challenged him seemed to have changed today. He seemed too arrogant to even know his place. Which was his true side? Everyone would know after this battle. His true self would appear after Yunfeng defeated him. An artist is also called a summoner. My life spirit is a picture. Carving thousands of pictures on my life spirit, observing scrolls, and carving scrolls are how I cultivate. Not everyone can enter my scrolls, Yunfeng said coolly. He was clearly talking about Huajieyu. This will be the biggest regret of your life. When Futian finished speaking, he stepped forward. I never regret what I do, Yunfeng stated. He waved his hand and countless scrolls started dancing. At the same time, his eyes turned demonic. An extremely terrifying spiritual wind enveloped the sky. All the spiritual qi in the world rushed crazily into those scrolls. These pictures had already been carved. Spiritual qi entering the pictures was his strongest attack. Instantly, all the scrolls dancing in the air floated towards Futian. He was surrounded by scrolls. The various scrolls devoured spiritual qi wildly, exuding shocking auras. All the scrolls seemed to be controlled by Yunfeng's spiritual mind. When Futian was young, he met someone who cultivated an art, Zhou Mu. Yunfeng was clearly stronger than Zhou Mu. His life spirit was a picture. All these scrolls were carved in Yunfeng's life spirit. They were similar to spell scrolls. Yunfeng's attacks were like thousands of spell scrolls. However, he must have put in a lot of effort to carve these picture scrolls. Boom, boom, boom. The scrolls floating around Futian dissipated. Horrible demonic roars sounded. The scrolls actually transformed into various terrifying demons in the air. There were dragons, phoenixes, kirins, xuanwis, rocks, elephants, and more. They were like a horrible demon army. Many hearts trembled. This was Yunfeng's first time on the battle platform. He'd been quite well known when he'd entered the pavilion last year, but very few people had seen the craftsman's descendant fight. Now that they witnessed it with their own eyes, they were shaken. No wonder he could enter the law rank as a middle-level noble. Everything in the world could enter the pictures. All spells, demons, and ritual implements could be used by the artist. Artists were also summoners. Every demon that appeared in the air was drawn by Yunfeng. They contained his power and possessed his cultivation plane. It was like an army of mid-level noble super demons. Everyone started mourning inwardly for Futian. It would be difficult to defeat Yunfeng. Various spell scrolls appeared around Futian. Spiritual qi rushed into them, filling them with terrifying power. the light of runes shone and destructive power poured out. This was the void scroll skill that he'd learned from Bai Zhe. At the moment, Yunfeng's spiritual energy enveloped the entire battlefield. His expression was cold. Hovering in the sky, he waved his hand. The demon army in the sky started charging towards Futian. The entire battle platform shook at that moment. Almost at the same time, the spell scrolls burst with thunder spells. Purple gold lightning instantly filled the sky with destructive light, covering all the demons. They struck the demons. The demons shook, but they still charged downward. They'd come out of the picture scrolls and didn't feel any pain. But just then, a golden figure from the starry world shot forward, charging across the sky. Starry light dazzled around the figure. There was also a shocking windstorm. It became one with the stars, possessing power that could rip apart everything. Many people saw the golden figure flying below the demons, going forward with the starry windstorm. The scene was majestic. A huge elephant stepped down, wanting to push Futian down. However, Futian didn't try dodging it. The destructive starry windstorm moved up. The moment the giant foot was about to stomp on him, the horrible windstorm arrived and tore it apart. Futian continued soaring. He struck with the starry staff, splitting the elephant in half. Like a golden bolt of lightning, he streaked out of the space, charging towards Yunfeng. Yunfeng's expression didn't change. He waved a wand and various scrolls continued to fly out. There were ritual implements carved on the scrolls. Instantly, swords whistled through the sky. These swords were like the sharpest ritual implements, and they flew orderly towards Futian. Is it controlled by his mind? Futian's expression was cold. Terrifying cold intent descended. The extremely icy intent enveloped the space, making Yunfeng's mind feel bone-numbing coldness. The sharp swords were covered in frost. They slowed down as if they were affected. Boom! The golden rock flew through the sky, passing between the swords. Then another ritual implement created by a scroll arrived. It was a huge and ancient clock. It crashed down, trying to cage Futian in. Futian didn't stop at all. He continued forward. Seeing the huge clock, he struck with his staff again without hesitation. With a loud ring, countless eardrums trembled while the clock was shattered. Such a strong attack. Countless hearts trembled. Seeing Futian continue forward, Yunfeng furrowed his brows. Whooshes sounded. The scrolls behind him flew forward crazily and many heavy mountains appeared. They crushed downward to squash everything. The body that was like a golden rock charged towards a mountain with the staff in front. The horrible windstorm wrapped around the body and he passed right through the mountain. It was destroyed in an instant. The other scrolls also missed their attacks. Futian was getting closer and closer to Yunfeng. Go! Yunfeng waved his hand. Countless scrolls flew out like pages of an ancient book. There were endless rustles as the scrolls blocked Yunfeng. They covered the entire sky. The spells arrived after that. Horrible pressure weighed down, fiery birds shot out, icy rivers swept downward, and meteorites fell down. 3,000 spells were cast at once, destroying the entire space. Boom! Futian disappeared from the spot. The next moment, he appeared before a scroll attack. His staff swept over and destroyed it. The next moment, he appeared elsewhere. He struck with his staff again and a hole appeared in the sky. He moved towards that hole. The starry world grew more terrifying. A sun and moon hung high in the sky. The sun's fire and the moon's water poured down. Riding the meteorite's windstorm, he fought against the wild law power attacks. They were destroyed continuously, but the starry body seemed undefeatable like a god. His every step seemed to have a unique rhythm that shook the sky. The world and heavens were extremely heavy. These days he traveled the 6 law power zones and had cultivated in the sky-reaching tower. This hadn't been a waste of time. All of his elemental powers had strengthened. His will had strengthened too. Many people discovered with a shock that the various law power attacks towards Futian were either burned by the sun's fiery furnace, frozen by the icy will, or buried by the meteorite windstorm. Even if they reached Futian, they would be torn apart by the windstorm around him. The advancing figure gave everyone a strange feeling. It was as if everything was clearing a path for him. Loud booms sounded continuously. Everything kept getting destroyed. An unstoppable might was born around Futian, while the attacking scrolls in the sky seemed to become extremely insignificant. Seeing Futian walk over, Yunfeng's life spirit floated before him. There was a blurry figure drawn on the boundless scroll. It was so big it looked like a god, filled with unparalleled might. This was Yunfeng's final drawing. He'd put all his comprehensions from cultivations into this unclear figure. He imagined it as a top god. Every bit of his improvements and comprehension would strengthen the artistic conception in the picture. Now, he poured his spiritual power into this picture. The figure seemed to come to life. It walked out of the scroll like a looming god. It was filled with extreme power. Is this the Yun family's final picture, the art soul? The figure that walked out of the picture crazily absorbed the spiritual qi in the world. It seemed to have the most perfect body. Apparently, the craftsman had transformed all his comprehensions into this art soul. It was like a true saint. Yun Feng had seen many people stronger than him, even sages. Thus, his art soul also contained unparalleled power. Right now, it raised its huge hand and smashed down at Futian. The palm covered the sky. But Futian continued advancing. Aggressive martial arts will was unleashed. It turned into a horrible force field. Everything around it seemed to be flattened. It was like an emperor. Thud. He took another step and Yun Feng's heart trembled. Then he saw Futian raise his staff. Futian's body seemed to become a boundless shore. A 100-meter-long staff shadow appeared. It smashed down with the power of the world. At that moment, Futian's aura wasn't any weaker than Yun Feng's art soul. There were terrifying rumbles. Everything in the surroundings was destroyed. A regular attack couldn't even get close. When the huge staff came down, the huge arm shattered. Then the head and body were pulverized under the staff too. When the staff fell upon the scroll, it shook. Then with a cough, Yun Feng spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. You want to draw a god? Futian walked over. Yun Feng looked up with a pale face. Why don't you draw me instead? Futian reached out and grasped Yun Feng's neck. Yun Feng struggled against Futian's hands. There was no color in his face at all. Futian looked back. Flames shot out and burned the scroll that had Hua Jiayu's picture. How did you make it into the law rank? Futian held onto Yun Feng's head and hurled him down. Many people were shaken by this scene. Boom! The battle platform shook. Yun Feng vomited blood. He tried to move Futian's hands, but he obviously couldn't. Below the platform, countless eyes from the Daozhong Pavilion were frozen on them. Xiang Jiqin and Lian Yuqing were especially shocked by this. Yun Feng had been bloodily defeated. Futian still gripped Yun Feng's neck. You all said that I'm shameless and don't dare to fight anyone, he said coldly. Today I gave in, but do you think you qualify? With that, he lifted Yun Feng's body and smashed it down again. So many of Yun Feng's bones broke, but Futian controlled it well. Yun Feng wouldn't be disabled. But even if he couldn't disable Yun Feng, he would still make him remember what respect meant. Xiang Jiqin's eyes were frigid. She knew that Futian was talking to Yun Feng, but the words were meant for the others too. For countless months, many rumors had mocked Futian, but was it true that he didn't dare to accept anyone's challenge? Was it true that he didn't have the temperament of the pavilion battle's winner? Today, Futian told him that it wasn't that he didn't dare. It was his natural arrogance. He didn't care even if people insulted him. Yun Feng's mouth was covered in blood and his face was ashen. He looked mangled. He was a pride too, but today, he'd been destroyed like this. Futian was purposely using the cruelest way to humiliate him. Enough? Lian Yuqing asked coldly. Futian looked up and sneered. You're the ones who wanted to fight. Now you're the ones who want to stop. Is this the temperament you spoke of? You're allowed to mock me but don't let me resist? With that, Futian stood up. Dragging Yun Feng's body, he stepped towards the edge of the battle platform. Many people pitied Yun Feng when seeing his tragic state. Just as Yi Futian had said, Yun Feng probably regretted meeting him now. That handsome, harmless-looking youth was like a demon when angered. This is the challenge that you wanted. Satisfied? Yi Futian tossed Yun Feng's body down the platform. Countless eyes fell upon Yi Futian. This was the winner of the pavilion battle. Chapter 596. Lian Yuqing scanned Yi Futian coldly before walking to Yun Feng's side. He stooped down to check Yun Feng's injuries. He discovered that he'd broken many bones. He wasn't disabled but would need to rest for a long while before he could cultivate normally. Lian Yuqing scanned Yi Futian coldly before walking to Yun Feng's side. He stooped down to check Yun Feng's injuries. He discovered that he'd broken many bones. He wasn't disabled but would need to rest for a long while before he could cultivate normally. This was only the physical damage. Lian Yuqing could see from Yun Feng's dazed eyes that his psychological damages were much more painful. This junior brother of his was the craftsman's descendant. He could draw everything and his talent was extraordinary. He'd entered the law rank not long after entering the pavilion, so he was naturally young and vibrant. His goal had always been entering the Holy Sage Pavilion. Lian Yuqing knew what kind of person Yun Feng usually was: proud, fearless, and filled with confidence. But right now, Yun Feng's eyes were empty. The humiliation of this battle had pulverized his confidence and pride, tossing him into a deep abyss. This kind of hit was too cruel for a proud and young talent. It could possibly ruin Yun Feng and make him doubt himself. It would be hard to recover his mindset. This was what cultivators usually described as damage to his principal heart. It would create a huge obstacle to his future cultivation. Raising his head, Lian Yuqing looked coldly at Yi Futian and said, "We are all cultivating in the pavilion. Aren't you a bit too toxic?" He knew that Yi Futian had done it purposely. Otherwise, there was no need to come to this battle platform. "If you aren't blind, then you're an idiot," Yi Futian replied coolly. Anyone could mock others from a moral standpoint. But had Lian Yuqing said anything when Yun Feng had insulted Yi Futian? Had he reprimanded Yun Feng when he drew Hua Jieyu? If Yun Feng had drawn Lian Yuqing's girlfriend instead, would he still be so calm? Now that Yun Feng was defeated with humiliation, Yi Futian became the bad guy. Lian Yuqing stared at Yi Futian. Then he stood up and walked towards the battle platform. What is Lian Yuqing going to do? Everyone looked at Lian Yuqing. He was at the peak of the noble plane, and was 5th on the law rank. No matter what, he shouldn't be the one going up the platform. "Senior brother Lian," Yun Shuixing called. This battle had scared her. Before, she'd always seen Yi Futian with a shameless grin, but today, everyone saw a different Yi Futian. The power he revealed in anger was honestly frightening. He had treated Yun Feng cruelly, but Yun Feng and Xiang Zhiqin had forced him into this. Plus, Hua Jieyu had already made it clear that she wouldn't allow Yun Feng to draw her, but he still did it. This was an insult, so Yi Futian's anger was with reason. On the battle platform, Yi Futian had defeated Yun Feng as a grade 8 noble. No matter what, Lian Yuqing had no reason to fight. It damaged his image. "I won't do anything to him," Lian Yuqing said softly as he stopped. Then he continued towards the platform. Yi Futian looked at Lian Yuqing. He hadn't expected for Lian Yuqing to be shameless enough to walk onto the platform. "I shouldn't fight, but you're too violent. You should listen to this musical piece," Lian Yuqing said. Then he sat onto the platform and strummed his guqin. A graceful melody streamed out instantly, floating into everyone's ears. "Then I'll listen to your song." Yi Futian stood there and watched Lian Yuqing quietly. The other was a top noble. This kind of fight had no suspense at all. He wouldn't even try. The higher the plane, the bigger the differences between each level. How much cultivation did a grade 8 noble need to reach the peak of the noble plane? This distance couldn't be reached so easily. Strands of sound waves passed over, invading Yi Futian's mind. In that instant, Yi Futian could barely control his spiritual power anymore. It went wild, though he continued to stand there quietly. The music seeping in wildly brought him into a different space. An invisible hand clutched his body, making him feel as if he was pinned down in the illusory space. An image appeared in his mind. He seemed to have been taken and slammed towards the ground. His body shook and his mind seemed close to breaking apart. Standing on the battle podium, he grunted, face paling. Lian Yuqing continued playing slowly. He was graceful and natural. Everyone looked at Yi Futian's expression. They could tell what he was experiencing, but no one knew exactly what Lian Yuqing's music was doing to him. Soon, Lian Yuqing's music stopped. He looked up, gazing at the pale Yi Futian. "You experienced it," he said. "How do you feel?" Yi Futian gazed at Lian Yuqing and smiled eerily. "I am not Yunfeng and you are not me. Yunfeng provoked me many times and doesn't know what respect is. He thought he was undefeatable. I had no concerns when attacking him, but what about you? What are you trying to prove with this? Don't forget what plane you're in. If you want to attack, then do it. What are you trying to prove? How fake you are." Seeing Yi Futian smirk, Lian Yuqing strummed the instrument strings with his right hand. Instantly, horrible spiritual energy rushed into Yi Futian's mind like a tidal wave. He stumbled back as if struck by lightning. He grunted and blood trickled out of his lips. Many people shuddered, but Yi Futian's expression didn't change at all. Instead, he smiled with ease. "That's right." Yi Futian's smile was bright. "This is the challenge you wanted. After crossing 2 planes and defeating Yunfeng, you, a top noble, would come onto the battle platform personally. This is your so-called temperament. It's very powerful, but in the future, trying being less shameless." With that, Yi Futian turned and walked down the platform. He didn't care about this challenge, because it was meaningless. Things would quiet down after this. Seeing Yi Futian walk down off the podium, Lian Yuqing's expression looked ugly. He didn't stop. Yi Futian had been forcing him to attack. He laughed at himself. His mindset still wasn't advanced enough, allowing Yi Futian to anger him. Did Yi Futian want to affect his mindset this way? "Oh, right. I'll remember the piece you played today. If there's a chance in the future, I'll gift you piece too." After walking down, Yi Futian grabbed Hua Jieyu and left. He ignored everyone where. Lian Yuqing didn't mind Yi Futian's words. Gift him a piece? Was Yi Futian skilled in musical sorcery too? But even if he was, how many years would it take for him to surpass Lian Yuqing? Xiang Jiqin looked at Yi Futian's receding backside with an ugly expression. News of this battle quickly spread throughout the Holy Ji Palace. Yunfeng, 96th of the law rank, had been cruelly defeated by Yi Futian. Many people lamented that the newbie who'd placed first in the pavilion battle was stronger than they'd expected. Yunfeng's talent had been recognized by entering the law rank. He'd also cultivated for a while in the Holy Ji Palace. However, his ending was tragic. After returning to the Daozhong Pavilion, he'd shut himself in. He must have suffered horrible psychological trauma. He was removed on the law rank while Yi Futian shot up to 81. He was only a grade 8 noble, but he was already 81st. If he reached the mid or top level noble plane, what position would he have on the list? Right then, Yi Futian and Yu Xing followed Qi Jie through the dazzling pavilion in the Battle Sage Pavilion. According to Qi Jie, Sage Dozhan, chief of the Battle Sage Pavilion, wanted to see them. Yi Futian saw Sage Dozhan before a golden pavilion. His upper body was bare, revealing bronze muscles. This tall body seemed to be filled with endless power. He didn't release his aura, but just standing there made Yi Futian and Yu Xing feel extreme pressure. Yi Futian felt like he was an ant before Sage Dozhan. He could be squashed with a finger. "Teacher, Yi Futian is here." "Teacher." Yi Futian and Yu Xing called at the same. They'd listened to the King Kong's sage. Since they'd entered the Battle Sage Pavilion, it wasn't wrong to call Sage Dozhan "Teacher." Sage Dozhan nodded lightly and gazed at them. "I saw at the entrance battle that you two are physically strong. You must have cultivated powerful body-enhancing techniques. However, this comes with the technique. You didn't truly find your potentials and cultivate to the limit. Judging from talent, Yu Xing is the most suitable for cultivating the body. Unfortunately, you used the wrong method. Very few people can cultivate the body. People like sorcery more. Even in lower planes, they say that sorcerers are stronger than martial arts. Cultivating the body isn't the mainstream either. What do you two think? Sage Dojan asked. Every cultivator has their own skills. All careers are the same when cultivated to the extreme. It still depends on the person. Futian said. No, they're right. Sage Dojan said to him. Of course, this is only limited to the lower planes. When you cultivate to a certain level, there are no absolute weaknesses or strengths. For people like you who are skilled in multiple abilities, you naturally have an advantage. Everyone has different views on cultivation, but I believe that cultivating the body is stronger than everything else. It's just that few people can go to the extreme. Yi Futian didn't really agree, but from a certain aspect, Sage Dojan was right too. If a cultivator couldn't believe in his own cultivation, there was no point. If you doubt me, then let me ask you. If I cultivate my physical body to the extreme and my body is now as strong as any spell of the same plane, how will you attack me? Sage Dojan asked. Yi Futian started pondering, but Sage Dojan continued. It's simple. You only need to imagine Yu Xing. If an attack from someone in the same plane landed on him, would he react? Yi Futian nodded. This was the truth. Someone in the same plane as Yu Xing wouldn't be able to move him. But it wasn't entirely right, because most attacks were above the attacker's plane. I am 7th on the Barren Sky ranking, but people before me are still unwilling to fight me. Do you know why? Sage Dojan asked. He seemed extremely confident in his abilities. Yi Futian shook his head. It's because their attacks might not be effective. They must attack multiple times to defeat me. But they're different. If I hit them once, they'll die, Sage Dojan said. Yi Futian blinked. He suddenly felt that this made sense. It really was a huge advantage. Chapter 597. The Sage Dojan looked at the two of them and continued speaking. Of course, body refining is not just about training your physical body. At your cultivation level, you should understand that not cultivating your spiritual energy makes you as useful as a disabled person. Apart from that, a body refining cultivator is also useless without speed. Next, I will teach the two of you the incomplete heavenly manual. It is an extremely ruthless body enhancing technique, but it could also be incomplete, hence I named it the incomplete heavenly manual. The Sage Dojan looked at the two of them and continued speaking. Of course, body refining is not just about training your physical body. At your cultivation level, you should understand that not cultivating your spiritual energy makes you as useful as a disabled person. Apart from that, a body refining cultivator is also useless without speed. Next, I will teach the two of you the incomplete heavenly manual. It is an extremely ruthless body enhancing technique, but it could also be incomplete, hence I named it the incomplete heavenly manual. Yi Futian and Yu Xing listened attentively. They were extremely clear of the benefits and drawbacks of martial arts cultivation. Yu Xing could be considered a martial arts cultivator with his unparalleled physique. However, he had lost to Su Kei in the palace battle and the reason was obvious. Yi Futian also cultivated in body refining, but he had other aspects of his cultivation to worry about. Although his physique was also overbearing, he had not reached Yu Xing's level. The Sage Dojan claimed that he was going to teach them an incomplete manual that was extremely brutal. He wondered how it fared against Yu Xing's demonic art. I'm telling you all this is to make you understand the strength of body refining. Especially you, Yi Futian. Your cultivation is all over the place, you must be neglecting your body refining. If the two of you do not wish to cultivate this technique, I will teach you other body-enhancing techniques. I want to cultivate in this technique, Yu Xing said. The more brutal the body-enhancing technique, the stronger its effects would be. Coupled with his demonic art, he wondered how much stronger his physique could get. Master, I also want to try cultivating it. Yi Futian smiled and said. All right, after you have all cultivated this technique to a certain level, I will teach you a combat technique to complement the body refinement that you have done. The Sage Dojan continued. Now I will use my spiritual will to transmit the incomplete heavenly manual to both of you. Yi Futian and Yu Xing nodded, then closed their eyes. Another eye appeared to open between the sage Dozhan's eyebrows, like a demonic heavenly eye. Following that, a brilliant light shot into Yi Futian and Yu Xing's brow chakra. In an instant, information flooded into their heads. Yi Futian quietly accepted the technique that appeared in his head. In the shadow of mind, he saw a figure sitting with his knees crossed. A brilliant glow circulated around his body, teaching him how to perform the technique. After a brief moment, Yi Futian opened his eyes and a glint appeared in them. He explained, "This technique uses external force to forge the body, converting external force into the body's power. By forging one's body to the limit, they will be able to open the 7-star acupoints." "That's right." The sage Dozhan nodded and continued. "The incomplete heavenly manual is extremely brutal because it requires you to constantly break through your body's physical limits until the 7-star acupoints have been opened. When cultivated to the limit, your body will be as strong as a ritual implement. Geniuses' spells may exceed their cultivation level, but if you cultivate the incomplete heavenly manual, your body's strength will also exceed your cultivation level. Moreover, in the Holy Ji Palace, the requirements for cultivating the incomplete heavenly manual are satisfied. The Law Power Zone and the Sky-Reaching Tower," Yi Futian said. "That's right." The sage Dozhan nodded again. "The two of you have the inborn potential for body refining, so don't waste it. Especially you, Yu Xing. You are a natural body-refining warrior, and you have the chance to become a saint through your physique by forging an invincible body. At lower cultivation levels, spells are the strongest, but at higher cultivation levels, the cultivator with the strongest physique will reign supreme. When the two of you step foot in the 18th level of the Sky-Reaching Tower, come find me again." "Yes." Yi Futian and Yu Xing nodded, then left. The sage Dozhan had looked for them only to teach them the incomplete heavenly manual. After the two of them had left, the King Kong sage appeared beside the sage Dozhan. He looked at the sage Dozhan and said, "Brother has not paid attention to the battle of the Holy Ji Palace for many years. Why did you take in 2 disciples all of a sudden?" Before this, his brother had also taken in Shi Jie. "It's not like you don't know about Wan Xiang's prophecy." The sage Dozhan looked at the King Kong sage and said, "Humph." The King Kong sage huffed angrily and said, "That astrologer is just speaking nonsense. His supposed astrology is just a load of bull. How could he know what the heavens have planned for us and predict the future? Brother, there is no need to pay him any heed. Everything exists for a reason. Since it is there, it has a purpose. The astrologers are able to read the heavens' plans and prophesize, but they do not do so often for fear of their lives. However, their readings are generally likely to come true," the sage Dozhan said. "Brother's cultivation level is stronger than him. What right does he have to be able to predict your future? Moreover, brother is a genius. How can your fate be predestined by the heavens?" The King Kong sage's tone was cold as he questioned. "I naturally will not resign to my fate," the sage Dozhan said indifferently and continued. "My pursuit is to break through to the saint level, but I know the difficulties of that. Perhaps, in the process, there will be a disaster that will befall me. That is nothing to be surprised about since I am unable to avoid it. I will face it calmly. However, Yu Xing and Yi Futian are outstanding talents, especially Yu Xing. He was born for body refining. If I am unable to do it, perhaps he will stand a chance." The King Kong sage did not say anything. It was already hard to become a saint. Countless geniuses in the barren state had failed to do it. Moreover, it was even tougher to break through to become a saint through one's physique. Body refining was considered the most rudimentary cultivation method. After Yi Futian and Yu Xing had obtained the body-enhancing technique from the sage Dozhan, they started their cultivation. Moreover, they already had strong body-refining foundations, and the incomplete heavenly manual could build on their foundation to break through their limits. In the flame zone of the Law Power Zone, 2 figures stood barefoot in the sea of flames. Their feet were in extreme pain as the violent flames burned their bodies. Their skin was crimson, and their bodies looked like they were going to be torn apart. However, they did not use their strength to resist it, and used their bodies to experience it. They used the incomplete heavenly manual to induct the power of the flames into their bodies and allow it to forge their bodies. This was what the sage Dojan meant by extremely brutal. The cultivation of the incomplete heavenly manual required the use of external force to forge one's body. After the cultivation was complete, their bodies would already have been forged thousands of times, so a spell at the same level was nothing to fear. In the lightning zone, they bathed in the countless thunderbolts, allowing the lightning force to strike their bodies wildly, using the lightning to forge their bodies. The lightning circulated on the surface of their bodies and was then inducted into their body, into their flesh. In the storm zone, they withstood the storm's tearing force and even ran against the storm without using any movement techniques, merely going against the wind and using the air pressure to forge their bodies. In the ground zone, giant rocks continually fell down, striking their bodies. They could feel themselves getting closer to their limit step by step, breaking through step by step to withstand even stronger attacks. Their cultivation period was very mundane, but it was fruitful. Futian and Yuxing stepped into all the zones of the law power zone to forge their bodies. As times passed, they could feel that their already strong bodies were getting even more frightening. In the future, their ability to withstand attacks would definitely be stronger. However, this cultivation method could only be described as insane. Futian's body experienced countless limitations and he would have to force himself to continue doing so in the future, to allow his body to be brutally injured, to be burned by flames, frozen by ice and torn apart by storms. In the blink of an eye, a few months had passed. Yuxing had already secured a spot in the 12th level of the sky-reaching tower. However, Yuxing was in extreme pain at that moment. An exceedingly horrifying force crushed down on his body like there were pagodas pressing down on him and smashing his body. Impact sounds could be constantly heard and blood trickled from his mouth, but he clenched his teeth and continued to bear it. The 12th story of the sky-reaching tower, this was a place that only extremely strong middle noble plane cultivators could reach, but here Yuxing was, resisting the pressure of the 12th level. Bam, bam, bam! Rays of golden light drilled holes through his body, but he did not give up. He continued to use the incomplete heavenly manual, and transferred the force to his legs. Bang! Huge sounds could be heard like something was being punctured. With a pshhh, Yuxing spewed out a mouthful of blood and his legs looked like they were being punctured by waves of force and a horrifying light could be seen at his soul and back. I've succeeded. Yuxing walked down the sky-reaching tower and made a mad rush for the exit. The ground started shaking and many people looked at Yuxing. What was wrong with this burly guy? At that moment, Yuxing launched off the ground with his feet without using any movement techniques. His body flew straight off the ground into the air, like a flash of lightning. Soon, Yuxing's body landed from the air onto the ground. With a huge wham, the ground split apart, and 2 footprints could be seen. Yuxing continued to propel himself into the distance, and many people looked at the figure getting further away curiously. What was up with this guy? A figure shot towards the edge of the Battle Sage Palace and rushed towards the clouds, landing on the Battle Sage Palace. With a huge thud, Yuxing landed on the ground and appeared beside a figure. The teenage figure opened his eyes and looked at the person beside him, asking, Yuxing, what's up? I opened an acupuncture. Yuxing looked at Futian and said, How do you feel? A glint appeared in Futian's eyes. The incomplete heavenly manual required a person to open the 7-star acupoints. The strength in my feet has increased exponentially. They have very strong explosive strength now. I don't need to use any movement techniques to jump into the air, but it uses the potential of my body instead. Perhaps my legs will start to ache not long after. The cultivation of the incomplete heavenly manual is originally detrimental to one's body. However, the opening of the 7-star acupoints is just the start of unlocking one's potential. If there is no need to, do not use it. Only use the explosive power when you really have to, Futian said, smiling. The incomplete heavenly manual had recorded that if all 7-star acupoints were opened, the human body's potential would be stimulated to its limit, and they could become a giant and have unparalleled explosive power that could rival a mountain. What are you so excited about? Yi Futian stared at Yu Xing. It feels fantastic after opening an acupoint. Moreover, the incomplete heavenly manual does not clash with my demonic art, and can even complement each other. That was why I wanted to try it out and ended up here, Yu Xing said. Bragging? Yi Futian glared at him and said. He must have done it on purpose. However, he was also very happy for him. The demonic art could be cultivated in conjunction with the incomplete heavenly manual, and the sage Dozhan would teach them another technique in the future. Yu Xing's body would only become more and more formidable. Seeing Yu Xing's embarrassed smile, Yi Futian said, All right, have a break. Go and visit Qin Xian, it's coming to the end of the year soon. You're not allowed to cultivate at the end of the year. All right. Yu Xing nodded and left. Yi Futian's gaze landed on the distant Holiji Palace. How fast it had been, another year was passing. He had heard that the Holiji Palace would have a sparring session at the end of the year. At that time, he would be able to see the elites among the noble plain in the Holiji Palace. Chapter 598. Yi Futian continued to sit at the edge of the Battle Sage Palace, looking at the distant island city. Yi Futian continued to sit at the edge of the Battle Sage Palace, looking at the distant island city. Yu Xing had exceptional talent in body refining. The first of the 7-star acupoints he had opened should be the flirting star acupoint. Strength filled his legs, causing them to have tremendous explosive power. His body had superhuman speed, and when coupled with movement techniques, he would be exceptionally quick. He closed his eyes and a roaring sound emitted from his body. His bloodstream struck wildly against his body like a dragon, and his spiritual qi transformed into a golden rock and struck his body. Emperor Yi Qing's body enhancement technique was different from the incomplete heavenly manual. It imitated the form of demonic beasts. If cultivated to the extreme, he could soar through the skies like a golden rock and shatter the earth like a divine ape. It cultivated speed, strength, and other attributes the more demonic beasts he imitated. However, the incomplete heavenly manual would push one's physical body to the limit. The two techniques could be cultivated in conjunction to enhance the other's effects. The blood roared within his body and crackling sounds could be heard from his bones. It was like a divine ape had appeared in his body and was trying to break out. Yi Futian exercised the power to its limit, and a mysterious current flowed through his body. He punched out with his fist and his movements appeared completely instinctive, like the law of power had become one with his fist. Sunlight sprinkled down, as though he was bathed in the emperor's glow. His physical body was withstanding unbearable pain, as if it was going to be torn apart. However, it was like he did not feel the pain and continued to train his punches. On his body, a holy light shone. Bang! With a crisp sound, like his body had been pierced through, a horrifying light penetrated his body. Yi Futian still acted like he did not feel it, and continued punching and forging his body. The banging noises continued and horrifying rays of light penetrated all parts of his body. With a huge roar, he could feel his body expanding, and the roar sounded throughout the heavens, as his body was filled with boundless power. Hu! Yi Futian exhaled and his breath shot through the air like an arrow. His body seemed as if it was made of metal. The gloomy star acupoint of the 7-star acupoints had been opened. Even though he had only opened one acupoint of the incomplete heavenly manual, Yi Futian could feel its strength. If he opened all 7 acupoints, he could indeed do what the Dozhan sage had said and use his physical body to withstand the attacks of other cultivators in the same level as him with no reaction. At that time, using only his body's strength and speed, he could easily crush cultivators on the same level as him. He did not continue to make use of the force and instead sat down to cultivate. Closing his eyes, his mind drifted to his life palace. At that moment, it was dazzling in his life palace. His natal spirit, the world tree, was swaying, its jade-green branches full of life and making rustling sounds. The sun and moon were high up in the sky, the golden rock was shining, the divine ape standing tall, the thunder dragon spiraling. Moreover, the scene in his life palace was scarier now, with the sun spirit's flames being extremely frantic and the moon's spirit's cold rays. There was a frigid aura surrounding the area and the space filled with an icy current, originating from the Law Power Zone. In the Law Power Zone, he had used his life spirit to absorb numerous forces into his life palace. The previous time in the Daozong Palace, he had heard Sage Daozong mention in his lecture that different spirit zones could evolve through deeper understanding. Back then, when he learned spells in the cottage, he cultivated in the combination of spells of different elements to form new spells. The strength of those spells was much stronger, and if he could really do what Sage Daozong had mentioned and have a deeper understanding of the spirit zones, the spells created would definitely have horrifying power. The past few days, he not only used the Law Power Zones to forge his body, but he also deciphered the different elements and refined his spiritual energy. Although he believed in the strength of the body enhancement technique, he did not neglect his other abilities. Each ability had its specialty. With his inborn qualifications, he would naturally not give up. The sun's flames drooped down, turning into a furnace. The moon's rays spilled down, and the icy current did not evaporate but permeated the furnace drop by drop. The two forces intertwined, but were still distinct, as though they could not coexist. The wood element descended, causing the flames to burn fiercer, appearing eternal. Lightning struck down, and Futian walked through all the Law Power Zones, wanting to see if all the elements that he had absorbed would have any change if he used his Sun Scripture's Sun Furnace to refine them all. The furnace dimension became exceptionally horrifying, like golden lava had appeared and was flowing around in the furnace like the flames of hell. However, they appeared to lack aggression. Futian felt the forces in the furnace and appeared to have a brainwave. He remembered Xiaoho, who he had met in the Holy Road, and the Holy Fire sect Xieji. They both specialized in flame abilities. Xiaoho's flames of ruin appeared inextinguishable and capable of burning everything, while Xieji's flames turned into a dark lotus and contained incredible destructive power. The flames of ruin and the dark lotus flame must have been created by elders. If that was so, why not just create his own flame? Closing his eyes, his spiritual energy entered the furnace, experiencing everything going on inside it. He melded his spiritual energy within to perceive the changes. Time passed by steadily. After a long while, Futian was still sitting cross-legged, but the spiritual chi around him was rampaging. There was an intriguing aura wafting in the air. His spiritual energy resonated with the heavens, and a unique force appeared. A terrifying destructive current appeared in the air and circulated steadily. Following that, wisps of flames appeared in the air. It was a white flame. It did not appear elusive, but flowing. It burned brightly, and soon, the area was full of the flames. Burning sounds could be heard in the air, and the flame had a demonic beauty. Success, Futian mumbled softly. He opened his eyes and stopped controlling his spiritual energy. However, the countless flames continued to burn in the air, getting even more vigorous, as though an inextinguishable flame. Even if nobody controlled the flames, it would not be extinguished until it had burned up all the spiritual chi in the area. This flame is pure and untainted, like a glass lamp. Let's call it the white lustrous flame then, Futian muttered to himself. Everyone's perception was different, so the flame that they created would naturally be different as well. The flames of ruin was a different color from the flame that he had created. Although they both contained inextinguishable might, Futian was naturally not going to name his flame after it. Futian broke into a smile. Although he did not break through his cultivation level in this period of time, he had significant improvement in his body refining and his spells. This year, he had stepped into the noble plane and entered the Holy Ji Palace to cultivate. Although his cultivation level did not improve as rapidly as before, it was still increasing gradually, and he was growing stronger. If this trend continued, he would step into the upper noble plane after 3 to 5 years of cultivating in the Holy Ji Palace, or even be close to the Sage Plane. Cultivation was the one thing he had never dared to neglect. There were many people waiting for him to become stronger: big brother, second sister, and the rest of his brothers and sisters. They were all waiting for him to grow stronger. His masters and his godfather who had disappeared were also likely waiting for him to become stronger. Standing up, Futian left the place. The 10,006th year of the Divine Prefecture calendar was coming to an end. At the end of every year, many of the Holy Ji Palace's disciples would gather for a sparring session to compare their learnings. Not long after, many of those whose families were in Zhongzhou City would go home to visit their families. In the Divine Prefecture, even to the cultivators, the end of the year was still an important event for them. In the core of the Holy Ji Palace, there was an area with many magnificent towering palaces. At that moment, many people had come to that area for the sparring session. Out of the 3,000 disciples from the 6 palaces, many had stepped foot into the area. They wanted to see how the other Holy Ji Palace disciples were faring. After all, to many of them, even though they were all cultivating in the Holy Ji Palace, they barely met each other, just once a year, and there were many people who did not know each other. Only those elites who had made it into the law rank were known by all, even among the elite geniuses of the barren state. There were those who would end up as nobodies in the Holy Ji Palace. At that moment, in a certain location, a group of people was walking on the road, their gazes on the people all around. 1 year passed really fast. I've only raised my cultivation by 1 level this year. Looks like I'll only be able to be an onlooker in this year's sparring session, a teenager said with tones of indolence in his voice. Don't be so humble. The sparring session isn't ranked by battle ability. You can spar in whichever field you want. However, this year's sparring session will still be focusing on those people on the law rank. After all, they are the group that attracts the most attention. Another replied. I've heard that there's a batch of newbies this year who are rather interesting. The first among them is already the 81st on the law rank and is only a grade 8 noble. Even Bai Lily's younger brother, Bai Zhe, was dominated by him. It's as if Bai Zhe has no presence in front of him. Another voice sounded out from within the group. Even the young masters from the White Cloud City were dominated? This is interesting indeed. What a pity that his cultivation is on the lower side. He probably doesn't have any place in this year's sparring session. Someone voiced his opinion while lamenting. The group of people chatted while walking, and many people among the crowd watched as they came closer. The disciples from the Holy Sage Pavilion. Many people had glints in their eyes as they thought that. Moreover, the person leading them was Huafan, the first on the law rank. He had already obtained the right to enter the Sage Palace. After he had finished participating in this year's sparring session, he would enter the Sage Palace to cultivate. This year's sparring session was likely to be his last one in the Holy Ji Palace. Many people are discussing you, Huafan said to a teen standing beside him. That teen was the second young master of the White Cloud City, Bai Zhe. Bai Zhe's expression was grim. He had initially wanted to brilliantly obtain first in the Holy Ji Palace admission examinations. However, he was brutally defeated by Yi Futian and humiliated in public. Even after he had entered the Sage Palace, he was still criticized by others. After stepping into the Holy Ji Palace, my cultivation level has reached the peak of a grade 7 noble. If he dares to come forth this sparring session, I will challenge him publicly to erase my humiliation, Bai Zhe said coldly. This year, he had had tremendous improvement. I heard that he defeated the Daozong Palace's Yunfeng a few months ago. Previously, Yunfeng was already a grade 6 noble who was on the law rank. You should be more cautious, another person beside him said. A glint appeared in Bai Zhe's eyes. He had previously heard that as well. Yi Futian's reputation after entering the palace was dismal, and it was only restored after he had challenged the Daozong Palace's Yunfeng and brutally defeated him. In the past, the person who got first in the Holy Ji Palace admission examination would always enter the Sage Palace. This time, Yi Futian went to the Battle Sage Palace instead. I would really like to meet him, Huafan said softly. Chapter 599. There were figures flying successively into the sparring session area. Yi Futian and Yu Xing had also arrived by then. Their group walked down from the air and landed on the ground. Apart from Yi Futian and Yu Xing, there was also Yi Shaoshi, Yuan Zhan, and Qi Jie. There were figures flying successively into the sparring session area. Yi Futian and Yu Xing had also arrived by then. Their group walked down from the air and landed on the ground. Apart from Yi Futian and Yu Xing, there was also Yi Shaoshi, Yuanzhan, and Qijie. Although the Battle Sage Palace had many disciples, most of them were out cultivating in other areas. Moreover, there were only 4 of Sage Dozhan's disciples who were in the Noble Plain. Apart from Futian, Yuxing, and Qijie, there was one other disciple named Do Kun. Will Brother Do Kun be participating in the sparring session? Futian asked Qijie. Brother Do Kun has always cultivated in the sky-reaching tower. He's the person in the 18th level, you should have seen that before. He should be here for this time's sparring session. It might even be his last, Qijie replied. Is Brother Do Kun a descendant of a master? Futian was curious and asked. Do Kun was rather similar to Sage Dozhan. No, he's from a Do clan in the Barren State. It's a strong clan, Qijie replied. Are their life spirits all a Do word? Futian asked curiously again. How do you know? Qijie looked at Futian and asked. Even I haven't seen it. Futian smiled and nodded, then looked towards Yuxing and asked. Do you remember an opponent called Do Kui that you fought during the entrance examination? I remember. Yuxing nodded and continued. By borrowing his strength, I was able to break through my cultivation level. Brother Do Kun and that Do Kui should be from the same clan. However, when the people from the Holy Ji Palace asked him whether he wanted to enter the palace to cultivate, Do Kui actually rejected it, and claimed that he was only there to experience the strength of the Barren State's geniuses. Otherwise, with his strength, even if he wasn't taken in as Master's disciple, he should have been able to enter the Battle Sage Palace. Futian said. The palace is indeed quite boring. Xiaoshe muttered. I wonder where 4th and 5th brother have gone adventuring. Xiaoshe felt that his life was too pitiful. Back then, he had few opportunities to leave the mountain in the cottage, and he was now sent by second sister to watch over little brother. The life in the Holy Ji Palace was not one that he liked. However, the reason he did not like it was probably because he felt ashamed that he had been overtaken by his little brother. Now, Futian was a direct disciple of Sage Dozhan, while he was merely a disciple of the Battle Sage Palace. Sigh. He wondered if it would be a good idea to go out and train himself after this year. I'm also bored. Qijie nodded seriously. 7th brother, the palace is a haven for cultivation. How could you be bored? Futian smiled at Xiaoshe and said. If he cultivated diligently, his time would naturally be well spent. The problem was that the fatty was too lazy. At that moment, a figure flew across the air from a short distance away and descended from the sky like a goddess. It was Hua Jiayu. She landed next to Futian and smiled sweetly. Futian walked forward and held her hand. Behind him, Xiaoshe smacked his head and thought, of course you're not bored. What a bully. Jiayu, those people aren't harassing you anymore, right? Futian asked. It's gotten much better after that time, but I've been cultivating all this while and haven't had time to care about them. Hua Jiayu smiled and replied. I've improved a lot, you know. Really? Futian blinked and said. I've broken through to a grade 7 noble just a few days ago. Hua Jiayu smiled and told Futian, with a little bit of smugness. Futian did a double take and said, Will I lose my standing if I am surpassed by my wife? Hua Jiayu glared at him cutely and said, You need to manage so many different aspects of your cultivation. I am a divine spiritual sorcerer and specialize in cultivating my spiritual energy. As long as I can achieve breakthroughs in my spiritual energy, it's enough. My potential in other elements will improve alongside my spiritual energy. As long as my spiritual energy is strong, I will be strong. Yup, you're definitely the Jiayu I know. Futian smiled and said. Although she said it casually, she probably worked very hard on her cultivation in the Holy Ji Palace. That is but mere mortal beauty. Qijie recited a Buddhist scripture at the side. Futian recalled the last time he spoke with him. That fellow did not care about external appearances or mortal beauty. Yeah, it seemed he really did not care. We're arriving soon, Qijie said. At that moment, there was a row of statues in front of them, sitting there. Each one of the statues had a mysterious will embedded in them, as though the statues were alive. What are those? Yi Futian asked curiously. Those are just decorations, Shijia replied, and they continued walking forward. Walking through a white gate made of stone, they reached a vast empty space where many others were already waiting. How grand! Yi Futian looked around and saw the 9 palaces spreading out in the formation of the 8 trigrams. There were many people standing at the positions of the palaces, and the palace in the center sunk into the ground, creating a battle arena that looked like a valley. Moreover, there was a colossal statue behind all of the 8 palaces, standing tall at tens of meters, like a god. Many people were looking at the 8 statues and could faintly feel a will emitting from the 8 statues, as though they had lives of their own. It was an extremely intriguing feeling. Yi Futian's group continued forward onto the Li position. On the left was the Kun position and the right was the Sun position. The Ken position was directly in front of them. In the direction of the Ken position, there was a group of people looking toward Yi Futian. Across the air, Yi Futian could feel their frosty gazes. He saw Bai Zhe and Zhuge Xing, the duo who were cultivating in the Sage Palace. Apart from them, there were many other people looking at him. The one in the middle had an exceptional aura. With just one gaze, others could already feel how strong he was. Who's the person standing in the middle of the Sage Palace's group? Yi Futian asked Shijia softly. Hua Fan. Shijia looked forward and replied softly as well. The first on the law rank, Hua Fan. In another direction, many of the Daozong Palace disciples were in the Sun position. Among them were Lian Yuqing and Yun Feng. Yun Feng's gaze looked towards Yi Futian with malice. These few months, he had been in terrible condition and it had affected his cultivation, causing him to stagnate at his previous cultivation level. All this was thanks to Yi Futian. No trace of Yun Feng's previous arrogance could be seen on his face. His aura had changed after that battle. No longer was there any of his teenage arrogance. It had been replaced by a faint, grim feeling. Yun Feng. At that moment, Lian Yuqing addressed him. Yun Feng looked towards him and heard Lian Yuqing say, You can choose your sparring partner at will during the sparring session. Since Yi Futian is here as well, challenge him again. Your attainment in art is extraordinary. Perhaps you can cause the statues to create images and give you some enlightenment. No matter what, you need to have him as your target and defeat him by any means possible. He could naturally see that after the battle, Yun Feng's cultivation had been affected and needed to be remedied. If that was so, he could only escape the trauma by defeating Yi Futian. Otherwise, he would lose confidence in himself and his will would waver, causing him to face huge difficulties in breaking through his cultivation level. Yun Feng was his little brother, and as disciples of Sage Daozong, he did not wish to see Yun Feng collapse under his setback. If he was defeated again, then it could be considered fighting fire with fire. At this point, his situation could not get worse anyways. Yun Feng nodded, but there was no trace of the confidence he had back then. This confidence was essential to every cultivator, or their might would be weaker than their opponent before the battle even started. Beside them, Xiang Jiqing was also there, and she glared at Yi Futian ruthlessly. At that moment, a few figures flew towards Yi Futian. Yi Futian smiled and asked, Wuchen, how has your cultivation been this past half a year? The Sword Palace suits me very well, Yi Wuchen replied. Is Qingyu doing well? Yi Futian asked again. She's doing all right. I often accompany her in her cultivation, Yi Wuchen replied. That's good. Yi Futian looked at the people beside Yi Wuchen. They were Zui Qianshou and Su Quebec. The few of them were all cultivating in the Sword Palace under the Sword Demon. I've heard that you're impressive in the Holy Ji Palace. Zui Qianshou smiled and said, As a newbie, you beat up the palace's seniors? I didn't want to. Yi Futian shrugged and replied. Arrogant. Su Keis looked forward and continued in a quiet voice. However, you have every right to do so. In the palace, there seems to be a tradition of bullying the newbies. If I had the chance, I would have done so as well. You've been bullied in the Sword Palace? Yi Futian smiled at the three of them. The 3 people beside you are the combination of the successors of the Baron State's 4 great swordsmen, excluding the Wuji sword. What do you think? Su Ke said. He was the successor of the Tingxue sword while Zhe Qianshou was the successor of the ghost sword. They could all be considered successors of sword demons. Indeed, apart from the sword Saint Villas Yanwuji, the three of them were the successors of the four great swordsmen. Had Su Kei's words hinted that they had joined forces? This was interesting. The Tingxue house's killer swordsmen always acted alone. To be forced into joining forces with others probably meant that newbies had it tough no matter which palace they entered. These prideful fellows would evidently not succumb to the pressure. There were a few other people who walked to the lead position where Yi Futian was. Zhongli and Yang Jian were all newbies from their batch, but they had all gathered together. The people from the other positions were all watching this scene with interested expressions. Many people who saw Yi Futian gradually got to know his identity. Standing beside Hua Jiyu, the two of them did in fact look like a well-suited couple. It seems like the person who got first in this time's admission examination has strong rallying power. Someone who was watching commented. Entering the Holy Ji Palace in the same batch, the first among them beat up the palace's seniors and made it to the 81st spot on the law rank. He will naturally become a benchmark for other new disciples. Moreover, the newbies who entered the Holy Ji Palace must have suffered a lot. Someone smiled and said. In reality, the treatment they received was also similar. Under the competitive environment in the Holy Ji Palace, it was perfectly common for battles to happen. However, it seems like those from the Sage Palace have formed their own clique. There were people who looked in the direction of the Qin Palace and saw Bai Zhe and Zhuge Xing. They were also new disciples from the current batch, but they had followed Hua Fan here. The first of past batches have always entered the Sage Palace. This trend continued for many years and it has formed a tradition. They will always treat the previous generations first as their benchmark, but it seems that this batch is different. However, Hua Fan must definitely hope that Bai Zhe can take over his position and be superior to Yi Futian, someone in the crowd said. The first ranking on the law rank had been dominated by the Sage Palace for many years. Chapter 600 Holy Sage Pavilion was the best pavilion in the Holy Ji Palace and had a symbolic significance. According to some rumors in the palace at the moment, Bai Lili might have already been chosen as the next lord of Holy Sage Pavilion, and he would manage the Holy Ji Palace in the future. Indeed, Holy Ji Palace was already paving the way for him. Holy Sage Pavilion was the best pavilion in the Holy Ji Palace and had a symbolic significance. According to some rumors in the palace at the moment, Bai Lili might have already been chosen as the next lord of Holy Sage Pavilion, and he would manage the Holy Ji Palace in the future. Indeed, Holy Ji Palace was already paving the way for him. Hua Fan was ranked first on the law rank and was the most brilliant person after Bai Lili. The Holy Ji Palace similarly had high hopes for him. Shimin Hanjiang was ranked just below Hua Fan. Of course, in his batch, there were also a few others whose talents were no weaker than his. Going further down the rank, it would be Yi Futian's cohort. Although Yi Futian had emerged first in the entrance assessment of the palace, he had entered Battle Sage Palace, while Bai Zhe had entered Holy Sage Pavilion. Hua Fan would therefore clearly hope that Bai Zhe would top the law rank in the future. However, Yi Futian was already stronger than Bai Zhe in the assessment. Moreover, he had defeated Bai Zhe despite being one level lower. Bai Zhe would need to put in much effort to surpass him. No elders would be participating in the year-end sparring session in the Holy Ji Palace. All the disciples here were geniuses and the elders would only occasionally guide them. Most of the time, they would be relying on their own hard work and ability to comprehend new things. The Holy Ji Palace had plenty of cultivation resources. If a disciple had any questions, he could also ask the seniors around. There was no need for the elders to supervise everything. This was meant for noble plain disciples. After they became sages, the Holy Ji Palace would release all restrictions and allow them to do whatever they wanted. Even in the vast barren state, sage plain cultivators would be considered as extremely powerful. They would have a high position in any place. The year-end sparring session was an opportunity for the disciples of the Holy Ji Palace to have friendly fights with and learn from each other. It was a tradition passed down the generations. Therefore, most disciples would participate to see the progress of the others. While the elders of the Holy Ji Palace would not be present, they would also be taking note of the outcomes secretly. At the moment, disciples of the Holy Ji Palace were arriving one after another. The appearance of many people had attracted much attention. Clearly, all the disciples would be paying attention to those on the law rank. Suddenly, Hua Fan walked out from the Qin direction and stood in front of everyone else, looking at the rest. His long robes swung in the air, and he looked indescribably elegant. It's the end of the year again. Every year, the Holy Ji Palace holds the year-end sparring session to examine the progress everyone's made over the year. Furthermore, you'll be fighting against each other. The session is non-competitive and does not have a ranking. You only need to display your skills casually, and there are no rules. Most people should be aware of this, Hua Fan said. It's nice that this year, the Holy Ji Palace has admitted new disciples, which only occurs once every 3 years. We have many new people here. Juniors, you should make use of this opportunity to display your talents and the progress this upcoming year. There were no elders present during the session. Therefore, the first person on the law rank was the natural candidate for the host. After speaking, Hua Fan glanced at Yi Futian's direction. Yi Futian was the top performer among the newcomers, while Yu Xing, Su Kei, and Hua Jiu were also gathered beside him. Apart from Bai Zhe and Zhuge Xing, the most powerful people among the newcomers were all around him. Hua Fan wanted to see how outstanding this newcomer, who had defeated Bai Zhe with a lower level and was ranked 81st on the law rank, really was. Apart from Hua Fan, many other people in various directions were also staring at Yi Futian, looking forward to his performance. People at any level could participate in the sparring session, and they would all have a chance to display themselves. Yi Futian's level was somewhat low, and he certainly would not be in the spotlight, but he could still display his skills. In the previous years, the top performers among the newcomers would all obtain a rank on the law rank after the sparring session. They might, in fact, even attain quite a good ranking. This year, Yi Futian was already ranked 81st on the law rank before the sparring session. Therefore, many people wanted to see which position Yi Futian could climb to after the sparring session. Let's begin, Hua Fan said. Everyone quietened down, but nobody walked out. Many people looked at Yi Futian and his friends. Since they were giving the juniors the opportunity to perform first, most people would obviously be looking at Yi Futian, the top performer. If Yi Futian and his friends did not walk out, those who did not do so well in the assessment would also not walk out first as to not be humiliated. The whole place fell into an awkward silence. Then, someone smiled and said, "Why are the newcomers this time so humble? You don't have to worry that you'll lose face by performing badly. This has been the case in all the previous years. Nobody will mock you. Just try your best," someone said. Yi Futian looked at everyone. He bowed slightly and smiling, he said, "The newcomers, including me, do not really know the rules, so will not go first. Seniors, please start the session, and you do not have to think for us all the time. I believe that when we are familiar with the rules, we'll certainly go up the stage and perform." Hearing Yi Futian's words, many people had a strange expression on their face. Yi Futian's words did not have any problems, but Hua Fan had already asked the newcomers to go first. Was Yi Futian trying to refute Hua Fan by speaking like this? Indeed, this would very likely cause a misunderstanding. If Hua Fan really thought this, then many people looked at Hua Fan to see his reaction. However, his expression was just as usual, and he did not seem to have any emotions. "It's simple. Shimin, go and demonstrate," Hua Fan said. Then, a young man in a blue robe walked out. A somewhat sharp kind of coldness was being emitted from him, and his temperament was extraordinary. He flew into the air and landed on the Zhonggong battle platform, after which he put his hand forward. Immediately, a freezing aura befell from the sky and the entire place was covered with a layer of frost. Snow started falling down. In this snowy world, a silver sword suddenly appeared. The snow was cold, but the sword was colder. Two of the statues behind the 9 halls diagrams also lit up as though they had felt the power released from Shimin Hanjiang. They started resonating with his power. In an instant, brilliant radiance was released from the two statues and a terrifying beam of light landed on Shimin Hanjiang's body. Then, a two-colored light circled around his body. The light from Shimin Hanjiang's sword was 7 zhang high, so was the freezing radiance around him. It caused the sword chi around him to become stronger and colder. Shimin Hanjiang is already in the upper noble plane. In a few years he will probably be able to stand at the peak of the noble plane and try to break through into the sage plane. The radiance from both his sword and freezing aura is 7 zhang high, and it's because he is only releasing his aura. If he's at the climax of a fight, it might even go up to 8 zhang high. He is indeed the top performer of the assessment last cohort. Go onto the stage and release your aura. Display your abilities and ask someone to fight. Do you understand? Hua Fan said to Yi Futian. Withdrawing his aura, Shimin Hanjiang walked back to his original position. The radiance on the two statues also died down. A strange expression appeared on Yi Futian's face. Just now, he could clearly feel that the two statues seemed to have turned alive. They actually formed some kind of resonance with the aura from Shimin Hanjiang, who was on the battle platform. The battle platform, 9 halls diagram, and 8 trigrams were indeed placed in special positions. It seemed like the statues and 9 halls diagrams were somehow connected and could sense each other. I understand. Yi Futian nodded. Then let's start properly, Hua Fan said again. However, after he said that, Yi Futian still seemed as if he had not heard anything. Instead of reacting, he only stood quietly there. Yi Futian did not have any other intentions. It was only that he did not want to go onto the stage and perform, at least not now. The sparring session was supposed to be a very casual event. Yi Futian had come here mainly to see how strong the other people of the Holy Ji Palace were, and did not really want to display his abilities. Therefore, although he knew that Hua Fan and many others wanted to see him go onto the stage, he still made no moves. He simply did not want to. He did not have to go just because the others wanted him to. When he really wanted to perform, he would naturally walk out. Many people started smiling. The top performer this time was really somewhat interesting. It was no wonder many rumors claimed that he was shameless. Indeed, he would not act logically and did not care about others' feelings at all. Even Hua Fan could not change his decision. Hua Fan did not say anything directly, but he had already hinted something. However, Yi Futian still did not move. Clearly, nobody would think that Yi Futian did not know what was happening. All they could say was that Yi Futian really had a unique personality. Many people from Holy Sage Pavilion frowned and glanced coldly at Yi Futian. Hua Fan was the top in the law rank at the moment, and had received a place in Sage Palace. Indeed, he was the best disciple here after Bai Luli. Even Shimin Hanjiang would listen to his orders. On the other hand, the top performer deliberately gave no face to Hua Fan. Suddenly, a person walked out from the Qin direction. It was Bai Zhe. Since Yi Futian did not walk out, he would do it. During the assessment battle, Bai Zhe was badly humiliated. Over several months, he had been putting in his best to cultivate. He knew that Yi Futian must also be becoming stronger, but he still believed in himself. At the very least, he had to try. His brother, Bai Luli, was a saint to be, the most talented person in the barren state. Bai Zhe would not allow such a defeat to stay with him. Even if he was to lose again, he would still not give up. The people from White Cloud City had their own pride and they would never think that they were lesser than anyone else. Bai Zhe walked onto the Zhonggong battle platform and glanced at the 8 statues in the air. Then, he released his eye of devastation. At once, the spiritual chi of various elements around him raged and a horrifying artistic conception was born. It was as if all the spiritual chi was being controlled by him at the moment. The statues lit up one after another, and only one of them did not light up. A 7-colored radiance circled around him, and it was 4 zhang high. With his current level, it was already very amazing for him to achieve this. Many people seemed to be surprised. He was indeed the second lord of White Cloud City. Bai Zhe was not weak, but how about Yi Futian? Bai Zhe raised his head. Looking at Yi Futian, who was in the Li direction, he said, I'm Bai Zhe from Holy Sage Pavilion. I would like to challenge Yi Futian from Battle Sage Palace. Since Bai Zhe called for a specific opponent, it was already a challenge. Everyone looked at Yi Futian. It was almost certain that this time, the top performer would not be able to avoid the battle. Yi Futian glanced emotionlessly at Bai Zhe. He totally disliked Bai Zhe, who had invited Hua Jieyu to join Holy Sage Pavilion right before him. A loser has no right to challenge me, Yi Futian said. Right away, Bai Zhe's sharp look froze on the spot and his face darkened rapidly. He wanted to wash his old shame off. However, Yi Futian's words were hitting him directly on his face. Chapter 601. Everyone in the sparring session was stunned. Everyone in the sparring session was stunned. In the crowd, Yun Feng's face was also particularly gloomy. If he also challenged Yi Futian later and received the same reply, he would be stuck in an awkward situation and lose all his face. At the moment, Bai Zhe was precisely in an extremely embarrassing spot. He was left on the Zhonggung battle platform just like this. However, he actually could not refute Yi Futian's words. Everyone knew that he had lost to Yi Futian in the assessment battle. It's different today. We have both entered the Holy Ji Palace. This is the sparring session, Bai Zhe said coldly. Yi Futian was deliberately humiliating him. Yi Futian glanced at Bai Zhe with much contempt. Obviously, he knew that this would cause Bai Zhe to feel awkward time, but he couldn't care less about his feelings. In the past, Bai Zhe had been acting superior. He had ignored Yi Futian's presence and disgraced Yi Futian openly. Bai Zhe was actually correct in some sense. Today was indeed different. In the past, Bai Zhe was the second young lord of White Cloud City, a famous genius. He was the most probable candidate for the top performer in the Holy Ji Palace assessment, while Yi Futian was known to none. On the other hand, both of them were Holy Ji Palace disciples at the moment. Bai Zhe wanted to regain his glory, but Yi Futian was too busy to play with him. Precisely because it's the sparring session, I'm not playing such a game with you. Otherwise, you will not receive a second chance after losing again, Yi Futian said emotionlessly. If one day, your ranking on the law rank is higher than or close to mine, maybe I will consider accepting your challenge. Today, you're far from being a worthy opponent for me. Yi Futian's cold and toneless voice slammed onto Bai Zhe's face like a violent slap. In particular, his last line caused Bai Zhe's aura to erupt uncontrollably. As the second young lord of White Cloud City, Bai Zhe had never been humiliated like this. Above all, he was being shamed before all the other disciples. Everyone present stared at Yi Futian, looking interested. The top performer of the assessment was indeed way too arrogant, and everyone was looking forward to his performance. Yet, even when Bai Zhe challenged Yi Futian himself, Yi Futian still rejected it straight away. During the sparring session, when someone asks you to have a fight, even if your level is much higher, you should still accept the battle and guide your opponent. This is the whole point of the sparring session, someone from the direction suddenly said. It was a cultivator who had a sharp expression on his face. He looked in Yi Futian's direction and continued coldly. You have just entered the palace. You are too imperious. The person who just spoke was called Diyu. He was a descendant of an elder from Holy Sage Pavilion, and his talents were indeed extraordinary. He had a senior who was in the same generation as the Lord of White Cloud City, and they had cultivated in Holy Sage Pavilion together in the past. Yi Futian was the top performer this year and was ranked 81st on the law rank, but he was still just a grade 8 noble, a newcomer. He had rebutted Hua Fan's words just now and also humiliated Bai Zhe publicly at the moment. Arrogant, he did not look like a newcomer at all. It depends on who I am talking to, Yi Futian replied, smiling. Many people looked at Bai Zhe with some sympathy. Bai Zhe was really unlucky to have such an opponent. Yi Futian had humiliated Bai Zhe with every sentence. Bai Zhe's face had already turned completely dark. Staring at the people around Yi Futian, he said, You're avoiding the fight, but nobody beside you has beaten me, right? Who wants to accept my challenge? Hearing Bai Zhe's words, Yi Futian was somewhat surprised. Bai Zhe was really digging his own grave. This being the case, he would allow the second young lord of White Cloud City to remember this day forever. Yuxing, be quick and clean. Yi Futian secretly transmitted his voice to Yuxing. During the assessment that time, Yuxing lost only because Su Ke was able to target his weakness. After entering the Holy Ji Palace, Yi Futian had been noting Yuxing's improvement. He would be able to easily deal with Bai Zhe. Yuxing nodded, after which he flashed and jumped into the air. Then, he landed on the Zhonggong battle platform below. Accompanied by a loud bang, the entire platform vibrated. From just his burly, violent body, everyone could feel how powerful he was. They knew that Yuxing had also managed to enter the top 10 in the assessment. Just like Yi Futian, he had entered the Holy Ji Palace when he was only a grade 9 noble. He should not be underestimated. Looking at Yuxing's appearance, Bai Zhe felt as if he was being targeted by a wild beast. Yuxing's huge eyes were extremely cold. He was present when Bai Zhe invited Hua Jiayu personally. That time, he had left Bai Zhe to Yi Futian. Since he was the one fighting this time, he would, of course, not show any mercy. Bang! Dark golden radiance bloomed. A suit of demonic armor appeared on his body and a pair of demonic wings behind his back. A dark golden demonic halberd condensed in his hand and an extremely violent martial will erupted. The might from his will immediately swept across the entire Zhonggong battle platform. Bai Zhe felt that a demon had just appeared before him, waiting for him to surrender himself. Yuxing was actually pressuring Bai Zhe with martial will. Bai Zhe released his life spirit. A terrifying pair of pupils and his spell scroll spirit appeared at the same time. Then, a powerful wave of spiritual will bloomed and the entire place seemed to have turned into a grey world. Yuxing felt as though an invisible hand was grabbing him, wanting to drag him into the destructive grey world. In his mind, the pair of grey eye of devastation was causing him to lose himself. Spiritual attacks were most appropriate when fighting against martial arts cultivators. However, at the moment, an illusory, dark gold demon appeared in Yuxing's mind, guarding him. His demonic method focused mainly on martial arts, but it also contained a way to train his spiritual energy, namely the demonic meditation. It could allow his spiritual energy to be very stable. Although it contained little damaging abilities, it was sufficient for him to defend against spiritual attacks so that this would at least not become his weakness. Demonic might erupted wildly. Yuxing's body seemed to have turned into a black whirlpool, rapidly engulfing all the powers around him. That included the spiritual qi that was controlled by the Eye of Devastation. In the sky above the arena, many dark golden demonic halberds actually appeared. They then charged forcefully towards Bai Zhe. Bai Zhe raised his head to look at the halberds which had appeared in the sky and his face was only filled with coldness. Was Yuxing trying to hurt him with this kind of attack in his eye sorcery zone? Even the speed of the halberds seemed to be restricted. Bai Zhe extended his hand. Right away, many frightening golden light runes appeared before him, turning into a defensive screen. When the halberds landed, many violent bangs were produced, but the screen remained intact. As the demonic halberds were falling down, an alarming golden radiance was also flowing on Yuxing's body. Many beams of golden light penetrated across his body, all the way to his feet. Immediately, his power shot up again. In the sky, 2 of the stone statues lit up, one of which was extremely dazzling. Some of the radiance poured down onto Yuxing's body and actually became 6 zhan high. What? Some of the cultivators looked at the statues, astonished. The light from the statue glittered, as if it was heavily stimulated. Why would Yuxing, a mere grade 8 noble, cause such an intense response? Was his artistic conception of martial arts really this strong? Dong! With a loud bang, Yuxing stomped his feet onto the ground and jumped into the air. His demonic wings flapped, and his speed was as quick as lightning. In an instant, his body penetrated across the space. Then he fell down from the sky and stepped towards Bai Zhe as if he was a god from the heaven. Yuxing raised his arm and threw out the demonic halberd in his hand in midair. The halberd turned into a striking bolt of lightning and punctured through the air. With a loud bang, the golden light screen below was crushed directly. Bai Zei's face darkened. Yu Sheng's way of fighting was too domineering. Bai Zei could not move Yu Sheng at all with his spiritual energy. His eye of devastation was useful against spells, but highly ineffective against such a brutal martial arts cultivator. Bai Zei used all his might to stimulate his spell scroll spirit. At once, many spell scrolls flew out from his life spirit, giving birth to a destructive power. It was much stronger than when he fought with Yi Futian. Activating the almighty Thunder Guide, countless chains of Thunder God immediately appeared on Yu Sheng's body. At the same time, many spell scrolls circled around him, wildly devouring the spiritual qi in the sky. Many storms bloomed, and a golden lotus was being born. Bai Zei extended his hand. The roaring, golden storms converged together, forming a destructive golden lotus which had 81 petals. The petals of the lotus rotated wildly, destroying everything around them like sharp blades. Die! Bai Zei roared coldly in his mind. The deadly golden lotus charged towards Yu Sheng, who was coming towards him from the air. After being defeated by Yi Futian last time in just one strike, he was motivated by the bitter experience. In the end, he finally managed to learn this combined spell whose power was simply calamitous. Bang! 2 brilliant beams of light erupted from Yu Sheng's feet as he continued coming down. His dark golden, demonic body seemed to have become even more intimidating, and he stepped towards the destructive lotus. Is he mad? Many people were bewildered. Yu Sheng was trying to kill himself. Was he going to take such a horrifying spell with his body? Even if he had entered Battle Sage Palace and was learning body-enhancing techniques from Sage Dojan, he should not be so crazy. After all, Bai Zei was powerful, and this particular spell was even more hair-raising. You're the one who's trying to kill yourself, Bai Zei thought as he stared at Yu Sheng, who was in the air. Then Yu Sheng stepped onto the destructive lotus directly. An ear-piercing noise erupted, followed by a loud bang. A godlike figure continued stamping down, and it was none other than Yu Sheng. Although the dark golden armor on his body had already shattered, he had survived the attack from the golden lotus. Bai Zei retreated backward. However, following a loud noise, Yu Sheng landed on the ground and grabbed Bai Zei's foot with his hand directly. Bai Zei's body had just left the ground when he froze at his spot. Immediately, his face turned pale. Feeling the power from Yu Sheng's hand, he was actually somewhat fear-stricken. In the next instant, he felt his body fly into the air. He quickly enveloped his body in spiritual qi for protection. Bang! After a loud bang, Bai Zei was nearly unconscious. Nobody knew how many of his bones were broken, and his mind was totally blank. Countless people stared motionlessly at the burly figure, astounded. After smashing Bai Zei on the ground just once, Yu Sheng let go of him. However, Bai Zei continued lying on the ground, his body twitching uncontrollably. Dong! With another loud bang, Yu Sheng jumped off the battle platform and ascended into the air, returning to the lead position. Yi Futian widened his eyes at Yu Sheng in dissatisfaction and said secretly, "I only asked you to be quick and clean, not to be so serious." Yu Sheng's external defense was broken, and his shirt also had many holes, through which some blood stain could be seen. Clearly, even though he had activated his acupoints to release more power, his body was still damaged under the destructive power. He could have finished the battle in other ways. Of course, this was indeed the quickest and cleanest way. From the start to the end, he trampled Bai Zei. "I'm fine. Already used to it these days," Yu Sheng replied. Yi Futian was speechless. As for Bai Zei, he would spend his remaining time in the Holy Ji Palace in sheer embarrassment. Chapter 602. Bai Zei's body was carried out on a stretcher. Many had learned of him before he went to study in the palace, and that was due to him having a brother of unparalleled talent. It was even rumored that his brother was to be made the successor of the Holy Ji Palace itself. Bai Zei's body was carried out on a stretcher. Many had learned of him before he went to study in the palace, and that was due to him having a brother of unparalleled talent. It was even rumored that his brother was to be made the successor of the Holy Ji Palace itself. Many thought that while Bai Zei would not have been able to achieve what his brother was capable of, he would have at least become some important figure known by all. No one expected that he would have been beaten and humiliated by Futian during the battles to qualify them for entrance. Worse still, he ended up being walked over by Xing in his sparring session in his very first year entering the palace. Bai Zai's reputation was practically in the gutter. Bai Zai found it difficult to live with dignity inside the Holy Ji Palace. Those two battles were simply too intense, especially the sparring session. He was practically being slaughtered. If Xing's plane was higher than Bai Zai's, that would have been seen simply as the natural course of things, as it was normal to be bullied by one of a higher level. There would have been nothing humiliating about his loss if not for the fact that Xing was the one with a lower plane. That battle was simply too brutal for Bai Zai in more ways than one. Many from the Holy Sage Pavilion felt rather uneasy at everything that took place. Even Hua Fan thought they had taken it too far, judging by how badly battered Bai Zai ended up. Futian and Xing held nothing back in ridiculing Bai Zai, which was more than enough to crush his pride and destroy his confidence. However one would have put it, Bai Zai was still Bai Luli's biological brother. Futian and Xing simply did not give any face to Bai Luli or the Holy Sage Pavilion when they went about pounding Bai Zai. But then again, Xing's strength was indisputable. He was thought to have been trained in Sage Dojan's art at body refinement, as he sported appallingly powerful constitution. That, coupled with his own training in demonic arts, practically made him a devil. Many were astonished by what Xing was capable of. From the looks of things, the second most powerful among the newly added students was not Bai Zai, it was Xing. It was the first time that a disciple of the Holy Sage Pavilion ended up completely overwhelmed by a disciple of the Battle Sage Palace. With Futian and Xing both studying in the Battle Sage Palace, the upper ranks of the law rank would probably end up being bagged by the Battle Sage Palace. It was a situation that could have been overturned by the Holy Sage Pavilion if someone from there turned out to be some tremendous genius. That one battle allowed Xing to demonstrate his prowess that was worthy of being ranked in the top 3 in the law rank in the future. Just how far are those two going to go with things? Suke mumbled right beside Futian. It was him who had bested Xing before, however, Suke did not manage to end up overwhelming Xing. He won only because he was taking the attrition warfare approach with Xing. Had both of them actually clashed head-on, Suke might have actually been the one who ended up losing. But then again, Suke trained in the killing arts and cared little about how he won. It was even more obvious that Xing had gotten stronger, and considerably so. Bai Zai clashed head-on with such a monster, and it was only natural that he ended up losing terribly. Suke stepped onto the platform in a flash, and a sword appeared in his hand. The sword aura around him whipped about in furious howl, as streaks of formless currents of the sword flowed between the heavens and the earth. Suke was a grade 6 noble, and it was a given that he had become even more formidable. Lights from 2 statues were seen showering down onto him. Suke from the Sword Palace. Is there any one of the seniors here who wished to spar with me? Suke asked. A grade 5 noble went onto the stage and said, I've always wanted to see how powerful the killing arts of the sword of the Tingxue house are. It seems like I've gotten my wish. The figure taking the challenge leaped into the air, but Suke vanished from where he stood before his opponent made it to the ground. The faces of many looked funny. Strike without proper announcement, eh? Suke had launched his attack before the figure was even able to stand up properly. Suke's opponent lashed out with a palm attack, bringing the force of the mountains to bear on Suke in the front while being on guard against any attacks coming from the back. Streaks of killing sword aura went to attack him from the back, and all carried intense murderous intent. He responded by lashing out with his palms on both sides of his body. Cracking noises were heard instead. The overwhelming huge palm attack striking at the front ended up being cut right in the middle. A sword went swooping by at tremendous speeds as if it was something that came from the heavens, heading for the throat of its target. The attack carried intense cold, sending chills to everyone's bones. The battle ended before the one who answered the challenge was even able to make it to the ground. I'm sorry if I have offended you. That was the sword technique of Tingxue House. No patterns, no rules, just seizing any opportunities there were to be seized. Su Ke sheathed his sword and backed away. Everyone was rendered speechless. It was the one who answered the challenge who claimed to want to know what the sword techniques of Tingxue House were like, and as such, he could not have blamed Su Ke for striking so suddenly. Everything happened so quickly that he was unable to process anything. However, other than the element of surprise, it was still true that Su Ke was powerful, as he ranked 5th in the battles for entry into the Holy Ji Palace. It was only natural for him to become one ranked in the upper ranks of the law rank in the future. He would at least be able to make it to the top 20. However, the one he fought was not one personally instructed by the palace lord, but one who advanced from the 1,000 Holy Islands. Even if he were to fight squarely with Su Ke, there was no certainty that he would have come out on top. That attack would have been even more ferocious if it came from the front, Futian said to himself after watching Su Ke fight. Futian was thinking that Su Ke had definitely merged the essence of the sword techniques of the master of Tingxue House with those learned from the sword demon. It seems like the little brothers who entered this time around all sport incredible prowess. It would be wise to take them seriously, Hua Fan said. Many spectators looked amused. While the sparring session was definitely an opportunity for the newbies to show what they were capable of, the stage still belonged to the old-timers. Every time there were newbies to fight, everyone would allow the newbies to demonstrate their abilities for a bit before the old-timers went in to teach them a lesson. However, the newbies from that particular batch were interesting, especially those who had experienced sparring sessions 3 years ago. They felt the talents demonstrated by this particular batch were possibly higher than that of the last batch. At the very least, from the looks of things at the moment, Futian, Yu Xing, and Su Ke performed admirably. Hua Jieyu of Daozhong Palace was also a divine spiritual sorcerer, and it was a given that she was meant for great things in the future. Understood. Many went on to try their hands against the newbies, and the fights felt rather fun. There was nothing wrong with finding something amusing to do before the true mighty ones on the law rank were pitted against each other. Yuan Zhan stepped out and made it onto the platform. Its wild body coursed with overwhelming force. He looked like a meaty mountain made of gold by just standing. A mighty one who seemed to be basking in dazzling golden lights walked out, looking down on the ape. Many who saw him walking out looked amused. Yuan Zhan is really going to get hurt really bad. The one who walked out was someone from Tianqing Pavilion, a grade 4 noble with incredible powers. Boom! Yuan Zhan stepped forward and began running in the battlefield. His opponent, however, simply stood in the air, basking in showers of light. Rows of golden halberds appeared behind him, and lightning crackled about as if the end of the world was near. The golden halberds fell from the sky with a loud crackle of thunder, out to kill everything below. Ning Huang's God's slaying halberd. Futian watched the battle closely. The figure from Tianqing Pavilion was probably a student of Elder Ning. Yuan Zhan conjured a golden staff and struck with the 9 heavenly attacks. However, his opponent was simply too powerful. One halberd after another fell, accompanied by bolts of lightning as if they were some form of divine punishment dealt on their target. A devastating thunder halberd fell from the sky soon after. The staff in Yuan Zhan's hand was utterly destroyed, and he ended up falling hard onto the ground with a roar. The golden halberds kept raining from the sky, landing around his body. Bullying at its finest. Yi Shaoshi said coldly at the scene. That is something everyone here has been through. Qi Jia added. But bullying newbies of my place, the Battle Sage Palace, eh? Other newbies walked up one by one, and every one of them ended up overpowered. Furthermore, they went about bullying newbies of other pavilions or palaces. Yi Wuchen was also targeted by people of Tianqing Pavilion and was brutally bashed. Yi Shaoshi, Zhongli, and all others were no exceptions. When Hua Jieyu stepped forth, it was Xiang Jiqin, a disciple of Daozhong Palace, who went to face her. Xiang Jiqin was the princess of the Xiang Kingdom. It was a given that she was powerful, and she went on to overwhelm Hua Jieyu. Our little sister here possesses exceptional talents indeed, being able to reach grade 7 noble in less than a year. Furthermore, she's a divine spiritual sorcerer. I would advise you to quiet yourself and train hard. Lian Yuqing of Daozhong Palace stood at a corner watching Hua Jieyu on the platform and commented. Hua Jieyu smiled and said, "Thank you for guidance, seniors." She went to take her place beside Yi Futian as soon as she finished. Lian Yuqing looked in Futian's direction and said, "You are now the only one who has yet to step onto the Zhonggong battle platform among all the new students this year. It's better to not miss the chance to learn from this opportunity." "Learn?" Yi Futian smirked. No newbies after Su King managed to win, and their opponents were those who seemed to target each one of them specifically. They did well in teaching the newbies by pummeling them to the ground. "I don't see any meaning to all of this," Yi Futian said plainly. "All of you new little brothers and sisters were proud sons and daughters, and you all had an intense ego. This served as an opportunity to warn all of you to never be arrogant, and keep your feet on the ground with your training. It is also an encouragement of sorts," Lian Yuqing elaborated. "Whatever you say, senior," Yi Futian smiled. "I just think that as new students, the sparring sessions should have been one where we juniors get to watch our seniors fight, so as to remind ourselves to be diligent in our training. There is simply no meaning for us juniors to fight our seniors. If that is indeed so useful, why don't you seniors go pick fights with the sages and encourage yourselves? Is it not a part of your training to find out what you lack in battle and find out parts of yourself to improve?" Lian Yuqing looked at Yi Futian. "I don't see the need to do so," Yi Futian said. "If there is anything lacking with us juniors, that would be level and plains. There is hardly anything else. You are indeed the champion. So arrogant." Many smirked at his comments. While such ways of encouragement did have its demerits, it had become the tradition of the place. As new students, they were expected to simply take it without question. However, Yi Futian seemed adamant on challenging the rules. "That way you put it, is it to say that other than differences in planes, there is nothing that sets you apart from your seniors?" Lian Yuqing added. "Even those who ranked high on the law rank dared not say that they were free from weaknesses and reigned supreme over others. The sparring sessions have always served as a platform to find out one's own weaknesses by fighting others. This is to improve." Yi Futian looked at Lian Yuqing and smiled brightly, then said, "Indeed." The eyes of everyone present turned to look at Yi Futian. He actually said indeed. "I have never seen a newbie so insolent. Even Bai Luli did not behave in such an arrogant manner when he first entered the Holy Ji Palace. Seems like the number one this time is indeed different from everyone else." Yi Futian, in turn, returned the gazes beamed at him, without any care about what they thought. Many new students looked at him, and thought him to be immensely pompous. Qijie blinked and felt impressed. "Our little brother is indeed no common folk. I never thought he would be daring enough to say something like that in front of his seniors." Chapter 603. Lian Yuqing stared at Yi Futian. The newcomer had been pretty arrogant back in Daozhong Palace, asking to spar with Yun Feng on the platform, then went on to practically beat Yun Feng to a pulp. The damage was so bad that Yun Feng had yet to overcome the resulting emotional trauma. His mind remained very much crushed. Lian Yuqing stared at Yi Futian. The newcomer had been pretty arrogant back in Daozhong Palace, asking to spar with Yun Feng on the platform, then went on to practically beat Yun Feng to a pulp. The damage was so bad that Yun Feng had yet to overcome the resulting emotional trauma. His mind remained very much crushed. Yi Futian came to rank 81st since that last battle. Yun Feng, on the other hand, was eliminated from the law rank. He had been in a deep depression since, and his training stagnated. As Yun Feng's senior, Lian Yuqing was very dissatisfied with Yi Futian. While Lian Yuqing acknowledged Yi Futian's talents, and thought him to be one who would reach top 3 in law rank in the future, the new student was nonetheless little more than a junior who had just entered the Holy Ji Palace. The newbie, however, was incredibly rude and tremendously insolent. Lian Yuqing resented people with such personalities. The arrogant newbie even went so far as to say that he did not see any difference between the new students and their seniors, other than the difference in planes. Cultivation as a whole and the increase in planes came with the increase in one's awareness and comprehension. As a grade 1 noble, Lian Yuqing knew that very, very well. There were bound to be great differences of various sorts between those of lower planes and those of higher planes. The difference was far more vast than what Futian had stated. If one with such arrogance and exceptional talent were to become powerful, it was a certain thing that they would have turned out to be nasty people who went about doing as they fancied. "You are quite insolent indeed," Lian Yuqing looked at Futian and said. He grew to dislike the newbie even more. "Are you saying that none of the disciples of the Holy Ji Palace are better than you in any way but difference in planes?" Shimin Hanjiang quipped. The way Futian had put it was indeed too arrogant. Even he, the champion of the last batch, found Futian insufferable. Shimin Hanjiang saw not even a single hint of humility in Futian. All he saw was arrogance and rudeness. Hua Fan's gaze turned to Futian as well. Futian had never been one to follow rules right from the very beginning. Hua Fan came to know that from the very moment Futian was accepted into the Holy Ji Palace. He had not been paying much attention to the newbie at first, and had only heard things about Futian. The disciples of various palaces and pavilions took an increasing interest in the champion of this very batch of newbies. There were many rumors circulating about Futian in the Holy Ji Palace. He was called pretentious, vile, horny, and shameless. It seemed that he had even behaved insolently around Yun Xuexing in front of everyone. His reputation was quite literally in the gutter. It was not until he stepped into Daozhong Palace, made peace with Yun Xuexing, went on the battle platform and beat Yun Feng that his reputation began to take a turn for the better. Hua Fan was finally able to see Futian with his very own eyes, and everyone seemed to get to know Futian in the flesh better. His flamboyant attitude, blatant disregard for rules, and even his handsome face, all seemed to speak volume about his pride and confidence. Such people were utter geniuses. Futian might have still been a low-grade noble for the time being, but no one could guess how he would turn out if he became a sage one day. Futian cast his gaze at everyone present and said, "If the sparring sessions are simply meant for gauging each other's strengths, there would have been nothing wrong with them. How it is done here, however, is simply an excuse for some to immerse themselves in the twisted joy of bullying those who come later. How is this even sparring? I participated with the intention to learn, to truly see the seniors spar against one another, and develop a comprehension about what I lack personally. I believe most newbies felt like I did. But from the battles that have taken place before, I failed to see any meaning in them." Futian went on to look at everyone present. "If all here actually believe that being oppressed equals being encouraged, why don't you all get tortured by the elders of the place a time or two and encourage yourselves? During training, disciples at the top of the noble plane go looking for sages to evaluate their own progress. Do they have to spell it out for you?" Lian Yuqing added plainly. While the sparring sessions were indeed a little bit too intense, doing so allowed for seniors to demonstrate their capabilities in front of the juniors, to test themselves out and to allow juniors develop an even deeper comprehension of many things. Yet, all you were able to see was how people of higher planes trampled over those of lower planes? Or rather, as you have said before, do you think that none of the disciples of the Holy Ji Palace are better than you in any way? That it's just a mere difference in planes? A tinge of anger was heard within Lian Yuqing's words, and his usual composure was cracking. "No matter how many times you ask, my answer remains the same. It is so indeed." Futian looked at Lian Yuqing. Cultivation is something done in phases. One will develop some measure of comprehension when one reaches a certain plane. Cultivators themselves need to have absolute confidence in themselves, or they will fail to reach for greater heights. It isn't just me I'm talking about. I mean every single one of the new students who has been defeated today. I don't think any one of them is inferior to any one of you seniors. It is just a difference in planes, that is all. I believe they all feel the same." As soon as Futian finished talking, the newbies, who had their share of getting beaten up, all turned to sport sharp looks on their faces and went on to stand tall and proud, shooting their gaze at the likes of Lian Yuqing. The sessions had all of them feeling frustrated and deeply resentful. Futian had simply spoken what was on their mind on their behalf. Lian Yuqing smirked at Futian's words and said, "What you have just said is another matter altogether. You are indeed good with words. Is this your excuse of not stepping into the platform? Yi Futian had claimed to speak for everyone, and it was only natural that his words were taken as truths. Here is where you are mistaken again. Yi Futian looked at Lian Yuqing. You said it yourself, if such sessions were meant to have the newbies be aware of their own shortcomings, I indeed believe that there is no need for me to battle. Many looked rather amused at the words he just uttered. Is he admitting that he was being arrogant before? So you mean to? Lian Yuqing looked at Yi Futian. What I meant was that I was not interested in battling before. Now, it is the opposite. Yi Futian spared a glance at Lian Yuqing before flashing and leaping onto the Zhonggong battle platform beneath. All eyes were on him at that very moment. Yi Futian bowed at everyone present, and went to look up at everyone, saying, Since this is my chance to verify what was being said about the sparring sessions, I'd like to do it my way to prove what I have just said, and to let all seniors here see what I had in mind with such sessions. Is there any senior here willing to give me time to prove my words? Many turned to look at Hua Fan, and he, in turn, turned to look at Yi Futian and said, Very well. Hua Fan wanted to see for himself how Yi Futian would go about proving anything. Yi Futian nodded. He looked at everyone again and spoke. My plane is low, as I'm but a grade 8 noble. If any of the seniors were to come spar with me, there would be no doubt that I would end up losing. Since this is a sparring session and the seniors think there is more to it than just being of a higher plane compared to the newbies, I'd like seniors who have fought the juniors before to come spar with me. He cast his glance at the ones from Tianxing Pavilion as soon as he was done talking, and added, Are you the one who fought against Yuan Zhan earlier, senior? I would like to know, in what ways are you better than me, other than being of a higher plane? Everyone within earshot looked bemused and came to somehow understand what he was trying to pull. This is one unbridled asshole indeed. He went pointing out individuals and asked how they were better than he was. How is anyone supposed to answer such a question? If the ones asked were unable to answer his question, it would have simply verified what he said before, that other than the difference in plane, they were no better than the juniors they had just bullied. Yi Shaoshi looked at the scene, dumbfounded, before looking rather amused. He knew that little brother of his well, after all. That little shit isn't trying to prove anything about the sparring sessions. He was simply trying to find a logical excuse to exact his revenge. Yi Shaoshi felt very astonished, thinking that his little brother was indeed the little brother he knew, one who stood tall and proud exacting his revenge. He had not, however, expected so many to have fallen into his little brother's trap. That disciple of Tianxing Pavilion glared at Yi Futian with cold eyes, then said with an equally cold tone, I specialize in martial arts attacks, blending my will into the situation of things. We can't fight here due to our differences in planes. How are you going to prove anything? Of course I can, Yi Futian said and leaped into the air. His speed was frightening as he gathered terrifying aura about him. Overwhelming martial arts will burst from his body. The martial art statue shone the most brightly among all the 8 statues, which appeared within an instant. The force gathered became increasingly powerful. Yi Futian lashed out with his hand and conjured a staff in his hand. He stepped forward and dealt a strike with the staff. The air was shaken, yet there was no stopping the growth of his aura. The force gathering about him became more terrifying. The shining statue's light grew increasingly bright and blinding. Yi Futian made consecutive attacks with his staff, and every strike felt like a thunderstorm, fearsome and unyielding. When he dealt his 5th attack, shadows of the staff were seen everywhere on the platform. The tremendous force went about pounding away at the air as the shining statue glowed with blinding light. He did not lash out with the 6th attack but stood in the air after dealing 5 blows. Many felt themselves trembling after seeing how he moved. While he was only a mere grade 8 noble, that force that he had just demonstrated in front of everywhere was extremely terrifying. He was, after all, the champion. Yunfeng's face went pale. He knew that even if he were to ask for a rematch, there was simply no way he would be able to beat Yi Futian. Yi Futian turned to look at that Tianxing Pavilion disciple and said, I now ask for your guidance. He excused himself after he was done saying that. Yi Futian's techniques with the staff, his bearing, power of the body, and martial arts will all seem to have blended perfectly. That Tianqing Pavilion disciple looked incredibly troubled. While his plane was indeed far higher than Yi Futian's, and there was no doubt that his power would have been able to overwhelm what was demonstrated by Yi Futian, none of the spectators were blind. As soon as he made his move, everyone could tell who was better in terms of mastery of the art. Yi Futian seemed to be telling everyone with his actions that was the sparring sessions that he had in mind. "Senior?" Yi Futian said. The person he addressed was now looking immensely troubled, as there was no way he could finish this without making a fool of himself. "I admit defeat," that disciple of Tianqing Pavilion said, causing an uproar from everyone present. It was to say that other than being of higher plane, he had admitted that the art that he was best at proved inferior compared to Yi Futian. His actions, in turn, verified what Yi Futian said before. "What about you, senior?" Yi Futian looked at the one who had bested Yi Wuchen before, also a disciple of Tianqing Pavilion. That person looked troubled as well, as he specialized in martial arts just like the one Yi Futian challenged. "So, even you seem to think that you only have the advantage in terms of the difference in planes," Yi Futian quipped with a smirk at the other party's utter silence. He went on to look at Xiang Jiqin. "How about you?" Xiang Jiqin had beaten Hua Jieyu before. "Resonance of wills, blending into spells. How will you prove your superiority?" Xiang Jiqin glared at Yi Futian with cold eyes. Yi Futian stood silently. Fearsome spiritual qi circulated about him in an instant. Many were able to feel intensely dangerous martial arts will power, and then, streaks of white flames danced in the air. The flames grew increasingly intense around him, and many were able to feel the eerie fires from above the Zhonggong battle platform, fires which felt incredibly cold. The fires felt as if they were capable of sucking the marrow from one's bones, and packed tremendously devastating damage potential. 3 statues glowed brightly when the fires appeared, which meant that the fires packed powers of 3 different elements. When Yi Futian ceased casting the skill and stopped what he was doing, the fires remained dancing in the air, as if they were fires that were capable of burning indefinitely. Yi Futian looked up and said to Xiang Jiqin, "Please, your guidance." Xiang Jiqin felt the power infused with the fires and was speechless. Many were shocked to their core at the scene and came to understand what Yi Futian was trying to do. He was retaliating as the champion of the battles to gain entry into the Holy Ji Palace. He was retaliating against everyone and proving his point along the way. It was natural that Lian Yuqing came to understand what Yi Futian was trying to do, as he glared at the newbie with cold eyes. That guy is indeed a genius like no other. Lian Yuqing felt a bad taste in his mouth admitting that, but the truth remained the truth. "You are indeed the champion, one to emerge once every 3 years. I have to admit that your talents are indeed exceptional. All of them are middle-grade nobles. While they are of higher planes, they are inferior compared to you in these areas demonstrated, and it is no surprise." Lian Yuqing went on to add, "This hardly proves anything." "Well then, what did all those battles before prove?" Yi Futian looked at Lian Yuqing and continued, "I wonder what you specialize in, senior?" Countless eyes froze as soon as he finished. Did Yi Futian just ask Lian Yuqing that? Lian Yuqing, who ranked 5th on the law rank? Lian Yuqing was startled himself, before shooting back at Yi Futian with a gaze as sharp as blades. "I play the Guqin." "Do you?" Yi Futian smiled and said, "I know a thing or two about that." You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.